Chapter 7, Counterintelligence. The sunlight presented in Konoha and the people were gathering on the streets. The shinobis were already hopping on top of the buildings rushing to their destinations. However, some ninjas didn't need to worry about waking up soon. Those were the shinobis who fulfilled their services inside the village. That was the case of one Inuzuka Hana. As the head of the veterinary center of Konoha, she had to be there every day at 9 a.m. So, she usually wakes up when her dogs call her. Today wasn't any different as one of the triplets jumped to her bed, thus waking her up. Opening her eyes, Hana was aware of one of her dogs waking her up and got up, before looking straight for the window of her bedroom. From there, she could see her clan's house and some land of Konoha. After a bark from one of her companions, she turned and smiled at the dog, only to realize that this one was the one who Naruto got to scratch its ears. She still wondered what this was supposed to mean, simply because up until the blonde, no one aside from her family was able to get close to her dogs and even be able to caress its ears. "What do you want to tell me? Do you like him?" asked the girl to the dog, before said animal barked in response and started licking her. Hana giggled at the dog's behavior and got her answer. Getting out of the bed, she went to the bathroom to take a bath and then dress up to meet her mother for breakfast. Downstairs, she looked at the table only to see Tsume Inuzuka petting her companion close to the ear. "Good morning, Ka-san? Slept well?" Greeted Hana as she opened the fridge and grabbed some orange juice, before sitting on the table. Tsume looked at her daughter and smiled before saying that her night was okay. Said woman was looking intently at Hana while she drank the juice, and Tsume knew her daughter's curiosity didn't faze one bit. Tsume always wondered why her daughter didn't find one person that she liked on a date. Apart from the jerks she dated, so far no one was considerate of her attention. Now, after she returned from that mission with the Hunter-Nin, she knew what her daughter was thinking about. All Inuzuka women were the same in a way, they all have fantasies of strong men and their strong personalities. That Hunter-Nin must have caused some serious impressions on her daughter for her to be this curious. "Hana-chan, tell me what's wrong? You look like you have a doubt in your mind and you can't solve, tell me about it," asked Tsume, to which Hana looked at her mother, while wondering if she was this obvious. "I don't know, mother, I can't take my head off that Hunter-Nin. He bothers me like no other men ever did. First, he was able to caress one of my triplets like he was one of our own, and then, when he fought Kuromaru's pups, he was careful not to hurt them, as in he knew about the owner's feelings towards our companions. Aside from the family, no one ever did that before," stated Hana, to which Tsume nodded before smiling from knowing that it was the Hunter-Nin after all. "I admit that shinobi like this is tough to find, but they do exist. You seem very fond of this Hunter-Nin person. Do I know him?" asked Tsume, to which Hana looked at her mother as if she was afraid of telling the man's identity. "I think you do, but the Hokage prohibited me of saying his name, sorry mother," said Hana, to which Tsume acknowledged and dismissed the issue of the man's identity. Nonetheless, she saw how said subject was influencing her daughter, so she asked different questions. "Well, if Tsunade-sama told you that, guess it must be important. Well, tell me more about him. You said he used Fuuten ninjutsu to beat Takashi, right?" asked Tsume, to which Hana nodded. "Yes, from what I saw of the technique, it was like a horizontal tornado that went forward and attacked the enemy, just like our family's Gotsuga, but definitely stronger. Also, I sense traces of Kaden chakra, so I guess he's proficient in both areas of ninjutsu. Also, he seemed to have a large chakra capacity, since he was able to summon 50 cage bunshines and wasn't even phased," explained Hana, before hearing a whistle in amazement from Tsume. "Okay, so he's good in ninjutsu, but how about close contact?" asked Tsume, to which Hana answered saying he was also proficient with a katana. "So, if what you said is true, then he is at least jounin level. Mastery of 2 elements and proficiency in kenjutsu, he has all the attributes of a jounin. Now, be serious with me, Hana-chan, I'm sure you're not thinking of his abilities, simply because while he seems like a good shinobi, this village produced one of the best in the elemental nations. What is it that you are curious about?" asked Tsume, now trapping Hana, who in turn wondered how well her mother knew her if she was able to read her face expression so easily. Nonetheless, this was a question she couldn't answer without breaking Naruto's identity, so she used the excuse of how late she was and said goodbye to her mother, who, although surprised at her daughter's behavior, couldn't help but smile at seeing her daughter having strong feelings for someone. At least, Tsume would get some answers with the Hokage. With Naruto. After waking up in the woods, Naruto went to the lake nearby to fresh up a little bit. He wasn't interested in finding a hotel to stay the night from missing the woods a little bit. "Since you've been sleeping, I came with ways to improve your training and I'm proud to say that I found the perfect exercise. Also, I thought of how we could improve the strength of your Fuuten ninjutsu, said Kyubi, not even bothering to greet Naruto, not that he was expecting any coming from the fox. Morning to you as well, fox. Didn't expect you to be so enthusiastic this morning, said Naruto, to which Kyubi snarled at the blonde for not accepting help from the elders. Damn brat, one of these days, you'll be in trouble and I won't help you, said Kyubi, to which Naruto laughed and replied. Yes, right, like you want someone to kill us. Besides, it's not that I don't appreciate your help, it's just that it's a little weird to talk about training only after waking up, said Naruto as he went back to his camp. Anyway, I'm thinking of your Fuuten technique called Fuuten Kaze no Hagshi, wind release, furious wind jutsu, and the restriction said technique does to your body movements. My idea is for you to move even with the wind field around you so that your body becomes adjusted to more strength. Also, I was thinking of a way to power up your Fuuten techniques by using my chakra, explained Kyubi, to which Naruto considered the idea over some breakfast which consisted of only fruits and a glass of water. How can I use your chakra to use Fuuten ninjutsu when I can only use Katen ninjutsu with it? Asked Naruto as he finished his meal and went to clean his stuff. It seems you forgot that everyone has both normal and elemental type chakra. If you didn't, then you would only be able to do one type of ninjutsu. Now, you could fuse your elemental chakra with my normal chakra, thus enhancing the technique's strength, stated Kyubi. Naruto did acknowledge that idea, but for now he just wanted to appreciate some free time and take a look at the bingo book. Scratching an X mark to Aoi's file, he flicked the page for the next one. It seemed that the person was already enlisted as a Miss Shinobi, so he was out of Konoha's jurisdiction. Stupid old book. Well, moving on. The next one was right here in Fire Country, but he was very far from Naruto's location, which could take a while of traveling. The guy's name was Hideyashi Sejki and an ex-jounin of Konoha, not to mention that he was a master in Raiten ninjutsu. According to the book, he was charged with stealing some high-ranked and also restricted techniques from the Hokage's office, but managed to escape before execution. Naruto felt a bit ashamed that he kind of did the same thing even if he was tricked by Mizuki at the time. Personally, I'd prefer you looked at another technique instead of the cage bunshine. Although it serves well for training now, you surely got reliant on said technique and would often get your ass kicked, said Kyubi, to which Naruto snarled at his inmate. What? Is the truth, isn't it? Cage bunshine and Rasengan were your only attacks. It was disappointing in a way for my vessel to be as weak as you were back then. You managed to learn 2A rank techniques, but you've never knew each technique's purpose. Said Kyubi, not at all minding that he was talking about what happened 4 years ago. Whatever, damn fur ball, that's in the past. I'm different now. Let's train a little bit before we travel towards our new target, said Naruto as he focused some hand seals and his furious wind technique was all around him. In Konoha. Close to the gate, a red-haired woman breathed a little bit before looking up to the village she dreamed of returning to. After leaving Naruto, Kira took quite a while to return to her old village simply because she was afraid of what would happen once she did. She didn't know anyone who was still alive and the only person she could seek was her cousin Anko. However, Kira didn't know about Anko's whereabouts or even where to find her inside the village. She knew, of course, that Anko didn't leave the village because her name wasn't in the bingo book. After signing some dismissal papers at the gate, she entered the village and began scouting up the place. She noticed the fifth head on the Hokage monument and wondered if Tsunade would give her a place at the hospital just like Naruto said she would. After a little bit of walking, her stomach grumbled from hunger. She knew only one place that she could eat and that's where she went. Upon entering, though, she saw what appeared to be a woman in a trench coat and purple hair, sitting on the counter, while talking to the bartender. When she approached the counter, the person's face was visible and Kira was happy to find Anko. Anko-chan, is it really you? I missed you so much, screamed Kira, earning the attention of the special jounin who smiled upon recognizing her cousin. The girls grabbed a table and chose the time to talk about all the time Kira was away from the village. The talk was all fine until a certain blonde came up and Anko was surprised. Wait, you don't mean to tell me that you also made love to Naruto, Kira-chan, screamed Anko, to which Kira smiled in response. What, it's not like you haven't as well. Besides, he is very handsome, not to mention that body of his, said Kira as she was daydreaming of her time with the blonde. Anko, however, was confused. Although she enjoyed sex with Naruto, she was certain his body, although fairly developed, wasn't enough to set a woman on edge. Upon questioning Kira, though, she told Anko that Naruto's body was ripped and strong, thus telling Anko that he must have trained to develop his body up to the level he is right now. Anko was now imagining her having sex with the changed Naruto on top of her, and immediately, a little drop of blood came out of her nose. Kira told Anko about a job at the hospital that Naruto promised her, so she would meet the Hokage. After a while of talking, Anko told Kira that she could stay with her until she found a place to stay. Kira appreciated and said that she did have to meet the Hokage shortly and that she would meet Anko back at her place tonight. At the Hokage's office. Tsunade, Shizune and Sakura were at the Hokage's office, discussing about a patient at the hospital that needed some sensitive surgery. Their discussion was pretty much over when Sakura turned to Tsunade. "Tsunade-sama, where do you think Naruto's mission will finish?" "It's been a while and he didn't come back yet," asked Sakura, catching Tsunade by surprise since she didn't expect her apprentice to ask about the blonde. "That's up to Jiraiya to know, he is with him at the moment. Last I heard, Naruto was visiting some of our spy network near T-Country. He is scheduled to meet all of them before returning, however even I don't know the extent of his spy network, so it could take a while," explained Tsunade, to which Sakura nodded and looked down a bit. She missed the blonde, although not for second reasons. Sakura never was much interested in Naruto in that way, but she always considered him a friend. With him out of the village, Sakura didn't have anyone to talk to. Ino is hanging with her team and Tenten with her. She doesn't involve much with Hinata, so Naruto would be the only one left to talk to. "Oh well, guess I'll just want him to come back. I have to go for the hospital, Tsunade-sama," said Sakura before she left the office. Shizune and Tsunade were worried for a second about Sakura, but they all knew she wasn't infatuated with Naruto in that way. Tsunade was about to dismiss Shizune when a knock on the door was heard. "Greetings Tsunade-sama, I have an appointment with you over a position at the hospital. My name is Kira, present Kira," to which Tsunade nodded before greeting said person. She now remembered that this was the name Naruto mentioned on his ladder a while ago. "Right Kira, I remember you now. Tell me about your experience in the medic field," said Tsunade, to which Kira nodded and began explaining. She initiated telling about what drove her to train as a medic nin and how much she worshipped said position. After that, she explained how she ended up becoming a Hunter-Nin and how she became the physicist responsible for taking care of their mental health. Tsunade was impressed with said person's curriculum and liked her. "Kira-san, I'm sure you'll do fine at the hospital, you start tomorrow morning. Now I understand you came across Uzumaki Naruto, haven't you?" asked Tsunade, to which said girl just nodded. "Yes, he was the last person I examined before I returned here. I actually appreciated what he did for me and I also appreciate the position Hokage-sama," said Kira, to which Tsunade nodded, but asked about the blonde a little bit. "Naruto's physical condition is 100% and the job doesn't seem to affect him much. His skills as a Hunter-Nin are pretty good, from his file and how he managed to enter the place we met almost undetected. In fact, if I didn't know much, he would pass right in front of me and I wouldn't know he was even there in the first place," said Kira, to which the Hokage noted and smiled. "I guess you made quite an impression on him. Although you're not the first one he helped, he only does that to precious people. Tell me what happened between you two out there?" asked the Hokage with most innocence, but she ended up cornering Kira a little bit. I'm not in liberty to discuss this type of things Hokage-sama, stated Kira, although highly afraid of telling something that the Hokage didn't want to hear. Tsunade for her part got her answer, so she didn't press the matter further. Sometimes, she acted more like a family to Naruto than his Hokage, so to her seeing that Kira's relations with the blonde did send her on edge a little bit. Nonetheless, his personal life was his to choose as he sees fit. Also, this Kira person didn't seem someone who would like to date Naruto anytime soon, even though they did have sex. It was just a one-night stand after all. With Naruto. Fuuten Shippu no Hagshi, wind release, furious hurricane jutsu. In seconds, the wind that gathered around Naruto transformed into a hurricane and was growing immensely. After Naruto tried his wind restriction training, he decided to use some of Kyuubi's chakra to increase the strength of his Fuuten techniques. Upon using it with his furious wind technique, he found that the technique was double in strength and destruction, thus changing the name from a simple wind to hurricane. "I was right after all. With my chakra and your techniques, the power of it grows tenfold," said Kyuubi as with Naruto's eyes, he saw what remained of the river. "Yes, however this technique requires a lot of control over mine and your chakra at the same time. It's tough as hell. I can't use this in battle quite yet," said Naruto, to which the fox nodded. "Don't worry, though. We'll be practicing this technique until you manage to do it without much concentration. Now I believe you've got a new victim to hunt," said Kyubi, remembering the blonde of his task as a Hunter-Nin. Naruto grabbed his clothes, strapped the sword holster on his back and set foot on the trees, in order to reach his destination. Upon reaching, he would find a place to stay and scout the area. Along the way, Naruto found some people traveling down on the ground and he even managed to find some familiar faces. Shikamaru, Ino and Kuji were walking around on what seemed to be a mission. Luckily for him, though, he wasn't spotted. Although he wanted nothing more to just talk to them, he knew that wasn't a possibility right now. No one was supposed to know about his Hunter-Nin position, since all of them were told about his fake mission to find Jiraiya's spy network. Looking forward once again, he changed subjects and maintained his course of action. Unbeknownst to him, though, Shikamaru knew his real mission and also knew his position. "You changed, Naruto, I almost didn't notice you're there. I wonder how you are doing, my friend," thought Shikamaru as he joined his team once again. "Why you stopped, Shikamaru?" asked Ino, to which Shikamaru shrugged, saying that he thought they were being followed. Back to Naruto, he was already halfway through. The man's position was on a small town, but Naruto knew it because it was that city where Jiraiya taught him some knowledge of genjutsu. In Konoha. Inside Tsunade's office, was Kurenai, and Kakashi brought a report on Konoha's supposed rat. The two jounins were in charge of investigating about a possibility of a rat amongst them. So far, Kakashi had some suspicions as to who could it be, but he wasn't entirely sure. He and Kurenai were given access to the mission's archive in order to see how aware was their enemies of Konoha's activities. Kurenai managed to link something with Ni's, Dansu's secret organization, activities, however she found any 100% reliable lead to Dansu, so she thought better than push it forward. Tsunade also had news from Jiraiya, who had information from his spy network about someone leaking important information of Konoha to foreigners, but he couldn't identify what that information was or who was the rat. "Tsunade-sama, so far neither of us managed to find any reliable lead to our rat. Kurenai here found some links to Dansu's organization, but other than that, we haven't found anything worthy of mentioning," reported Kakashi, to which Tsunade nodded and thought for a while. "I have my suspicions about Dansu, but I can't put Anbu to spy on him without having at least a valuable clue of his involvement," stated Tsunade. Kurenai thought for a while and offered an idea. "Tsunade-sama, seeing that the rat's target is Akatsuki, we have to check Naruto's documents and his mission reports. Of course, they have to know about our defenses, but also they are to follow Naruto's movements all the time. Also, since Naruto didn't do any B-to-A ranked missions, the below-ranked ones are accessible to everyone that has a Chunin rank or above. We could check those and also see who checked said documents in the last 3 years, explained Kurenai, earning thinking pose from Kakashi and Tsunade. "I doubt Dansu would be looking into C-ranked mission reports, Kurenai. Either way, it's good to check those as well. Maybe, this is Dansu's thinking. No one would be suspicious of a person of his status checking on C-ranked mission reports and informing Akatsuki on Naruto's whereabouts," ordered Tsunade, before Kakashi and Kurenai bowed and left for the door. "Seems like Dansu is once again acting on the shadows." With Naruto. After arriving at the designated city, Naruto checked in the hotel and left some stuff inside his room. After that, he left to scout the city for his next victim. Sejki's dressing was outrageous, not to mention the man's stupid haircut. He was unmistakable, so either he was plain stupid and lucky to escape the Hunter-Nins or he killed them all. In any case, Naruto had to find him and see for himself what this man was all about. After some time of walking around, he found his target. He was seating inside a Dengo restaurant and talking to the waitress. Naruto was using a henge, so by look alone, was impossible to determine if he was a Hunter-Nin or not. Also, since the man was far, he couldn't sense Naruto's chakra. However, the man was a jounin and his instincts far surpassed the need to feel or see someone to know that he was being followed. However, Naruto's mission wasn't to spy on him, so he returned to his hotel and grabbed his uniform and sword. Getting back, he made his figure visible to his enemy, who in turn only laughed at yet another hunter to dispose of. "Hideyashi Sejki, from the crimes against Konoha, you are to be eliminated," said Naruto, but the man only smiled. "Eliminated? I thought you offered, first, the option of me coming back willingly and my sentence would be reduced," said Sejki, before seeing Naruto grabbing his sword. "I just presumed you already heard this and declined, so I didn't feel the need to add that to my speech. I thought you wouldn't mind, though. But guess I was wrong. Well, if you really wanted to come back, you should have said so," said Naruto as he saw Sejki pointing to a direction for the Hunter-Nin to follow. Naruto obliged and followed him. Although the man was a criminal, I guess he wasn't a complete lunatic. When both warriors stopped, Naruto began to scan his surroundings. I thought I was clear with the last Hunter-Nin who thought that he could take me on a fight. I wanted to be left alone, said Sejki, to which Naruto nodded. Sorry, it's my job. It's nothing personal. You understand that, right? Asked Naruto, earning a laugh from the man who was surprised that this Hunter-Nin wasn't saying things like crimes against Konoha or being a threat to the village. Well, it seems that you are different than the others. Now, let's see if your fighting is better than all of those who came trying to kill me, said Sejki as he dropped into an instance. Naruto, this man is dangerous. I can feel the electricity being gathered around his body, said Kyuubi, to which Naruto nodded and became ready to use Fuuten ninjutsu to counterattack. True to Kyuubi's warnings, Sejki made some hand seals and screamed Raiten-Jan, lightning release, false darkness jutsu. Immediately, a huge lightning bolt charged Naruto, who didn't have other option besides dodging and throwing some kunais at the target. With a kunai of his own, Sejki was able to deflect all the incoming kunais and once again sent a lightning bolt attack at Naruto. The blonde dodged yet again and approached Sejki with his sword for close contact fighting. Naruto figured that his choice of jutsus, Sejki, was a long-range fighter, but he was wrong. However, Sejki proved to be just as efficient with his taijutsu, since he was evading all of Naruto's sword attacks and still was able to fight back. It seems he is just as effective in close ranged. So we just have to switch to long range, right? Said Kyuubi, to which Naruto nodded and jumped backwards while making some hand seals. Fuuten Daitapa, wind release, great breakthrough jutsu. The huge gust of wind appeared out of nowhere and sent Sejki flying. Not wanting to let the man rest, Naruto channeled some of Kyuubi's chakra and made some hand seals. Katen Zukaku, fire release, head mincing pain jutsu. Sejki looked at the ever-growing fire and used a substitution jutsu, barely escaping the incoming fire. However, luckily to Naruto, the man's arm was burned from not escaping in time. You're good, I tell you that. Quite interesting sequence of jutsus you got there, said Sejki as he fell into his stance. I appreciate the compliment. However, we are far from over, so excuse me if I don't feel like talking, said Naruto as he once again made some hand seals for Katen Karyu Enden, fire release, fire dragon missile jutsu. After Naruto exhaled the huge fire missile, Sejki snarled and made some quick hand seals for Raiten Kaskishu, lightning release, lightning barrier jutsu. Meanwhile, big white-haired man was passing by and saw a huge chakra being used nearby. Speeding around the town, he got to the battlefield only to see a Hunter-Nin from Konoha doing some hand seals and exhaling a huge fire missile, and his opponent using what appeared to be a barrier made of lightning to protect himself from the fire attack. He knew Naruto was a Hunter-Nin, but seeing that the man made a Katen ninjutsu, he knew Naruto wasn't the man. However, he remembered the blonde saying that Kyuubi had a fire affinity. Suddenly, both opponents began making hand seals at the same time and finishing at the exact same time. Raiten Rakurai no Jutsu, lightning release, thunderbolt jutsu. Fuuten Kaze no Yaiba, wind release, wind sword jutsu. Just as the two elements were about to shock with each other, both opponents were surprised that they passed, and now as the sword charged Sejki, the thunderbolt charged against Naruto. Focusing as much of Kyuubi's chakra as he could manage, Naruto evaded the thunderbolt, but his arm suffered the worst, as the electric current scratched his skin, which was enough to send enough electricity inside Naruto's body to make him scream in agony. Sejki, though, wasn't lucky, and the wind sword hit him right in the chest, thus making a deep and fatal cut. The man was dead before he hit the floor. Naruto, though, was still suffering the power of the attack. Calm down, Naruto, I'm eliminating the current from the body, hold still for a second, shouted Kyuubi as he was using his chakra to cure Naruto's organs. Easy for you to say, you damn fox. Ah! Screamed Naruto inside his mind and outside, he was grinding his teeth. His mask was shattered and his face was visible, so Jiraiya was able to see his student and rushed to his side immediately. Naruto, are you okay? Asked Jiraiya while tending to the blonde's arms. Naruto, although wasn't concerned to seeing his teacher. Where's my mask? No one can know where I am? Said Naruto while still grinding his teeth. Don't worry about that, I'll take care of you, said Jiraiya as he dressed Naruto with a coat and placed the coat's hood thus covering his face. The blonde got up almost barely and went to check on Sejki. Naruto was thanking Kami that his attack landed simply because he would be dead otherwise. Taking his sword, Naruto cut Sejki's head and then, he burned the man's body, before locking the man's head inside a scroll. While this was happening, Jiraiya was finding hard to believe that Naruto of all people was so brutally efficient on the job. Jiraiya knew some Hunter-Nins, but the pervert knew how they behaved. Naruto, though, was 100% different than all of them. However, seeing Naruto forgetting about being almost shocked to death and deal with what he had to do was unnerving. Naruto for his part summoned Gamakichi and asked him to take the scroll to the Hunter-Nin commander, to which the toad nodded and vanished. "What are you doing here, Jiraiya?" asked the blonde while he kneeled on the ground and holds his damaged arm a little bit. "Would you believe if I said that I was just passing by? I see you're taking the Hunter-Nin job seriously, Naruto," stated Jiraiya, to which Naruto nodded and looked at his shattered mask. "Yes, I should avoid Raiten users for now. Being on the receiving end of a Raiten jutsu hurts like a bitch, and now I had to ask for a new mask for the commander." "Are you staying longer or just passing by?" said Naruto as he got up and adjusted the hood so no one would know he was there. "I was just passing through. I'm heading to River Country to meet one of my spies. He contacted me and said he held some valuable information for me." "Are you okay on your own?" asked Jiraiya, to which Naruto nodded. "I can take care of myself, thanks. I've been taking care of myself for a while now, I guess I can manage," said Naruto as he grabbed the scroll. Gamakichi returned and grabbed his new mask and money of the hunt. After Naruto put his new mask, he looked at Jiraiya as in trying to find something to say to the man. However, he didn't have any. In fact, the blonde couldn't think of a reason to keep talking to the pervert. Jiraiya for his part eyed Naruto warily and wondered why he was so uncomfortable, when suddenly Naruto turned and said goodbye to the man before vanishing and leaving Jiraiya alone to wonder. The Sannin was flabbergasted by the blonde's choice of action and still wondered why the hell Naruto was avoiding him. He knew of Naruto's fear that Akatsuki would use others to get to him, but no one would go after the Sannin, so the blonde didn't need to worry about that. Nevertheless, Naruto was even stronger than before if what Jiraiya witnessed. Using two affinities would grant someone the rank of Jounin in Konoha, and seeing Naruto beating what appeared to be an ex-Jounin, the Sannin didn't doubt the blonde was training profusely. The pervert was now anxious to see what the blonde came up with on his own. He could have finally completed the Rasengan, if Kakashi's statement was precise. Back with Naruto, he entered the shower in order to clean the wound made by the lightning attack. At the moment, he appreciated having Kyubi with him to cure him from the excruciating pain seconds after the attack. For a minute, there, all Naruto could feel was pain, and he wondered how could he protect himself in case of similar attacks in the future. In case you forgot about my idea, we considered creating a new technique called Fuuten Kazutaku, Wind Release, Wind Shield Jutsu. It would definitely protect you from Raiten attacks, said Kyubi as Naruto looked at the water coming from the shower in wonder. I guess I have no choice, then. Until I'm able to create this new technique, it's safe that I avoid fighting more missing nins. Up to now, all the jutsus that we trained for were exclusively offensive ones. We need to focus now on defensive ones. Do you perhaps have one defensive katen to teach me? Asked Naruto, to which Kyubi nodded, but there was a catch. I do, actually. However, is a demonic jutsu and could only be used with my chakra. It's called Katen Kekai Hidokuro no Tate, Fire Barrier, Fire Skull Shield Jutsu. It's pretty easy to make, but extremely taxing chakra-wise. After making the needed hand seals, you'd slam both hands on the ground and release the molded chakra, explained Kyubi, to which Naruto nodded and asked to be taught. Rest for a while, tomorrow we'll begin both jutsus, said Kyubi, to which Naruto nodded and got out of the bathroom, before going to bed and rest for the day. Even if the pain subsided, Naruto's body was far from healed, so Kyubi needed Naruto to sleep, so he could fully heal his body and protect his inner organs from the shock inside his body. Next day. When the sunlight illuminated Naruto's bedroom, the blonde wondered how much time he slept, seeing that when he went to bed, the sun was just about to say the previous day. When he got up, though, he was expecting to feel at least the last bits of pain, however the pain was completely gone, and it was like the pain never existed. You can thank me for that. The reason you slept so much was because I was using my regeneration chakra to heal all your body and organs. Now, you are as good as new, said Kyubi, to which Naruto nodded and dressed up. Okay, then. Let's train a little bit, said Naruto as he placed his mask on and left the hotel only to meet with Jiraiya waiting for him. Well, hello there, Hunter-san. I was wondering when you would be waking up. I need to talk with you for a second, said Jiraiya, to which Naruto sighed and nodded before following Jiraiya. As they were walking, Jiraiya couldn't help but notice that Naruto managed to increase his muscles while training, and he wondered what influenced his body to grow like this. When they stopped, Jiraiya turned to become face-to-face, with Naruto. Okay, Jiraiya, what is that you wanted to speak with me? Asked Naruto, not at all wanting to prolong this conversation than it needed to be. Show some respect, brat, no tea, only I outrank you, but also I'm older than you, shouted Jiraiya, to which Naruto shrugged it off. If all you wanted to say was that, there wasn't any need of even having this conversation. What is it? Asked Naruto once again, enforcing more his irritation in the end. Fine, first of all, I'm curious as to why are you being so distant towards me? I was expecting a much warmer reception coming from you, questioned Jiraiya, to which Naruto grinned a bit and stated that Jiraiya was expecting to see someone else instead of him. What would you expect of someone who's wearing a mask? Besides, the one you came to know no longer exists. Next question, inquired Naruto, earning a popping vein from Jiraiya's forehead, but he chose subjects. Okay, how did you manage to use Katen and Fuuten ninjutsu? Those two are opposite forces for a reason, asked Jiraiya, but only to confirm his suspicions. It's simple really. I have Fuuten as my element and you know who is Katen as his element. Upon using his chakra, I can use Katen ninjutsu, explained Naruto, confirming Jiraiya's suspicions. I'm also here to report of the success of the mission so far. As of now, you're traveling across Snow Country to meet one of my spies, and said man informed me that he spotted two men with Akatsuki robes wandering around the area, which mean that someone is informing them of your whereabouts. As of right now, we have a task force back in Konoha in order to discover this rat and arrest him for good. I was going to tell you to continue with hiding from their traces, but I'm sure you already got the handle, reported Jiraiya, earning the nod of the Hunter-Nin. I wasn't aware that someone was informing Akatsuki of my whereabouts, but it's good to know that your counterintelligence also served this purpose. I appreciate your help in all this, Jiraiya-san, and hope that I can train hard enough so that upon encountering my enemies, I'll be strong enough to beat them. For now, though, I'll be training against ex-jounins. Right now, I'm about to add 2 defensive jutsus to my list, said Naruto, to which Jiraiya was interested and asked if he could tag along. Naruto didn't have a problem, so they went to the clearing that he fought against Sejki. Once at the clearing, Naruto summoned close to 20 cage bunshines and explained them that Kyuubi would explain his jutsu. When Jiraiya questioned his training method, Naruto explained that Kyuubi's conscience is divided among the clones, so that he can explain the jutsu's theory to the clones while gets to attempt his new Fuuten ninjutsu. Jiraiya was impressed with said method and immediately wondered how much stronger would Naruto be if he used this method on their training trip. Jiraiya spent some time with the real one, watching how he attempted to create a wind barrier by circulating wind chakra around his body. Surely, the first attempts were futile, but after some time, Naruto was already able to maintain the wind circulating around him. Now he only had to expand the technique to cover his whole body, and his technique was ready to use. True to his wonderings, the next attempt was a success. The wind was surrounding around Naruto's body, fully protecting him for harm. When he looked to the clones, though, his eyes practically left the respective sockets. The technique the clones were attempting seemed to be a barrier that came out of the ground, consisted of numerous burning skeletons. Being a Sannin, Jiraiya prided himself of knowing all fire techniques that exists in the elemental nations, however this one was new even to him. Naruto looked at the white-haired man and explained that was a demonic jutsu created by the fox himself. I was starting to wonder if I was going senile for a moment, there. So, this is Kyuubi's attack, huh? Asked Jiraiya as he was studying the fire barrier in front of him and touched one of the skeletons with his finger, but yanked it soon after, thus avoiding a burned hand. Tell the pervert, the technique's temperature is beyond what humans can stand, and should he landed his whole hand, he wouldn't be faster enough to save his hand, said Kyuubi, to which Naruto acknowledged and passed on the information. After Naruto dismissed the clones, the technique's information returned to him, and then he turned to Jiraiya, who was smiling at the blonde, even though the pervert knew Naruto was a changed man. I'm surprised at your growth. Truth be told, I didn't expect you to reach this level so quickly. I think I'm going now, but bear in mind that as of now, Akatsuki are way out of your league. Keep training and we'll talk more in the future. Perhaps when I see that you matched Orochimaru's henchman Kabuto's level, you should, then, be able to take on a Akatsuki member, albeit the weakest of them all. Be safe, Naruto, and don't forget to use the toads in case you need help. Use them to call me if needed be and I'll come to help you, said Jiraiya before leaving towards his destination. Naruto for his part watched the man leave and nodded in response. Guess it will take a while for that to happen, Jiraiya, but at least I get to fight the B-ranked missing nins for a while and get stronger. Kabuto's level is the same as Kakashi's, so that means I have to be better than Kakashi-sensei. While I know that Kakashi is way stronger than Kabuto, the man is slippery like a snake. Thought Naruto as Kyuubi manifested. Snakes are a bunch of cowards. They wait for you to turn your back so that they can attack. Without the element of surprise, they have nothing. When the time comes and Orochimaru is our enemy, he won't know what hit him, shouted Kyuubi, to which Naruto nodded. Orochimaru is an S-ranked missing nin, same as Itachi. Sasuke is considered an A-ranked. We'll have waited a while before fighting them. However, when the time comes, we'll sure be ready for them, thought Naruto as Kyuubi acknowledged. Alright, now that the pervert is gone, we can train for real. Summon 10 cage bunshines and let's do some sword sparring, ordered Kyuubi, to which Naruto nodded and made the peculiar hand seal, before grabbing his sword and attacked his enemies. With Akatsuki. After seeing Hidan and Kakuzu returning without the Kyuubi vessel, Pain was very irritated. He knew Hidan would screw things up, but Kakuzu was the elite of the elite, and to see him fail of all people was the exception. The Akatsuki knew of Naruto's mission to meet Jiraiya's spy network from a spy they had inside Konoha. However, when they approached his designated spot where he would be, Akatsuki couldn't find trace of the boy. If Jiraiya was with him, chances are that the man is protecting him by covering his tracks like a pro. In that case, Akatsuki couldn't hope to find Naruto anytime soon. Jiraiya achieved the rank of Sannin for a reason, and although Akatsuki could take him with 2 members, his evasion abilities were top-notch. Hidan, it's most unfortunate that you failed me yet again. I expected this from Hidan, but not from you, said Pain, to which Hidan snarled at the leader, but Kakuzu maintained his cool. It seems we arrived late and the Jinchuriki wasn't there anymore. Our sources in Konoha stated that he would reach River Country tomorrow, so we will be waiting for him. Even if the Sannin Jiraiya is helping him, I doubt he could take on 2 of us, said Kakuzu, to which Pain nodded and agreed with his assessment. Very well, you 2 should leave right away for River Country. Be wary of Jiraiya, though. I wouldn't be surprised if he already knew both your abilities and already knew of a way to counter. Try not to engage him for now. If you manage to take the Kyuubi brat without having to fight him, good. If not, return to the base immediately, ordered Pain, before he turned to the other members. Itachi and Kisame, you 2 are to find the 4-tailed demon. He is the next, seeing that Datara managed to capture the Sanbi. This meeting is adjourned until I say so. Hidan, Kakuzu, I advise both of you not to fail me anymore. I was lenient this time, but I can't promise to be the next time, said Pain before his image vanished. Ha, I swear I'm going to kill that arrogant piece of shit, shouted Hidan, before Kakuzu reprimanded his partner and began walking away, heading to River Country. Little did they know, though, that a trap awaited them. With Hana. After closing the clinic, Hana and the triplets were walking back to her compound. It was a rather boring day with only a few checkups and minor surgeries. In fact, today was just like any other day. The only difference was after her mission with Naruto, the blonde occupied her mind all day and the memories varied between seeing him fight and having fantasies about him. It was a good thing Hana managed to hide her sexual behavior from the public, otherwise it would be tough to walk around Konoha. As she was walking, her eyes fixed on a friend of hers that happened to graduate the same year. Ohio Anko-chan? How are you doing these days? Asked Hana, gaining the attention of Anko since she turned and faced the Inuzuka-chunin. Hi Hana, I'm fine, and you? I heard that you went on a mission with a Hunter-Nin last week. How was it? Asked Anko, earning a suspicious glare from Hana. She remembered the Hokage saying that no one was supposed to know of Naruto's real identity. It was okay. With the hunter's help, our clan managed to retrieve 2 of our most prized pups. Sadly, though, the hunted was my uncle, but I was glad to see the Hunter-Nin beating the hell out of him before giving the lethal blow, reported Hana, earning a whistle from Anko, who was surprised to see a Hunter-Nin finally cleaning the bingo book. Finally, someone with skills out there. The bingo book was getting quite thick. At least, now that this Hunter-Nin is cleaning out the missing nins, not only the book will diminish, but it will serve as a lesson for the ones who are planning on escaping in the future, said Anko, to which Hana nodded and silently smiled as they were talking about Naruto. I wonder, though, if you know who this guy is? I've only heard rumors of his appearance and all, but wanted to know who he is, asked Anko, though lying to Hana, since she knew it was Naruto, simply because, of all the Hunter-Nins she knew, only he had the balls to face ex-Jounins and managing to deliver a killing blow. Also, she was teasing Hana, simply because Anko talked with Kurenai, who in turn explained that Hana already knew of Naruto, but she wasn't supposed to tell anyone. Hana for her part cursed Anko and wondered if that smile on her face was an indication that she was tricking Hana into telling a secret. I wonder if that smile on your face is any indication that you're only teasing me, Anko-chan? I wonder if you by chance already know who the Hunter-Nin is and is just playing with me? Said Hana, to which Anko just scowled at the girl for ruining all the fun of things. So you already know who he is as well. It's not hard to figure out since the rumor all said he is blonde, so apart from Tsunade-sama, the only one with blonde hair could only be him, said Hana, to which Anko nodded. I happen to wonder what happened in that mission between you and him, Hana-chan? If I didn't know any better, it seems you are quite fond of speaking about him. As to why I wonder? Asked Anko, now cornering the Inuzuka woman. I happen to know for a fact that his body is to dream for, and I happen to sometimes imagine how he would behave in bed. Asked Anko, innocently, but with a sexual remark. However, her plan was a success when she saw Hana showing light shades of pink on her cheeks. Blushing, aren't we? I guess you already imagined him like that, haven't you, Hana-chan? Teased Anko as she used her finger and caressed Hana's chin a little bit. With Naruto. After settling down a bit, Naruto picked his bingo book and crossed Sejki's face. Considering his initial fright of fighting Jounin-level ninjas, he already managed to beat 2 Jounins, and he knew some of the rest were just recently promoted Jounins and others were given the rank based on either chakra capacity or specific technique. Yes, I doubt the little Uchiha would be considered A-ranked without his Dujutsu. Unlucky for him, though, he won't be able to see our movements, because of the mask, said Kyubi, to which Naruto nodded. Turning the page, Naruto was surprised by seeing this man yet again. It was the third time Naruto had to face the man, and frankly, the blonde was getting tired of facing this man. It's like he never learned his lesson. Well, I guess I'll just have to kill him, then, thought Naruto as he eyed the picture of the one who told him of Kyubi's existence. Tuji Mizuki, we meet yet again. Chapter 8, Finding the Rat. After seeing Mizuki's face in the bingo book, Naruto closed it and got up. The man was stupid enough to remain within Fire Country's territory, even though he tried escaping 2 times already. Surprisingly enough, Mizuki was considered a Jounin-level ninja, even if he was a Chunin at the time he betrayed Konoha. Correct if I'm wrong, but this Mizuki wasn't the guy who experimented on Orochimaru's potion, thus losing the ability to manipulate chakra, said Kyubi, to which Naruto nodded. Yes, you're right. However, we don't know what happened to him after that time. Maybe someone healed the effects or something. The blonde looked around a while and saw that he was positioned in a clear place, thus being able to train some more, before initiating his hunt on Mizuki. After all, it wouldn't be fair to appear before the man and not see the look on pure horror on his face when he figures out Naruto, once more, stopped him with a superior technique. Summoning a group of cage bunshines, Naruto took his sword and began fighting against his clones. With Jiraiya . The pervert was seen drinking some sake and eating some dengo. Even though it was clouded today, the pervert was smiling, which meant that today would be interesting to say the least. Today would be the time where his counterintelligence mission will be responsible for taking out 2 Akatsuki members altogether. Jiraiya presumed that the ones that were located near Snow Country would once again search for Naruto in River Country, since the pervert happened to inform Konoha of his fake whereabouts just so that Hidan and Kakuzu comes and fall right into the trap carefully elaborated by both Jiraiya and the Toads. Jiraiya was so trapped inside his own wonderings that he failed to see that the waitress came asking him if he wanted anything more, thus waking the man from his daydreaming. Well, yes my dear, I was hoping to invite a beautiful woman like you for some dinner later tonight, whispered Jiraiya closely to the girl's ears, making the young girl blush from the remark so much that she used a napkin she was holding and covered her face in order to hide her red face, before rushing back to the kitchen. Jiraiya laughed out loud about the girl's antics, and immediately an idea popped inside his mind as to an update to his new book. Some people called him a bloody pervert or the entire woman population. However, Jiraiya either didn't care or became amused by receiving said nickname. Actually, Jiraiya's peeping activity served 2 purposes. One was filling his old mind with dirty ideas and passing them to his books, thus increasing his economy, and the other was important intel. Come to speak of it, some of Jiraiya's spies happened to be disguised hookers. According to the pervert, a hooker has the ability of knowing everything from a man just by swinging her hips in a sexual manner and teasing men. Also, since all of them were either drunk or drugged, opening their mouth to speak wasn't a problem. Getting up, he left money on the table and screamed to let the waitress know where the money was. Right now, he needed to go visit his spy a few blocks from his position and ask what information the man has for him. Walking around, Jiraiya's mind wandered back to his first blonde student and the repercussions that transformed Naruto into one of the most efficient Hunter-Nins to ever use the mask. Jiraiya always knew that the Hunter-Nin position were dedicated to not-so-experienced shinobi who were better off hunting some missing nins and trying to help Konoha the best way they could, which wasn't much in the end, since the bingo book was getting thicker and the Hunter-Nins were being killed one by one. Actually, the only one good enough to be considered the elite, was the now Hunter-Nin commander Uzumaki Naruto. However, where Orochimaru is insane, Naruto is vicious. In fact, Jiraiya, once, remembered witnessing the man doing his job once. But instead of a swift kill, Naruto pretty much mutilated every part of the enemy's body, before remembering to burn the corpse. While Naruto's kill isn't like Naruto's, Jiraiya was wondering about what would be like for Naruto in the future. Being a Hunter-Nin meant to kill and kill more. The blonde wouldn't be doing anything different for quite a while, and the thought of seeing a bloodthirsty Naruto walking around Konoha was unnerving to say the least. Even though Jiraiya felt Naruto's change in behavior, the pervert couldn't help but smile at the same impatience and disrespect for Jiraiya's position, which meant that even after a high number of kills, Naruto still kept a presumably normal behavior. Now, as to the boy's skills growing leaps and bounds, Jiraiya wondered about his method of training. Using Kyuubi's chakra to perform kata ninjutsu was brilliant, and Jiraiya was suspicious that the demon came up with this idea. Also, Naruto's muscle structure pretty much doubled, giving him a bigger and stronger appearance, perhaps even bigger than Kakashi, though that didn't mean Naruto could beat the copycat ninja. Nevertheless, the blonde now possessed a threatening appearance to his enemies. With Naruto . Holding his sword horizontally, Naruto managed to defend himself from a sword attack from one of the clones, before using his strong legs and landing a swift kick right at the clone's chest, thus dispelling him instantly. After that, he saw the rest of the 5 Bunshines approaching with their swords. Naruto placed his sword on the grass and made some hand seals. Fuuten Arashi no Hagshi, Wind Release, Furious Hurricane Jutsu. Instantly, all 5 clones went flying as the hurricane grew in size. After the technique ended, Naruto kneeled on the ground, snarling. "Damn it, it's still hard to do this technique." "In time, you'll learn it," said Kyuubi, to which Naruto nodded and got up, watching the view around him. Normally, he would look at large buildings, wide green areas and people surrounding the streets. Now, all he saw was an open area and a big lake to his left. He sat down for a while and watched the river as a few wild animals appeared to drink some water from the river. The animals, though, looked at him, and Naruto laughed while wondering if they were bothered about him staying there. It was actually quite peaceful to just hang out for a while. Sometimes, taking a break from things helped clear the mind. Taking off his clothes, but not the mask, Naruto jumped to the lake and just relaxed for a while. It wouldn't do any good for him to overstrain his body all the time. With Jiraiya . Entering what seemed to be a damaged cottage, Jiraiya studied the place for a while. He knew for a fact that his contacts would never meet him in a common place. He didn't have to wait, though, as a familiar voice, at least to him, greeted the pervert. "It's nice to see you, Jiraiya-san. You look the same as you did 10 years ago," said the man, though only the shadow was visible. Jiraiya knew better that this man wouldn't show more than this, so he shrugged it off and greeted the man back. This man rarely even contacted the pervert, and when he received the letter, Jiraiya was surprised to say the least. "So, what do you call me for? You rarely meddle with shinobi business, let alone want to talk to someone about it," said Jiraiya, to which the shadow smiled and began to explain. "You're quite right, Jiraiya. Shinobis were the ones who killed my family, so disliked them to say the least. The reason I called you, though, was concerning that one who holds the Kyuubi inside of him," said the shadow, earning a serious look from Jiraiya. Naruto, as of a few months ago, became a secret subject, and any info regarding him had to remain a secret. Although, Jiraiya was surprised, since neither of his contacts ever mentioned Naruto's name, let alone told him something about the blonde that they knew. The shadow wasn't waiting for an authorization from Jiraiya to start speaking, so he spoke. "As you know, the group called Akatsuki is hunting the tailed beasts, but their purpose is still unknown until now," said the shadow, just waiting for the information to sink in Jiraiya's mind, and he widened his eyes in surprise at this important info. So far, Akatsuki's goals were hidden from everyone. Collecting the tailed beasts would grant a lot of power, but the purpose for this power was unknown. "Well, I guess you'll tell me, or should I read the scroll's contents?" asked Jiraiya as the man nodded and left, leaving the scroll on top of a table. As Jiraiya unrolled it, he began reading the document. So far, the document contained all data regarding Akatsuki and their recent movements, the demons they already captured, their members and abilities. Jiraiya was reading the scroll with a frown, since he already knew most of the scroll and the info he didn't know wasn't even close to what the man was talking about. However, when Jiraiya looked at the last paragraph, he flinched. By capturing the tailed beasts, Akatsuki would have the power to level the hidden villages. By using the power of the Baijuas, Akatsuki will have the power to create war and then offer their services to end the war, thus weakening the power and economic resources of the 5 hidden villages. Also is that Kyuubi is the key. Even if they manage to capture 8 of the 9 Baijuas, only by capturing the Kyuubi as well, will they have access to the power of the tailed beasts. After reading it, Jiraiya was paled. First of all, he learned that Akatsuki's goal is to take over the world by creating wars and gaining profit from them. The news about the Kyuubi being the key, although surprised him, wasn't unexpected. Kyuubi is the strongest of them all, but what concerned him was if Akatsuki decides to go all out against Naruto once they captured the 8 others. Naruto is already protected by my counterintelligence, so I just have to watch out for the ones they didn't capture and hope to protect him or her as well from Akatsuki's hands. Looking at the sun, Jiraiya smiled since it was time for this plan to initiate. Jumping towards the nearest set of trees, Jiraiya rushed to the place where he would meet his prey and hope that his plan worked. The place was highly surrounded by tall trees, so the enemy wouldn't be able to suspect anything. After arriving, Jiraiya summoned what appeared to be 2 small toads wearing a small cape to surround their tiny bodies, thus leaving the head out. "Is it time already, Jiraiya-chan?" asked the male toad, to which Jiraiya nodded. "Yes, it is Fugasaku-sama. The 2 are approaching this in less than 5 minutes. Let's proceed with the plan," said Jiraiya, to which the little toad nodded and began making hand seals for another summoning ritual. A little far from the place and completely oblivious to a trap ahead, Kakuzu and Hidan were walking calmly towards their destination. According to their informant in Konoha, Naruto would be located a few miles from where they were right now, so they came in order to capture the 9-tailed fox inside of him. Hidan was complaining like usual and Kakuzu was mumbling threatening words to his so-called immortal partner. It was no secret that Kakuzu already tried to kill Hidan, only for said man to explain time and time again that he can't die. It was unnerving to say the least for the big guy who happened to use this type of intimidation and finding someone he can't kill no matter how much he tried. "Oh Kakuzu, how long will it take to reach the place? I can't take why you bother walking when we could reach there faster," complained Hidan, earning once again mumbles from Kakuzu, who in turn responded with his grave and deep voice. "We need to be approached with cautious, Hidan, the toad Sanin Jiraiya maybe with the Jinchuriki," explained Hidan, before seeing Hidan snarled and looked around. Kakuzu, however, was suspicious of perhaps walking into a trap. The man happened to kill more person than mostly anyone and he wouldn't survive this long if his senses didn't improve with experience. Once the 2 entered in a clearing, the ground, suddenly, turned to mud, but they jumped away in time. After the swamp vanished, Jiraiya entered calmly and faced his foes. "Oh, is nice seeing you, Hidan, Kakuzu. I presume you're here for the Jinchuriki?" asked Jiraiya, not bothering to call Naruto by his name. Just when Hidan and Kakuzu moved to flee, both of them faced 2 giant toads, Gambunta and Gamaken. "You aren't going nowhere from here. It's time that both of your existence in this world ends," said Jiraiya, before charging to attack Kakuzu, since Jiraiya knew that man was the strongest of the 2. Jiraiya knew of their abilities. Hidan prayed for Dark Lord Jashin and granted immortality in return, also he has a jutsu that could inflict pain on others by causing on himself. Kakuzu has 5 hearts and in order to kill him, Jiraiya had to kill the man 5 times. Other than that, though, the information about him being able to use all forms of elemental manipulation. As to Hidan, the only way to kill him was to take off his head. Seeing the imminent attack, Kakuzu and Hidan scattered and fell into fighting positions. "Your blood will be ultimate offer to Lord Jashin," said Hidan before he took his scythe and charged against Jiraiya, who in turn smiled and only waited until a tongue suddenly enveloped Hidan and immobilized him. "Gamabunta, hold him still for a moment. I'll deal with the other one and then I'll take him," shouted Jiraiya, gaining a nod from the toad. Kakuzu snarled at his incompetent partner and removed his Akatsuki cloak. It wouldn't do any good to fight only with one element after all. Jiraiya was waiting for the man to be ready, but he wasn't expecting to see suddenly 5 enemies to deal with. He would have to be better informed in the future. "I knew you have 5 hearts, Kakuzu, but I never expected you to be able to split those hearts in these beings," said Jiraiya, to which Kakuzu laughed and said that Jiraiya's heart would be a fine addition to his collection, not to mention that the man's bounty was superior to a cage. "You won't beat me, Jiraiya of the Sanin. You are a Sanin, but I beat you in terms of experience," said Kakuzu, earning a look in wonder from Jiraiya. Hearing someone having more experience than Hunter-Nin was strange to say the least. Jiraiya wasn't thrilled to say he was in his 50s, but Kakuzu, although had a strange appearance, wasn't older than him by any terms. Upon asking about his age, though, Jiraiya was shocked to say the least. According to Kakuzu, he was the one who beat Shodaime Hokage. Jiraiya didn't think that was possible. The Shodai died more than 100 years ago, how you can be alive thus far? Asked Jiraiya, to which Kakuzu laughed, but didn't respond with words, but with hand seals. Raiten-Jan, lightning release, false darkness jutsu, said Kakuzu as one of the masks opened his mouth and exhaled the thunderbolt, obliging Jiraiya to jump and make hand seals for Dotonyomi Numa, earth release, swamp of the underworld jutsu, and slam his hand on the ground. The vast area swamp was suddenly created and Kakuzu jumped out of the way, along with 3 of the masks. However, the one that used the lightning attack was trapped and Jiraiya threw a simple kunai at the mask, thus shattering it. He didn't know if hitting the mask would do the trick. But once he saw Kakuzu holding his chest in pain, Jiraiya knew how to destroy the hearts. Meanwhile, Hidan was battling Gamabunta's tongue to get loose, but to no avail. After trying for a bit, he snarled at the damn toad and cursed the toad's existence. All he could do in the end was to watch the fight and hope that Kakuzu manages to beat Jiraiya. Back to the fight, Kakuzu stopped feeling the pain and made some hand seals. Immediately, 2 of the masks joined and opened their mouths at the same time, causing Jiraiya to panic. He felt both Katen and Fuuten level chakra coming out of them and prepared for the worst. Mixing them both was devastating to say the least, and he didn't know anything that could stop the damn attack. So, he used a Doton technique and went underground, while the joint technique leveled and burned the entire field. After the smoke dissipated, Kakuzu looked around, but no signs of Jiraiya whatsoever. It was when he heard someone screaming Doton Shinju Zanshu no Jutsu, earth release, double suicide decapitation jutsu, that Kakuzu realized his mistake. Jiraiya, by this time, used another kunai and slashed both fire and wind masks, taking 2 of Kakuzu's hearts, earning yet another grasp at the chest in pain from Kakuzu, who in turn, landed on the ground, doubling in pain from losing 2 hearts almost the same time. Jiraiya, though, didn't wait for him to get over the pain and charged him in straight taijutsu for a while. Kakuzu saw Jiraiya approaching and dodged the incoming punch as well as the succeeding roundhouse kick. By this time, he ignored the pain and engaged Jiraiya in taijutsu. The fight was matched pretty nicely, where Jiraiya punched Kakuzu on the shoulder. Kakuzu used the momentum and flipped his body, thus gaining speed in his kick straight at Jiraiya's chest, thus sending him flying, before making hand seals and his second mask sprang to life. Suten Sweryu Udan no Jutsu, water release, water dragon jutsu. Seeing the incoming dragon approaching, Jiraiya, while in mid-air, made some hand seals for Doton Doryuki, earth release, mud barrier jutsu, and exhaled a thin layer of mud on the ground just as he was about to land, while seizing the approach of the dragon and waiting for the wall to rise and protect him from the damage, which occurred just milliseconds away for the dragon to hit, thus sending water all over the field. His taijutsu is even better than mine, impressive. Ninjutsu is excellent, but what about genjutsu? Let's find out. Behind the wall, Jiraiya initiated some hand seals and molded his chakra in ways of reaching Kakuzu's chakra system. When he found it, his hand finished on the ram seal and Kakuzu now found himself inside a room that happens to expel what appeared to be an acid substance towards him, thus burning him alive. At first, Kakuzu screamed in agony, since his senses were being cheated into believing that the acid was burning all his skin. However, Kakuzu noticed something strange, since he was, firstly, battling Jiraiya in a plain field and now he was inside a room, burning alive. Snarling at his lack of ability in detecting genjutsu, Kakuzu stopped the flow of chakra and dispelled the genjutsu, before clutching his chest yet again. Looking for Jiraiya, he found the man slicing yet another mask while he was busy dispelling the genjutsu. Kakuzu was pissed to say the least. One man, no matter how strong he was, couldn't destroy 4 of Kakuzu's hearts alone. Kakuzu remembered the Akatsuki's leader ordering them not to engage Jiraiya, and now he knew why, since Jiraiya was a formidable opponent. He looked at Hidan, who in turn, stopped struggling against the toad's tongue and stood there watching the fight, not able to do anything. 4 of the hearts are now destroyed, leaving me only your real one to deal with. Now, from what I saw of your counterparts, each mask represented an ninjutsu element. So, seeing that I eliminated Raiten, Fuuten, Suten and Katen, I believe there is only your Doton ability to deal with, said Jiraiya as he extended his hands and focused on rotation. Kakuzu was prepared to dodge any ninjutsu Jiraiya would use, but when he saw the legendary Rasengan forming on the man's hand, Kakuzu became worried. He remembered hearing about the Yondaime's technique, but he never got to see one, nor its effects. Once finished a charge, Jiraiya charged against Kakuzu with speeds that were hard to follow. Kakuzu was desperate now and immediately used his hair inside him and switched to long-distance fighting, thus hindering Jiraiya's advance. However, instead of frowning, Jiraiya was smiling, which once again set Kakuzu on edge. Suddenly, he felt what appeared like a power drill against his back, practically ripping his body apart. Upon looking, he was astonished to see Jiraiya there pushing the Rasengan forward, thus damaging his body even more. After the hit, Kakuzu was sent flying together with the blast and both collided with a big rock. The Rasengan was doing its job, though, destroying Kakuzu's body. When Jiraiya arrived to see, he spotted the body and saw that he was dead. Quickly taking a scroll, Jiraiya placed what was left of Hidan's body inside it and turned to see Hidan, who was by now snarling in fear after seeing someone killing Kakuzu. "Don't worry about him, my friend, your punishment will be even worse. He cannot longer feel anything, since he's dead. You, on the other hand, will be left to rot inside the stomach of a certain toad. Gamabunta, will you be so kind to release him," said Jiraiya, while doing hand seals and slammed both his hands on the ground, saying Gamakuchi Shibari no Jutsu, Toad Mouth Binding Jutsu. Suddenly, the scenery changed and it switched to inside the toad's stomach just like the first time Jiraiya did this jutsu against Itachi and Kisame. Hidan looked around, afraid until tendrils suddenly grabbed him and took him inside to be devoured by the toad's stomach. Jiraiya was already outside looking up, wondering about the benefits of Naruto's counterintelligence mission. He was enjoying this thing way too much and wondered if by doing this, he could beat Orochimaru. One thing was sure, though, Akatsuki now lost 2 more of his goons, thus they will have a harder time gathering the tailed beasts. Taking the scroll of Kakuzu's remains, Jiraiya jumped on top of Gamabunta's head and asked for a trip back to Konoha, to which the toad snarled and began to jump towards Fire Country. When he left, though, a giant plant emerged from the battlefield and looked the fleeing toad, before vanishing once again to tell Pain of the troubling news. Back to Jiraiya, he was conversing with Gamabunta about Naruto and how he was faring these days. Gamabunta expressed his displeasure of not being summoned often by either Jiraiya or Naruto, only for the toad Sanin to laugh while joking that when he called the boss toad, he was always grumbling about not wanting to be summoned to this plane of existence. "Watch your mouth, Jiraiya, I was just asking about the brat. I heard that he became a Hunter-Nin after a Jounin of Konoha died, isn't that right?" Asked Gamabunta, to which Jiraiya nodded and explained everything, beginning from Naruto taking the blame for Sarutobi Asuma's passing and choosing to leave the village so that Akatsuki don't bother the village after me, nor give them the chance to use someone he cared about against him. The toad was impressed with the boy, but Jiraiya continued talking. "I think the reason he doesn't summon you is because by doing so, people would recognize who is behind the mask and his identity would be revealed. In time, though, he will lose the mask and fight alongside us once again, Bunta," said Jiraiya. In Konoha . Inside the mission archives, 2 people were looking intently and reading about all of a certain blonde's missions since he was a Jounin until now. D, C and B ranked missions were recorded for everyone from Jounin up to look at so that they could gauge what was happening to the Genins and Chunins of the village. Kurenai and Kakashi read tons of papers, in hopes of finding some trace of information about who tipped Akatsuki about Naruto's whereabouts. Kurenai was already fuming since she couldn't find anything, but Kakashi, on the contrary, was focused on one particular mission, the Wave Arc. Some details of the mission escaped his knowledge at the time, like Naruto saving Inari and his mother from 2 goons that were supposed to kidnap them for leverage. However, what interested him, though, wasn't that. Missions that suffers a change in rank are usually the one that all ninjas want to read it, hence what Kakashi's interest was focused on. He knew Dansu was smart and wouldn't put his name as the one who read the archive, but Kakashi didn't need to see his name. Several of the names scribbled at the file were common names like himself, Asuma, Guy and a few Tokubutsu Jounins. However, there was 1 or 2 that he didn't know about. Kurenai saw Kakashi picking a file and went towards him to find what he found out. This mission log piqued my interest. It was Team 7's first C-ranked mission, which in turn was updated to A-ranked, because of the fact that we encountered C and A-ranked missing nins. Now, the ones who read are common names, but there are 2 here that I don't know about. Do you know who they are? Asked Kakashi, to which Kurenai looked at the 2 names only to find one that she knew. "I know only one, Kakashi. Kurama Yakumo, former Onbu member and growing profusely at the Genjutsu department. Naruto helped her get over a demon that was assaulting her mind, so she wanted to know a little bit about Naruto, but the other one is strange as well, explained Kurenai. Kakashi wrote the name in a separate sheet of paper and closed the Wave Arc mission. He had a hunch of this man's involvement with Dansu's Ni division and went to the listed shinobi archives, followed by Kurenai. Something wasn't right and he would get to the bottom of this. Kakashi now felt ashamed to see people messing around with his student, thus spying Naruto's whereabouts. After entering inside the Konoha Ninja Force registry, Kakashi began searching for the name that appeared on the Wave Arc mission. Takara Shinobu wasn't found at all and both Kakashi and Kurenai ran into the list 2 times. Something is wrong in this. This mission was restricted to Jounin and above, it can't be possible for this man to see it and not be listed as a Konoha shinobi, explained Kakashi, earning a nod from Kurenai. Maybe, the name is false so this can't be linked to Dansu. That would be a plausible solution for investigating on Naruto's archives without having to worry about anyone finding out, said Kurenai, before seeing Kakashi nodding in negative. No, he wouldn't be able to do something like that, without alerting unwanted attention. My guess is this man is one of his goons from Ni, telling everything for Dansu. The hard thing, though, is that we met a dead end. Until we can find this man and get the information of him, there is no way we link this to Dansu unless. Said Kakashi as he thought for a while. It was risky, but after his time with Naruto, Sai changed and got away from Ni operations. I happen to know someone who could point out who is this Shinobu and hopefully, we can link this to Dansu in no time. With Naruto . After getting out of the water, Naruto got dressed and jumped towards the next set of trees. Mizuki was last seen near a village between the border between fire and river country, so he would arrive there and summon Gamakichi to track the man. Naruto was finding it strange how light he was feeling at the moment. It was like all the weight on his body was non-existent, the sword, the weights. Instantly, Naruto jumped from a tree to the other in nothing more than a blur. The speed was new to him and sometimes, Naruto would miss the tree from passing the place where he needed to land his feet. Immediately, Naruto focused chakra to his feet and began dancing around the huge set of trees, while trying to get accustomed to his new speed. The way he moved was similar to Lee with his weights on. It seems all the training really paid off. You are now adjusted to the weights on your body to the point that they are no longer usable. Release them and you'll see your real speed, said Kyuubi, to which Naruto nodded and released before charging towards the incoming trees, faster than ever. Man, this feels nice. I wonder if Lee feels the same thing when speeding like this. The wind on my face is amazing, thought Naruto as he kept jumping through the trees like blurs. Don't get used to this, though, Naruto. Upon reaching the proper store, we are going to purchase heavier weights. The way for the muscles to be more adjusted and ripped is for it to not get accustomed. We need to increase the pace, constantly until you can reach the designated size. Find a clearing and we'll train your new agility so we can use it effectively in battle, instructed Kyuubi, to which Naruto nodded and continued to jump through trees until he landed in the designated clearing. As he fought against the cage Bunshines, Naruto was smiling. He has become stronger training together with Kyuubi and sometimes, he wondered why he didn't become stronger before. Of course, he knew the answer to that question, but now that he saw the results of this training, he wished he changed a lot sooner. Don't get too cocky, brat, you still have ways to improve, but yes, you are stronger and faster. Now you realize that you should have done these years ago, instead of playing the role of the fool, the dead last. Now, I'm going to teach you a new Katen ninjutsu. It's time that I taught you my demon techniques, since after all, we are one. So, the technique is called Katen Makaya Note, Fire Release, Hellfire Jutsu. This jutsu takes a lot out of you just like the furious hurricane, but in time, your chakra will grow and you'll be able to do it. Now, this fire is different. It's hotter than the elemental fire, however fail in comparison to that Uchiha Amaterasu. Unfortunately, the God of the Sun technique is stronger. These are the hand signs, just mold the necessary chakra and slam both your hands on the ground. The fire will erupt from the ground, explained Kyuubi, earning a nod from Naruto, who summoned Kyuubi's chakra and molded the seals, before slamming his hands on the ground. Suddenly, white flames erupted from the ground, like a volcano, and burned a tree in seconds. Naruto, then, dispelled the technique because it would burn everything in its path. Being satisfied with the jutsu and his new speed, Naruto once again rushed towards his designated assignment. After all, it wouldn't be nice to keep Mizuki waiting. According to the bingo book, very few hunters ever tried their luck against the man, only to be defeated and of course, dead. Whatever skills Mizuki acquired, not only cured him but also granted him more powers. As Naruto crossed Fire Country straight to border town between River Country, his eyes saw a couple of leaf shinobis camping not far from him. By the looks of it, was a couple of chunins and a jounin, but none of them were familiar to Naruto, so he kept on going. 2 hours later, he arrived at the border town and quickly got inside a nice hotel right in the beginning of the little city. Once inside his room, he summoned Gamakichi and asked him to use his nature chakra in order to sense someone with high chakra. Gamakichi didn't need much time and found only one man that filled the description. Naruto, the guy I sensed is a little bit far, but I believe he is within the limits of this town, however I can't pinpoint his precise location, sorry, said Gamakichi, but Naruto waved him off, telling him not to worry and appreciated the help. Said Toad greeted him goodbye and Naruto got out of the hotel in hopes of finding Mizuki and settling this thing once and for all. The city did have its charms. As Naruto was walking around trying to find Mizuki, the blonde couldn't help but look around and administer the beauty that was only increased when the sun began its descent. Suddenly, the target appeared leaving what seemed a grocery store and began walking away. Naruto decided to follow the man through the many roofs in hopes of reaching a clearance. However, what Naruto didn't know was that Mizuki already sensed him and was only waiting for him to strike before killing yet another leaf nin. After the clearing arrived, Mizuki awaited the strike who in turn, never arrived. When he turned, he saw a Hunter-Nin walking towards him with hands on pocket and found it strange that he didn't try to kill him when he got the chance. Immediately, Mizuki was on high alert. He heard rumor of a powerful Hunter-Nin and worried that this guy might be him. His musings were cut short when he heard the Hunter-Nin speak. Tuji Mizuki, for your crimes against Konoha, you are hereby sentenced to death, said Naruto, to which Mizuki snarled and fell into a defensive position. This guy's presence was strong, but Mizuki wouldn't go down easily. Don't underestimate Hunter-Nin, a few of your kind tried before and failed, what makes you think your fate will be different? Snarled Mizuki, before silence enveloped the battlefield. For a few seconds, no one said anything, but instead, they turned look at one another. Naruto, then, took off his sword and began to talk. Because I've already beat you several times before and now will be the last, said Naruto, before summoning chakra to his feet and charging Mizuki like a blur with his sword. Mizuki saw the hunter one time and then the man vanished in thin air. Suddenly, a huge gash on the side of his stomach was formed and blood poured out of it, obliging Mizuki to place his hands on the wound and snarl at his opponent's speed. Tell me something, Mizuki, how did you manage to survive the effects of Orochimaru's drug? The last time I saw you, you were begging for breath and your whole body shrieked, what happened? Asked the Hunter-Nin, earning a look in surprise from Mizuki who in turn, wondered who this Hunter-Nin was. Who are you, god damn it? How did you know about Orochimaru-sama's potion? Asked Mizuki, before hearing a laugh from Naruto, who in turn, responded. Well, my identity is not your concern, Mizuki, however I fail to believe that the bingo book was accurate, you don't seem all that powerful to be granted an A-rank status, said Naruto, earning a snarl from Mizuki who by now, was clenching his teeth in anger, before making hand seals. Let's see you be able to dodge this Hunter-Nin. A lot of your friends died from it. Raiden Rakurai, lightning release, thunderbolt jutsu, said Mizuki as a huge thunderbolt charged against Naruto who just stood there, molding his chakra towards his wind barrier. After the thunderbolt hit, Mizuki was surprised to see a wind barrier around the Hunter-Nin, thus protecting him from the attack. Suddenly, he heard Naruto screaming Fuuten Daitapa, wind release, great breakthrough jutsu, and an immense gust of wind sent him flying, before using the momentum to flip his body and fall on his feet. When he got up, though, he saw Naruto's sword be ignited with flame, before the Hunter-Nin vanished. Suddenly, an immense pain reached Mizuki's neck and in an instant, he was dead once and for all. This imbecile didn't give us a lot of a fight. I was hoping he could give us more, whined Kyuubi inside Naruto's mind, to which Naruto nodded and did all the steps necessary to send the man's head back to Konoha as proof of the kill and burned Mizuki's body. It wasn't long until Gamakichi returned with the money. In Konoha . After checking with Sai, both Kurenai and Kakashi found that Shinobu was Sai's sensei in Ni. Right now, they were discussing their findings with Tsunade about initiate a full investigation on Shinobi and Dansu. Suddenly, someone entered from the window and alerted all those present. Wow, easy, it's me, I thought you'd be glad to see me, said Jiraiya, earning a popping vein from Tsunade and a following punch while screaming use the door next time, pervert. Kakashi and Kurenai sweat dropped at their interaction. When Jiraiya approached once again, he told the news about how he used Naruto's counterintelligence program and managed to take out Hidan and Kakuzu, earning wide eyes from everyone present. Kakashi told the Sannin about their conviction of Dansu's right-hand shinobu, to which Jiraiya nodded and began to think about it for a second. I tried asking questions to Hidan, but he didn't know anything. I bet only their leader knows who is telling them information. Dansu is smart and won't show anything out of the blue. Even if you put Anbu to watch him 24 hours, he simply won't do anything until you drop the investigation. The best course of action would be to follow this shinobu and see what we can find about it, offered Jiraiya, earning nods from those present. Okay, then, since I'm no longer needed here, I'll be going. I still have to tell the news of Akatsuki to the blonde. Does anyone wish me to tell something to him? Asked Jiraiya. Kakashi asked if he could go with him to see Naruto since he kind of missed the hyperactive blonde a little bit. Jiraiya said that Naruto changed and that Kakashi wouldn't be able to recognize him, but Kakashi shrugged it off and still wanted to go. Kurenai was still pregnant so she couldn't travel, but she gave a message to the blonde, as did Tsunade. It wasn't long until both Kakashi and Jiraiya hopped on top of Gamabunta and they went to River Country in hopes of reaching Naruto tomorrow. After a while, Kurenai left the building towards the hospital for some checkup when she saw Hana leaving the veterinary section, apparently sad about something. After greeting her and asking what's wrong, Hana stated that she didn't hear about Naruto and that she wanted to talk with him for a while. Hana expressed a dormant feeling inside of her for the blonde and seriously wished to converse with him. Kurenai smiled at the girl and told her that unfortunately Naruto wouldn't arrive for some time. Although Hana wasn't surprised to hear this since Naruto was a Hunter-Nin, a part of her wished that he abandon the job and return to Konoha so that they could go out or something like that. Kurenai felt sad for the girl when an idea appeared. Hana, the Hokage has a secure network communication with Naruto, maybe you could send him a letter or something, to meet him somewhere, offered Kurenai, earning a look in wonder from Hana, who in turn asked why the Hokage would bother doing this for her. Tsunade-sama considers Naruto to be family, of course she would do that, especially seeing that you have feelings for him, said Kurenai, earning a blush in response from the Inuzuka vet. Well, I guess I can talk to her about it, then. I'll write a letter to him and give it to Tsunade-sama tomorrow morning, thanks Kurenai-chan, said Hana before leaving with her triplets towards the Inuzuka compound. In Tsunade's office Tsunade was finishing the paperwork that was accumulated because of Naruto's mission when a sudden knock on the door was heard. When the person entered, though, Tsunade was surprised to say the least. Inuzuka Tsume was friends with her before she and Shizune left the village, but after she returned to be Godime Hokage, not once did the woman come to her office. Hello Tsunade-sama, how is the paperwork treating you? Asked Tsume with a smile that earned a vein pop from Tsunade. The answer to that question is always a negative one. What can I do for you Tsume? Asked the Hokage, a little suspicious of Hana opening her mouth to her mother. The Inuzuka woman, though, waved her suspicious away by simply wanting to talk about a Hunter-Nin to whom her daughter was infatuated with. Tsunade remembered Hana talking about Naruto and smiled. It seems, Tsunade-sama, that Hana has been talking a lot about this new Hunter-Nin's fame, and even one day, I caught her having what appeared to be a good dream about him. She told me that you would have information about him, and I admit to say that I'm curious about this guy. Until now, no man did this to my Hana, said Tsume, to which Tsunade smiled at the mother who was thinking of Naruto as a son-in-law. Tsume, before I tell you about him, you must swear secrecy about his identity, simply because very powerful people could use this information against him, do you agree? Asked Tsunade, earning looks of wonder from the woman, but nodded anyway. With Jiraiya . The next day, Jiraiya and Kakashi were eating some dengo for breakfast in an inn not so far away from Fire Country's border with River Country. He sent a messenger toad to go fetch Naruto and tell him where to meet him, and now was only waiting for the brat to arrive. Kakashi, for his part, was reading Jiraiya's notes on a next book of his, and unsurprisingly so, he was attached instantly. Along the trip, Jiraiya told him about Naruto's adventures so far and how far had he got since he left the village. Kakashi had to say he was suffering in anticipation to see how much his student grew. Suddenly, a figure appeared on the horizon and both of them could see the Hunter-Nin mask. Naruto received the message from Jiraiya and wondered why the man would want to speak with him about. He sent a note back, telling he would arrive the next morning. As Naruto arrived, he eyed Jiraiya, but he saw another familiar person reading what seemed to be notes of some kind. When the silver hair was visible, Naruto knew right away it was his old sensei Kakashi. The two elder shinobi got up and waited for Naruto to arrive. Kakashi looked at the Hunter-Nin and wondered if this man was actually the one he called Naruto. Naruto was now the same size as him in terms of body mass, and Kakashi could see that Naruto has indeed changed. Upon arrival, even before anyone could greet him, Naruto initiated. "So, what is that you wish to speak to me about, Jiraiya-san?" asked Naruto. Kakashi flinched at not being greeted by his old student, but vowed to not bother him. Suddenly, Naruto asked to eat inside where he could be more comfortable, to which both elders nodded. Once inside, Naruto took off his mask and showed his face. Instantly, both Jiraiya and Kakashi swore he saw Minato looking at them. "Hello Kakashi-sensei. Sorry I didn't talk to you before, it's just that while using the mask, I couldn't risk someone eavesdropping," said Naruto, to which Kakashi smiled and nodded, secretly relieved to see that after all the changes, Naruto was still Naruto. Jiraiya, for his part, was looking at Naruto and wondering why he didn't have the same hospitality as Kakashi, to which Naruto responded saying that while using the mask, he couldn't do anything that could jeopardize his identity. So, the group began talking about what happened and the next course of actions in the future. Chapter 9, Suna Request. A lone figure was walking around within the outskirts of a small village located within Fire Country's territory. Tall, maybe 5 feet 9 inches and quite muscular, the man stopped for a while in order to scan his surroundings. Being someone of his position, he just couldn't let himself to just rest and stop worrying about people hunting after him. After a while, the man continued to walk towards whatever destination he was headed to. However, that was the last thing the man did in his life as a blur appeared and slashed the man's neck with a sword, thus killing him instantly. Seconds after the body fell on the floor, the blur suddenly stopped and stood next to his victim. The killer's clothes were black from head to toe, except for white mask that was peculiar to Hunter-Nin's. A couple of weeks passed since his encounter with Jiraiya and Kakashi, and safe to say, Naruto was hard-pressed not to respect the Sannin for being able to take out 2 members of the Akatsuki at the same time, even if he had help from Gamabunta. As to the kill, it took a while for Naruto to find this guy, as he knew that the B-ranked missing nins would be hard to track. Naruto also learned about Akatsuki's objective behind gathering the power of the Baijuas, and he had to say it was simply a waste of time to do so much for something that was bound to happen for eternity. Battles would continue happening as the shinobi world exists. No matter if some ninjas fight evil, eventually there would be a war, and in the end, innocent blood would be spilled. Naruto wasn't strange to the idea that the more light that illuminates the planet, bigger the shadow that lurks within. "It's kind of strange to hear you think like this, Naruto. I'd think you believed in peace for everyone from the way you acted before," wondered Kyuubi while Naruto was doing the Hunter-Nin routine and sealed the man's head inside a scroll and sent it to Konoha in order to receive his bounty. "It would be even stranger if I said that I believed in peace for everyone and kept doing what I do. It would be plainly hypocritical on my part to go against my enemies because of the ones they murdered while I'm actually doing the same thing," said Naruto, earning a nod from the fox inside of him. "Human beings are worse than demons, simply because they are unpredictable. They are ruled by emotions and can change from a nice person to a cold-blooded murder," explained Kyuubi, earning a nod from Naruto, who was already taking his bingo book and scratching the name of the man he just killed. Suddenly, Gamakichi arrived and handed 2 scrolls to Naruto. One containing the money for the capture and the other one appeared to be a message. He kept the scroll with the money inside his kunai holster and opened the scroll with the message. Surprisingly enough, the message was from Kiba's sister Hana, saying that she wanted to meet with him in order to discuss some issues. "I could imagine what she'd want with you, Naruto." Laughed Kyuubi like a schoolgirl, earning a sigh in dismay from the blonde who, until now, was relieved that the damn fox wasn't being a bloody pervert. "There you go again, Uro Kitsune. Already assuming she wanted to have sex with me out of nowhere," said Naruto, earning a wonder whisper from Kyuubi, who then explained that none of the women he slept with were any different, to which Naruto told the fox to just stop talking for a while. Turning once again to read the message, Hana wanted to meet him inside a village not very far away from his position, and that she would arrive there tomorrow night if he accepted to meet here, that is. He didn't have an objection against the meeting, and he could use the time to rest a little bit inside a hotel. Quickly writing his consent, he gave the scroll reply to the toad, before seeing him vanish. However, he couldn't help but wonder what the woman could want to talk to him about. Naruto wondered if, perhaps, he spoke too much and now his identity was revealed to Hana, and cursed himself from this. Inside Tsunade's office. Tsunade and Hana were talking about Naruto's status as a Hunter-Nin and how far was he in terms of the bingo book when Gamakichi arrived with Naruto's reply. Opening the scroll, Tsunade smiled and said to the girl that Naruto accepted the request, but the blonde insisted that the mask remained, because of fear that someone might see his face, thus ruining the entire operation. Hana-san, he accepted to meet with you at the designated place, but use caution upon approaching him in a public place. Try not to address him by his name and everything will be fine. I'm giving you a fake recon mission close to that area, so that you can talk to him. Pack your stuff and good luck, explained Tsunade, earning a nod from Hana before she left the office. After Hana left, Tsunade was left alone for a while to think of the recent activities so far. So far, Kakashi and Sai are following the man known as Shinobu from Ni for quite a while, but they discovered nothing worth of use. It turns out Dansu trains his man to be experts in what they do. However, Tsunade seriously believed to be on the right track because of Kakashi's findings. Jiraiya was also using counterintelligence to change Naruto's fake locations from time to time, but the white-haired Sannin expressed his concerns over Akatsuki simply canceling their connection with the rat and go after Naruto on their own. Tsunade, of course, was worried, but she knew that being a Hunter-Nin must have taught Naruto some advanced evasion procedures in case of being outmatched. Last but not least, the Rookie 9 were becoming impatient to know about the damn blonde and often chose to question about when Naruto would return from his mission with Jiraiya. She heard from Kurenai and Shikamaru that the Chunins were becoming rather annoying and even Ino was demanding to know what really happened to Naruto. Nonetheless, right now it wasn't the best time to come clean with them. He was getting stronger, that's for sure, however he still wasn't Akatsuki level. According to Kakashi's report on his growth, Naruto put up some muscles and exhaled battle experience, however until he moved on to the A-ranked missing nins, Naruto's counterintelligence mission will proceed as planned. It was late at night, so Tsunade took the opportunity of some alone time and grabbed her all-time favorite bottle of sake, before pouring some and then looking at the village she was sworn to protect. Somehow, she knew that something was missing, none one to call her Bakken, no one to enter inside her office screaming instead of talking. Without Naruto, her life was rather boring to say the least. It has been quite a lot of time ever since he chose to follow the lone career of the Hunter-Nin and, actually, she was jealous of Hana for being able to leave the village to see him while she was stuck inside her office, trying to clean the ever-growing paperwork. The blonde Sannin couldn't help but begin to remember her life after she met Naruto, and in seconds, tears fell freely from her face. Tsunade considered the circumstances of the hunter's life and how much he had to give, before he could collect what was rightfully his. Naruto was treated like shit all his life and not once the blonde complained about it. He had that goofy smile on his face that was impossible to ignore and quite easy to grow attached to. However, after what happened to Asuma, Tsunade didn't know if realization fell upon Naruto or what happened for him to just change his behavior so much. His reasons for leaving, though, were unfounded, well, at least to Tsunade. The idea of Akatsuki using someone against him was, of course, a dangerous thing to happen, but Konoha wasn't the strongest hidden village for nothing, and she could, clearly, think of several Konoha nins that could go up against the Red Cloud organization. Tsunade didn't know whether or not they were all the same as Itachi's level, but if Jiraiya was able to take on two, then they weren't invincible. After pouring more sake, Tsunade was ashamed to believe that she was being selfish in this whole ordeal. She actually believed that Naruto didn't need to leave, and if Akatsuki came, Konoha would deal with them. Nevertheless, she failed to comprehend about the damage it would be if S-ranked missing nins arrived in Konoha and used their techniques to destroy the village. While Konoha produces fine shinobi, Akatsuki wouldn't be bound to fighting fairly, therefore if they came, there was high possibility that Konoha suffers a lot of casualties before being able to take on Akatsuki. With Naruto . After sending the message reply, Naruto got up from his position and left the village before someone saw him. Burning the enemy's corpse served two reasons, in Naruto's mind. One was the official one, since by doing this, Konoha prevents other villages to capture the body and learn its secrets, if any. Naruto's second reason for doing this was to erase any signs of his actions, since the only thing left are the dead's ashes, and that was already swept by the wind. Now, he was heading towards his destination to meet with Hana, however since he still had some time, he took his time and just traveled at a slow pace, although no one would consider it to be slow. For a week now, Naruto purchased heavier weight as per Kyuubi's demands, and now his muscles were getting acquainted with the new set. Also, by getting better adjusted to the weights, Naruto would eventually use more chakra, hence how he was, slowly, increasing his chakra capacity. Nevertheless, since leaving Jiraiya and Kakashi, the only thing Naruto trained in was getting used to the weights and some physical training with his sword, which by the way was now heavier as well. The thing is that the blonde found a local blacksmith shop and requested to fix the sword steel a bit, but now using a different type of steel that would add weight to the sword. Of course, no shinobi in his sane mind would hinder his movements in such a way, and Naruto wouldn't either. The thing was that when Kyuubi wanted to be a pain in the ass, there was no one that could match him in battle. Especially if the damn fox was leaving inside of him, therefore getting exclusive rights of broadcasting pain in the ass. Kyuubi. Stop complaining, you damn brat, you are to train so that you can take on against those damn imbeciles wearing the black cloaks. Your agility is growing a lot, so don't worry about changing the weights too much. This set will be on you for quite a while, before we have to change, explained Kyuubi, earning a grumbling and annoyance from Naruto, who muttered fucking slave driver fox, silently hoping that the Kyuubi would hear, and he did, but instead of complaining like he did, the fox laughed at his expense, thus earning a vain pop in Naruto's head. I swear, someday I'll come inside that damn cage and shove my new Rasengan up your ass, snarled Naruto, but Kyuubi couldn't stop laughing at his expense. I'd like to see you try Blondie. After that, the two just stopped talking for a while and Naruto traveled in silence. Kyuubi could be so annoying and he always managed to get into Naruto's nerves, nevertheless the companionship was worthy in the end. Naruto wouldn't know how to continue this if it hadn't been for his bickering together with the fox. He never believed the monster to be like this, and his image of the Kyuubi was changing. Could you go any faster, brat? You're taking too long, or maybe not. Quit bickering down there, bastard fox, I have all the time in the world to reach that damn hotel. In Konoha . After Hana left Tsunade's office, she went straight to her house. The news that Naruto agreed to see her was great and improved her mood a lot. However, a new thought ran inside her head, and now she was overwhelmed by doubt and insecurity. As a proud member of a proud clan, Hana couldn't afford to be insecure, therefore it was safe to say she never felt that way. Her doubt was whether or not Naruto would return her feelings for him. She did well to remember that in their mission, there wasn't much conversation going on, and Naruto was the one that talked, and she was screaming at him for not taking the enemy seriously. As a Hunter-Nin, one couldn't help but learn to depend on no one, simply because in the end, you only have yourself for company. What good you do her to talk to him, only for him to tell her that he didn't feel the same way as her. For some reason, this thought was unbarring to the Inuzuka. She had dreams about him, she often wondered about how he was doing. Naruto was everything she could think of right now, and if he blew her away, she wouldn't know what to do. She needed to talk to someone, and she needed it fast. Running with all her might back to his house, she hoped that her mother was there. Sume was one of those person that you could talk anything with, and Hana, oftentimes, took advice from her. On the way, she considered controlling her thoughts so as to not suffer in anticipation, however for all her might, she couldn't. The thought of Naruto dumping her was unbearable, and now her ear was aching. Hana's triplets were concerned with the girl. As she ran, they followed close by and were able to feel her emotions. It wasn't long until Hana emerged from the compound garden and rushed inside in search for her mother. Upon entering the living room, she saw Tsume petting with her companion, before asking Hana where the fire was. "Ka-san, can I please talk to you? It's urgent?" asked Hana, while feeding the triplets. Tsume nodded at the same moment and somehow knew what was this all about. Tsume remembered her conversation with Tsunade about the Hunter-Nin to whom her daughter was infatuated with, and she was shocked to hear the man's identity. Tsume never knew much about Naruto, except for the fact that he housed the Kyuubi no Yoko inside of him and was friends with her son. Of course, she knew of some of his achievements in time, but she admitted not having much interest in knowing about him, well until he appeared in her little Hana's life. Ever since she returned from that mission, all that Hana ever talks about was about the blonde and his progress as a Hunter-Nin. Now, Hana was breathing hard and desperate to talk to her about something. Needless to say, Tsume had a slight clue of what Hana wants to talk about. "What is it, dear? How can I help you?" asked Tsume, waiting for her daughter to explain. "I communicated with Naruto and he agreed to meet me in a village near here. However, instead of being happy, I'm now in doubt as to whether or not he would feel the same way," explained Hana, earning a smile from Tsume before she got up from her seat and grabbed her daughter's hand, before looking straight to her eyes. "Hana-chan, it's clear that you're infatuated with this man, however both you and I know that he just saw you once. You can't expect a guy like him to just fall for you after one night. You need to take your time a little bit, since you'll see him, approach him with care. Get to know him a little better and allow him to get to know you as well. You know that if you just arrive there and pretty much say the L word, there is a serious possibility that he won't return it right away and you'll be devastated," said Tsume, slowly allowing Hana to slow her heartbeats and smile to her mother. Being a Hunter-Nin taught him to rely only for himself. It would surely take a while to break that barrier, but I understand, mother. I will go slow and get to know about him. What do you think of him, mother? I mean, I never got to see about your opinions towards any of the guys I went out with, but regarding him, I really want to know what you think about him, asked Hana, cornering her mother a little bit. Sume never expected such a question from her daughter. Turning to think about it for a while, Sume smiled and responded. I don't have any bad things to say about him. He befriended Kiba-kun and already got to help him in controlling Akamaru when he was blinded by anger. He was the one that fought against the Kazekage when Suna and Sound invaded that time. He possesses a strong spirit, Hana-chan, and after hearing about the reasons of his departure, my respect for him rose even more. Also, Tsunade-sama thinks rather highly of him as a person. Like I said, I don't have any bad things to say about him, even aware of who lives inside of him. Stated Sume, earning a nod and a smile from Hana, who in turn appreciated what her mother did and went up to her room to pack her stuff for her fake mission. After all, it would be quite a long trip. With Tsunade . Finishing her bottle of sake, Tsunade got up from her office and looked at the time. It was rather late and now she would be able to go home. All of the shinobis were either on missions or inside the village, sleeping. So whether or not she stayed, it wouldn't really make a difference. However, just as she was about to open the door, she felt the presence of someone sneaking inside and got ready to beat the guy, only to hear. Tsunade-heim, it's been a while, haven't it? Asked Jiraiya while seeing the woman turn and show her not so thrilled face to see him. What the hell are you doing here, Jiraiya? I was about to leave and get some sleep, snarled Tsunade, before Jiraiya nodded and offered to accompany her to her house. Tsunade thought about it and shrugged her shoulders, thinking nothing of it. On the way, Jiraiya was explaining about the mission and how Naruto was doing. The boy is quite skilled in the art of killing, I'll give him that. The technique that Kyubi taught him is really something else. I'd ask him to teach me the Katanendo no Tsurugi, fire release, flame sword jutsu, but since I don't have one, it would be useless, explained Jiraiya. I'm not too thrilled to hear that he is out there killing people, Jiraiya, even if they are criminals. I didn't want this for him and certainly not Sarutobi-sensei. He would, clearly, become a chunin if he stayed for the chunin exams that happened in Kumo, but, instead, he became a Hunter-Nin and is being trained to kill and to kill only, explained Tsunade, afraid for the blonde's mentality. Jiraiya, though, tried to imagine Naruto as a bloody killer, but couldn't. It wasn't the blonde's mentality at all. I'd have a little more faith in him if I were you. Naruto is nothing compared to a murderer and his kills are all consequences of battling his opponent. Besides, ninjas are trained to kill and protect. He's doing both by dealing with Konoha's enemies. Eventually, he'll be strong enough to go after the strong ones and we'll be there to help him. The last time I saw him, he was dealing with B-ranked missing nins and they were all low jounin level shinobi. He is a tough one to crack, stated Jiraiya with utmost pride. Well, only time will tell. I know how shinobi change after becoming a Hunter-Nin. Oh, just so you know, Naruto is meeting Inuzuka Hana tomorrow inside a village nearby here. Said Tsunade, earning a look in wonder from Jiraiya, who heard that the girl was rather infatuated with Naruto and wanted to talk to him. Jiraiya expressed his concerns over the girl and reminded Tsunade of the reason Naruto left in the first place. Tsunade, Naruto became a Hunter-Nin so that Akatsuki wouldn't be able to use anyone against him. If this girl Hana gets too close to him, I fear the worst, reported Jiraiya, but the thought was dismissed by Tsunade. He knows that. The message reply he sent insisted that he remained with the mask, otherwise people could see his identity. Hand understands this as well, explained Tsunade, earning a nod from Jiraiya, before he vanished in thin air, surprising Tsunade a lot. However, when she heard Sakura screaming her name, she understood it right away. If someone saw Jiraiya inside the village, people would demand answers regarding Naruto. Man, am I glad that he did this for me. Tsunade-sama, going home? Asked Sakura, while she accompanied the blonde. Yes, it's getting late and the documents are pretty much taken care of, there is no reason for me to stay any longer. Tell me, though, why are you doing up this hour? Asked Tsunade, earning a sheepish look from Sakura, who in turn, told her master that she was doing some research at the library for something she encountered one of the patients at the hospital. It wasn't long until Tsunade reached her home and she bade Sakura farewell for the night. The next day. Just as Tsunade reached her office, she encountered a letter on her desk. As she read it, she learned that it was a request from the Kazekage to capture a missing nin that is causing Suna's hunters quite a bit of trouble. It seemed that Gaara was asking for a specific Hunter-Nin from Konoha to do the job. Well, I guess Naruto took his time to talk to the Kazekage after all. It wouldn't be a surprise if Naruto helped them capture someone else. Those two do have a bond together. I'll send a message to Naruto to go to Suna and aid them. Thought Tsunade as she activated a seal below her desk, and instantly, Gamakichi appeared, greeting the blonde Hokage. Gamakichi, would you be so kind and deliver this little mission to him? I'll be writing a message to him, so just wait up a moment, said Tsunade, earning a nod from the toad, before he jumped towards the window. Konoha was a great place to live, it certainly looked peaceful down there. When Tsunade handed him the scroll, she stood next to him and looked at the village as well. This village is rather quiet without him around. I'm counting the days for him to return to us and get into that door, screaming his usual obscenities and making a scene of himself, stated Tsunade, earning a look in wonder from the toad. The toad wondered about the blonde Hokage and about what she thinks of Naruto. However, she was still due to know the real one, and he wondered what would be her reaction once she see him back and yet not see him at all anymore. I understand that it will take a while for him to come back. After all, the bingo book is quite thick, even if he already narrowed down to maybe 20 or 30 foes. Don't worry, though, I'll be sure to hand him the mission scroll, said Gamakichi. I appreciate what you're doing, Gamakichi, thank you. Please hand it to him, asked the Hokage, earning a salute from the toad, before he vanished, leaving Tsunade alone once more to think. I know that you are not the same anymore, Naruto-kun, but I really wish to hear at least one more time you calling me Bakken, even if you're just doing it a favor to me. I want to see your face again. In seconds, Gamakichi vanished and reached Naruto's location. Someone would find it odd how a summon could show up exactly where the summoner is without he or she calls for the summon. However, before Naruto left, Jiraiya designed the communication seal, allowing not only Tsunade to summon Gamakichi specifically, but the toads can also locate Naruto's position. The blonde was already at the hotel that he was supposed to meet with Hana, and upon receiving the letter from Tsunade, he opened it and turned to read. Naruto-kun, it's been a while since I last saw you and I miss you a lot. Some people say that you only give value to stuff once you lose it, and they were right. I didn't imagine it would be so hard to live here without seeing you walking around the village and pulling a prank or two. Nevertheless, I know you have your reasons to do what you did, but I want you to know that I miss you a lot. I guess I never got to say this out loud to you, but I consider you a part of my family along with Shizune. You're like a little brother that, while can be annoying, you can't help but love him. Anyway, I just wanted to say that, and also to say that I'll eagerly wait for you to return home, and if you dare dying on me, I'll resuscitate you from the dead, only to give you the worst beating of your life, you hear me? Well, enough of that. Within this message, is a little mission that I'm entrusting it to you. I know you have a mission to capture Konoha's missing nins, but this was personally requested by the Kazekage. It seems they are having trouble dealing with an ex-jounin of their village and requested Konoha's best Hunter-Nin to aid them in capturing this foe. After your meeting with Hana, go straight to Suna and talk to the Kazekage, he'll explain everything. You'll receive the equivalent of an A-ranked mission for this one, and don't worry about this going into your records. This part I got covered, since your real documents are locked inside my personal vault. Good luck. After Naruto finished reading, his heart couldn't help but feel warmed. True enough, Tsunade and Shizune, like the Sandaime and Iruka, were considered his family. Also, it pained him greatly to hear Tsunade being sad for him, but he knew that he did the right thing, and Akatsuki hasn't bothered Konoha since. His plan worked, and already 2 of their members were taken care of. Now as to the mission, he would gladly help Gaara any time he needed, so he didn't even bother to say he accepted the mission on the message reply, but instead focused on telling his big sister how much he came to love her as family as well, and hoped that he could return home in no time. Naruto even wrote the name he called Tsunade with the sole intention of cheering her up. Such sentimentality. You're an interesting person, Naruto, whispered Kyubi, to which Naruto replied by saying that no matter what changed in his life, he'd always remember those that not only didn't treat him badly, but also made enough efforts to become a part of his life. Naruto explained to the fox that such bond isn't caused by blood, but instead by spirit, earning a nod from Kyubi, who agreed with the blonde, as to the concept of family and how, even though the lack of blood bond, all 4 of them considered Naruto family. In minutes, Naruto wrote the message reply and gave to Gamakichi, before seeing the toad vanishing. Looking at the sun position, Naruto realized that Hana must be approaching the place real soon, and that he was supposed to put his mask on, at least to greet her outside the hotel room. As soon as he walked out of the hotel, he managed to see at the horizon Hana's dogs, and just stood there waiting for the girl to approach him in order to say hello. Suddenly, just as the dogs were about a couple meters away from him, one of the triplets literally jumped and knocked Naruto on the ground, before started licking Naruto's mask, thus showing affection for the blonde. Hana, for his part, wasn't as surprised as she should have been after seeing one of her dogs abandoning the owner's side and display such level of affection towards someone. The truth is that said dog was pretty much demanding the little group to speed things up and reach the place faster. Hana wondered if the dog knew that she was coming to meet the blonde. Looking at the blonde one second time, though, managed to race her heart a little bit. She remembered her mother telling to take her time and get to know him better, but now that they met once again, she went unsure of what to say to him. Naruto, however, helped her a little even if he was playing with the dog on top of him and in the same time, holding his mask so not to fall down. So, Hana-san, what do I owe the pleasure of this meeting? Oh, and how are the pups we retrieved a while back? Asked Naruto as he got up, but continued to caress the dog's ears. Hana, for his part, silently thanked the blonde for bringing up a subject and answered that Kuromaru's pups are doing fine and were just a few months away from completing the family training, before being placed under one of the clan's jounins. Using the time Naruto granted her, Hana was able to address the blonde. Ah Hunter-san, is there a place in private where we can talk for a while? It's important to me, said Hana, inside punching herself for making such mistake and looking at the mask, while waiting for him to answer. Naruto for his part snorted at the girl discovering his identity and wondered if he was to blame for this when he said of Akamaru or perhaps the Hokage told her. I think both of you are to blame, you earned her suspicion and the Hokage must have confirmed it. Explained Kyubi, earning a mind nod from Naruto. Sure Hana-san, if it's my mask you wish off, the only place I trust is inside my room, said Naruto, before hearing Kyubi laugh inside his head from insinuating that he was inviting the woman to his room. Hana for her part, wondered about the blonde's intentions, but accepted and followed Naruto as he walked inside the hotel. I was wondering why you choose this place for us to meet Hana-san. I was expecting maybe somewhere a little less public. Giving my position, it wouldn't be advisable to meet on such a public place, asked Naruto, earning a nod from Hana who in turn, explained that she knew all about the Hunter-Nin status and explained that the hotel location isn't well known. After a while, the shinobis and the dogs reached the room, before Naruto opened it with his key and allowed Hana to enter along with the pups. The room was quite cozy and the open window allowed some rays of sunshine enter and illuminate it. Before Hana could say anything, Naruto was already fixing her dog some water. Hana-san, I don't mean to sound like a pervert here, but in order for me to remove my mask, the drapes would have to be closed, said Naruto, earning a smile and a nod from Hana, before she closed the drapes and then turned to the blonde who was placing his hands on his mask in order to remove it. For some reason, life suddenly stopped for Hana and her heart was beating like crazy. Hana sure has feelings for Naruto, but she fell for his personality since she didn't get to see his looks. She heard, one time, some of her old classmates saying that Naruto has a rather similar looks to the Yondaime as a child and wondered, silently prayed, that Naruto would be as handsome as the late Hokage. When Naruto removed the mask, Hana's eyes widened, any sound that she was hearing stopped, her sense of smell ceased to exist. She was having difficulty to breathe. It wasn't only because of the fact that Naruto was the Yondaime reincarnated along with sexy and feral whisker marks. Falling for someone only based on the person's personality and now falling for the looks as well was tough on everyone and Hana was no exception. Naruto was wondering what got into her for staring at him so much, but the reason wasn't that he was clueless, but rather the fact that Naruto never had someone drooling upon looking at him and he admitted to say he was feeling a little awkward with the whole situation. Add that to the fact that I can sense pheromones being released and you can get the idea of what she wanted with you, laughed Kyubi and wondered how the blonde would resolve the matter. Naruto was indeed an interesting person and Kyubi was beginning to thank the man who locked him inside the blonde and thus giving him the opportunity of entertainment 24/7. Naruto wouldn't do anything drastic, but needed to wake her up, or else she might be doing something drastic. When he asked for her name, Hana instantly woke up from her slumber and blushed instantly from being caught starring. She couldn't help it though and immediately apologized to the blonde. I'm so sorry Naruto, I didn't mean to. Said Hana before Naruto waved his hand dismissing the necessity for apologies. No need to apologize Hana-san, so what did you wish to talk to me about? Asked Naruto before Hana blushed some more, but took the courage to explain that she wanted to get to know him better. Naruto was confused, of course. He did think that Hana was beautiful and really attractive, but he never thought that she would like to know about him of all people. Naruto was a little bit modest when it came to talking about his qualities, mostly because all he heard was people saying bad things about him and almost no one did the opposite. He accepted to talk about it, though, seeing that the woman came all the way up here from Konoha just to do that. So then Hana, there isn't much to know about me. I entered the academy at age 6, graduating at 12 with Kiba. Said Naruto, but was stopped by Hana, who in turn, smiled. Naruto, I happen to know about your shinobi accomplishments both from Kiba and Kurenai-chan, it's just that, okay, I guess some explanation are in order, here. For some time now, I've been thinking about you and how much affection you displayed toward one of my dogs, and safe to say, I didn't get to meet a guy that my dogs didn't bark or growl, instead they sense you as being someone pure, and us Inuzukas happen to place a lot of faith in them. They act as our guides in life. We trust those that are trusted by our dogs, explained Hana, earning a nod from Naruto, followed by a smile that caused the same insecurity in Hana once again. I see, it must be an honor to be someone trusted by them, and also a little strange, since people don't seem to warm up to me for reasons that I rather not divulge at the moment, stated Naruto, earning a look in wonder from Hana, before realization dwelled on her. I only wished people would see past their hate and see you for who you are, and yes, Naruto, I know of your prisoner. The fact that the dogs doesn't sense any evil intent coming from you, show us Inuzukas that you have a pure and caring soul. I wonder, though, how it was for you to grow up as you did without anything, asked Hana, before seeing Naruto looking at her in surprise. The blonde should have known that Hana knew about his tenant, since she was older and was perhaps alive when the fox attacked the village. How I managed to grow up, you want to know? Well, I guess I haven't given much thought about it, but I guess I can answer that for you. Ever since I was little, the only thing I received from people was hate and grief glares from the village's citizens. At the time, I wasn't aware of my condition and tried to figure out what was it that I did to deserve it. I was young back then and couldn't figure out, so I let it go and just survived, while ignoring the hateful glares, initiated Naruto, as Hana focused on hearing each sentence from the blonde as he told his life to her. Some time before I entered the academy, the Sandaime Hokage decided to increase my allowance and gave me the apartment that I now live in Konoha. Oftentimes he would come to visit, and he even introduced me to the ramen stand where I used to eat a lot. My time at the academy was initially good, but it took me a while longer than the other kids to learn the subject, thus being on the center of laughs from the class, including your brother by the way. I managed to graduate on my third attempt and got placed at Team 7 under Hitake Kakashi's guidance. The rest you already know, so I won't bother to repeat, said Naruto, though leaving the worst part of his childhood to himself. He didn't tell her that, sometimes, instead of glares, people would use him as a body bag, especially on his birthday, and how his growth was hindered at the academy because of the teachers. Hana knew that Naruto wouldn't talk about the tough parts of his life, as she also knew when a person was omitting information. Nevertheless, what he told was enough and did get more questions for her to ask. You'd be mad at me from saying that your life must have been tough, wouldn't you? Asked Hana, earning a slow nod from Naruto. As I grew up, my knowledge about hardships in life became subjective, even though no one had to deal with things they didn't cause. I know for a fact that people have their own nightmare to think about, so it wouldn't do well for me to show everyone how it was for me growing up. Take Kurenai-san for instance, she lost her husband and now her baby will be born without a father to look out for him, explained Naruto. Hana couldn't help but agree with the blonde. Indeed, Kurenai will have a hard time raising her child, but she smiled upon knowing more about Naruto's strong personality and how he overcame his life hardships and now was growing to become a fine shinobi. Hana couldn't help but wonder if it was really Naruto who was saying all these insightful words. You are a good man, Naruto, acknowledged Hana, but was surprised to see the blonde nodding in negative. You can't say that for someone whose profits are earned through killing people, explained Naruto, but this time it was Hana who was nodding her head. While it's true that Hunter-Nins are meant only to kill, that alone doesn't show the ninja's personality or whether he is good or evil, and there is where my companions appear. If you were evil like you say you are, then my dogs would be cautions in your presence, and most certainly, they would attack you on the spot, stated Hana, before one of the dogs licked Naruto's face before barking at him, which in dog terms, meant caress my ears. The two remained talking for a while about Hana's life and how it is to have Kiba as a brother. Naruto confessed about his rather awkward winning against Kiba during the Chunin exam preliminaries, and Hana couldn't help but laugh at Naruto's expense. The two were having a nice time talking and didn't realize that the sun was now replaced by the moon. Naruto suggested calling for some dinner, to which Hana gladly accepted, since she knew Naruto would have to put his mask if they were to eat at the hotel restaurant. Eventually, the food arrived and Hana had to apologize for the waiter because one of her dogs jumped on the food and sent the waiter to the ground. So, Naruto, tell me about your Hunter-Nin career so far. How far on the bingo book you are now? Asked Hana as she set the dinner on the floor and placed some dog food for her companions. Naruto for his turn nodded and began. Well, I'm already at the B-rank section, though the opponents now are rather dangerous to say the least. There was one man who managed to hit me with a lightning attack. Needless to say, I almost passed out from the pain. If it wasn't for the QB, I'd surely pass out. This guy happened to be the first of the B section. The next ones, though, were much easier as I resorted to more subtle approaches than simply challenging them for a fight, said Naruto, earning a nod from experience from Hana, who suffered a lightning attack as well and explained that she had to rest at least a week at the hospital. Hana even showed Naruto the scar on her left shoulder to prove her point, to which Naruto showed his as well, but whereas her was the shoulder, Naruto's was located near his chest, and when he exposed the scar for Hana, the girl couldn't help but blush upon seeing some flesh. A couple hours later, it was already time to sleep, and Naruto offered his bed to Hana to sleep while he settled for sleeping on the ground next to the dogs. At first, Hana objected since she wouldn't like to be a bother and offered herself to sleep next to the dogs instead, but after a little persuasion from Naruto, she accepted the bed. Right now, she was inside the room's bathroom, getting changed to sleep, though her mind was racing on her conversation with Naruto. Truth be told, she adored her time with the blonde, and by now, getting to know him better, Hana was certain of her feelings for him. She thanked the heavens that she was able to control her pheromones, but now it was time to see his resolve in all this. Hana admitted that her meeting with him was great, but she knew if she returned to Konoha, it wouldn't take long for her to feel the utmost necessity to talk to him once more. If his resolve was as big as hers, Hana would at least prefer to settle for something deeper for the two of them, so that when he came back home, he would return to her. It was now time for a little bit of teasing. In the living room, Naruto was petting the dogs while thinking of the woman getting dressed inside the bathroom. Hana was sure gorgeous and attractive, but what interested Naruto the most was that she was rather nice to talk to, and whatever decision he made, she would simply respect it and move along. He knew, now, from QB, that she was interested in him, and as the conversation flowed, Naruto's interest for her intensified. "It's been a while since you've been with a girl, wouldn't be nice to feel once again?" asked QB, to which Naruto nodded, but with Hana wouldn't be just a one-night stand. She wouldn't cross fire country just for sex. Naruto, though, couldn't shake off Hana's sexy figure out of his mind. It was even worse when Naruto saw Hana leaving the bathroom with nothing except an oversized white shirt and went, innocently, straight to the bed, even though she caught his eyes staring at her. In seconds, she was already lied down and making sexy noises while feeling the sheet's fabric. "Are you comfortable, Hana-san?" asked Naruto, from the living room, earning a nod and acceptance from Hana, who in turn smirked. "Operation teasing begun, let's see how much you hold up before you join me." "Very comfortable, this bed is amazing." "It's a shame, though, that you don't get to feel it," whispered Hana, surprising Naruto with the boldness, and even the one inside the blonde, who by now was releasing his own pheromones to match the girl and assist Naruto. Hana felt the pheromones, but was able to control herself. It wouldn't do well for an Inuzuka to lose at this game. Naruto, for his part, smiled and turned to watch as Hana contortioned her body a lot in ways to feel the bed entirely and relay a clear message of her intentions to the blonde. "Wait a minute, she's teasing me, isn't she?" "Well, it's her loss," thought Naruto as he heard QB agreeing with him. The girl was in serious trouble now. "Well, it's really would be a shame if I didn't get to feel it, wouldn't it?" "Perhaps, the bed is big enough for both of us," said Naruto, before QB did his part of the attack by releasing quite the amount of pheromones. While this was her idea, she could feel the intensity of Naruto's pheromones and could imagine who would be behind all of this. His question was inclined to be quite bold to say, and the increase in pheromones served to incite her urges, and don't treat Naruto's reply as an act of perversion. At this moment, Hana knew she was dealing with a professional, and she already knew that the outcome of this match would be a win-win situation for her. If Naruto come and sleep with her will be worth the travel, and if Naruto submits to her teasing will also be worth her travel. "You are free to come and feel it if you so wish, Naruto," teased Hana, but at this point, any contrary act would be inconsequential, as Naruto was already moving straight to the bed. Author's note: there is a lemon here if you want to read it. Link to the story is in the description. The next day. After checking out of the room, Naruto and Hana were leaving the hotel side by side. Hana with her dogs in tow and Naruto already dressed as a Hunter-Nin. Naruto said that he received a mission from Tsunade-sama to head towards Wind Country, and Hana told that she was supposed to head back to Konoha since her fake mission was to end today, so she would return in order to not arouse suspicions. However, when it came the time for both of them to head their separate ways, some force stopped them. Both Naruto and Hana didn't want to split apart just yet, but also they knew they had to. Naruto was supposed to arrive tomorrow at Suna and Hana was supposed to return to Konoha by tonight. Naruto-kun, I know for a fact that I don't want to leave you once again. Yesterday was one of the best days of my life and I wanted to pass more time with you, however we both have obligations as ninjas from the village. Said Hana, earning a nod from Naruto. Yesterday was surely fantastic, Hana-chan. I wished I didn't have to leave just yet, but the Kazekage is expecting me. I want to give you something, said Naruto as he reached for his pack and pulled out an exclusive seal, before giving to Hana. What is this? Asked Hana. This is a seal devised by Jiraiya to communicate with me wherever I'm located. By pouring some chakra into that seal, someone from the Toad Summon clan will arrive for you to send me a message and that same seal will serve for me to send you one, explained Naruto, earning a smile, before Hana hugged Naruto. I never thought that this could be so perfect, Naruto-kun, and I'll be expecting to hear from you soon. I'll place this as soon as reach my house. Train hard, Naruto-kun, I want to be there waiting for you when you come back home. Meanwhile, I'll be writing to you and you'll be writing to me in return, said Hana, earning a nod from Naruto. Travel with care, Hana-chan, and I promise to write to you, said Naruto, before Hana began making hand seals out of nowhere. Naruto asked her what she did and she smiled, answering that she made a genjutsu for them to become invincible. I want to kiss you one more time, Naruto-kun, said Hana, before taking off the blonde's mask and start kissing him madly. After they broke the kiss, Naruto smiled and promised to schedule for more of their dates, to which Hana gladly accepted and turned to walk away from him with a smile on her face. I'll see you soon, Hana-chan, you can count on that, shouted Naruto already with his mask on, before seeing Hana stop and turn to him, before nodding and saying that she will be waiting for his letter. Needless to say, their future would be a bright one. Naruto, after Hana disappeared from view, took out his map and looked at which direction Wind Country was. If he speed things up, he could reach there tonight. Having already planned his route, Naruto returned the map to its place and vanished towards his destination. Suna at night. The Kazekage Gaara was finishing reading some documents when he heard a knock on the door. After allowing whoever it was to enter the room, a chunin that Gaara knew was assigned for gate duty appeared. Kazekage-sama, the Hunter-Nin from Konoha just arrived, said the chunin, earning a nod from Gaara, before asking to send him in and call for Tamari to come to his office immediately. The chunin complied and let Naruto in the office, before closing the door, thus leaving the two alone to talk. Kazekage-sama, I'm here on behalf of Tsunade-sama, the Hokage, how can I assist you? Asked Naruto, before kneeling on the ground, thus confusing Gaara as to whether or not Naruto was making fun of him by going through these unusual formalities. I have to say, it's weird enough to hear you call anyone Sama, but go as far as to be respectful. It doesn't suit you at all, Naruto, stated Gaara, before seeing Naruto get up and laugh at his friend. I just wanted to see your face, that's all. It was indeed quite priceless to see the great Kazekage showing signs of confusion. What can I do for you, Gaara? Asked Naruto before Gaara answered, saying that he will tell once Tamari arrived at the office. While waiting, Gaara asked about the wind gathering technique and how far Naruto reached with this technique. Naruto for his part smiled and made some hand seals before extending his hand and began gathering wind before he formed an energy ball made of wind, thus impressing the Kazekage. I did believe you'd be able to reach this level of control, but please dispel the ball. I don't with for someone around here see you doing a Suna technique, asked Gaara, earning a nod from the blonde, before dissipating the technique. 5 minutes later, the door opened up and Tamari entered the office, asking Gaara what was needed of her. Tamari, the Hunter-Nin from Konoha just arrived, please do explain our current situation for us, ordered Gaara, to which Tamari complied, but wondered why the guy is already here, seeing that he was only due to arrive tomorrow. However, she waved it off since Gaara wasn't on high alert. Okay, so the name of our guy is Mishimoto Kamizuki and as of now he is declared an A-ranked missing nin. So far, the man managed to cripple all of our hunters and yet no one knows how to defeat this guy, explained Tamari, wanting to hear the man's voice about the subject. Naruto for his turn nodded at Tamari and turned to Gaara to ask about the man's abilities. Kamizuki is a master at using the wind element with one of Suna's top battle fans. Just a swing of it, he was able to send 5 of our Hunter-Nins flying. Not to mention that Fuuten doesn't only enable creating hurricanes, but also enables the ability to slice objects and flesh, so it's important for you to be careful, Hunter-san. Since this mission is official Suna's business, Tamari here will be escorting you and helping you find the man, who by the way won't make enough effort to run, since he's quite adamant to find someone to fight against. One last thing, this man needs to be taken alive, So killing him is prohibited, said Gaara, earning a nod from Naruto, who in turn agreed to leave first thing tomorrow morning and left to look for a hotel in town. After he left, Temari turned to Gaara and wondered why her brother was smiling. Are you sure this hunter can handle him? Asked Temari, to which Gaara nodded and explained that this Hunter-Nin was special and decided to let his sister uncover the riddle for herself. Temari shrugged it off and left the office, thus leaving Gaara alone once more. The Kazekage returned for his documents, while satisfied that Naruto would get the job done. Chapter 10, The Stronger Wind. Once inside a hotel which happened to be located quite near the Kazekage's office building, Naruto took off his jacket and his mask, after closing the drapes, so as not to be seen. He didn't have anything to do other than maybe rest and take a shower, so he chose the latter. Every Suna hotel explained to their guests about the shortage of water supply and asked for them to not take long showers. Naruto wasn't one to disrespect, so he just took a 5-minute bath and changed his clothes to a more comfy, since he would be sleeping soon. Suddenly, though, Gamakichi arrived, and with him was a scroll. Naruto, seriously, I know I agreed to do this for you, but I can't be your damn postman all day. Why did you give the seal to that girl? Asked the toad, earning a small apology from Naruto, who in turn explained the reason behind allowing Hana to summon a messenger toad. Well, from what you told me, I guess I can accept that. However, you'll have to do something for me in return, asked Gamakichi, to which Naruto nodded, since he knew the only thing his toad companion wanted, and that was chocolate bars. From each letter you exchange between us, I'll buy you 2 chocolate bars, how is that sound? Asked Naruto, before seeing the red toad switching to thinking position for a while. While the toad was considering this, Naruto was thinking of how much greedy can the toad be, if 4 chocolates per letter weren't good enough. I accept, since this is the first one, we'll begin our agreement at the second one she sends to you. Well, go on, read it, I'll be waiting for your reply, said Gamakichi before seeing the blonde nod and open the scroll. Hello there, Naru-kun. I just wanted to tell you that I managed to place the seal accordingly, and now we've settled our level of communication. Well, I wanted you to know how nice it was to finally be with you, and I couldn't be happier. Plus, teasing my little brother by telling I was seeing a Hunter-Nin and seeing his face of anger really did a number on my stomach. I laughed for hours. Also, I told my mother about our day, of course not all of it, and she was happy for me. She wanted to meet you, though she knows it won't be possible seeing as you're a Hunter-Nin, but she's very supportive of everything. How about you? Where you are now? I'll wait for your reply. Hana. Naruto laughed a little bit at the image of Kiba acting like the protective little brother and snarling in anger once he heard about Hana dating Naruto. Picking up a blank scroll, he wrote back to Hana about his position and that he was hunting a new missing nin that was last tracked near Suna. He also displayed his share of laughter at picturing an enraged Kiba, hoping also to read further teasing acts at Kiba. As to Hana's mother, Naruto wrote explaining that he never met Tsume, but he heard great things about her abilities both as kunoichi and as a mother from raising both his friend and the one he was dating right now. He finished the reply asking for a favor for Hana to supply the messenger with 4 chocolate bars, explaining that the toad was greedy and wouldn't do it for less. He gave the reply to Gamakichi and appreciated for the help, before seeing the toad vanish. After that, Naruto went straight to bed and closed his eyes in seconds, before being transported to Kyuubi's mindscape, instantly. This happened every time the blonde slept, as per Kyuubi's request. According to the fox, while the body would get to rest, Naruto's mind would be used as means to improve his training. Kyuubi used this method to introduce the concept of fire manipulation to Naruto. Inside Naruto's mindscape . Took you long enough to come here, Naruto. I actually thought you'd take a while to write that letter to your mate, stated Kyuubi, followed by a snicker as he knew Naruto would be hard-pressed not to say anything after he used the word mate. What the hell are you saying, Uro Kitsune? We had only one date, it's not like we're going to settle down or anything, explained Naruto, though he was surprised that he was questioning his own words right now. At first, the girl was nothing but aid in a mission to capture one of the missing nins, however when she appeared next, wanting to meet him, Naruto felt something different. The fox, seeing his jailer in deep thinking, could only smile in return. However, the reason of Naruto being here was for the training of the boy's mind. Aside from teaching the blonde to get stronger and more powerful, Kyuubi happened to possess a wide-scale knowledge regarding shinobi aspects. Also, as a Hunter-Nin, Naruto would be sometimes required to deal with an opponent in a different way than blunt force and using jutsus, and Kyuubi had the perfect topic in mind to teach Naruto. Okay Naruto, Stop wondering about Hana and let's focus on a topic I want you to learn. It's called pressure points, stated Kyubi, earning an eager nod from Naruto, who took a sit on the ground and looked up since Kyubi was quite big. A pressure point in the field of martial arts refers to an area on the human body that may produce significant pain or other effects when manipulated in a specific manner. By knowing where to hit other than simply hitting the opponent, you can either cause pain beyond measure or even immobilize a certain area of the opponent's body. You'd do well to remember your fight against that fake Hunter-Nin Haku a while back, right? Asked Kyubi, to which Naruto nodded. So, Haku used needles and placed them at specific parts on your body in order to incapacitate your body movements. Also, remember when he put the Uchiha traitor on a false death state by placing one needle at a precise point right below the neck. As a Hunter-Nin, you'll be required to have this knowledge, as it will be an advantage in the future. Now, to learn where the pressure points located are, you'll need to memorize what I'm about to explain to you, because although no human is the same as the other, the pressure points' location remain the same. Explained Kyubi as he began to drill information inside Naruto's head as to the many places to strike and, if possible, teach the blonde about the use of needles. The next day. When the sun rose, Naruto immediately felt its warmth and woke up, while holding his head from the immense headache he was feeling right now. Learning pressure points were hard but not impossible to learn. However, when Kyubi changed the subject to teach the blonde the art of using needles to hit precise target points, the blonde wished he could have shut both body and mind to keep him away from the huge pile of information that was battling to make space on his mind. Quickly dressing his Hunter-Nin attire and the mask, Naruto left the hotel room, before suddenly, he was face to face with his company on this mission, Tamari, while holding a basket of breads of different types. "I was hoping you wouldn't be late to leave the room, Hunter-san. I thought I'd get to hold this bucket for hours," said Tamari, earning a nod from Naruto. "I wonder if Gaara put her up to this, or is this some weird way of Suna displaying their hospitality for Konoha?" thought Naruto as he accepted the bucket of bread and placed his mask sideways in order to eat the bread and to keep his identity safe to the girl. "I would suspect that she did this in ways of getting you on the sack later." Laughed Kyubi while inside the blonde's head, earning a sigh in dismay from the blonde, who actually thought that the damn fox was satisfied after his meeting with Hana. "Not now, damn fox. Tamari-san, I have to admit I feel a little bit humble from having the sister of the Kazekage serving a no-one like me some breakfast. I wonder about Kazekage-sama's intentions," asked Naruto, not entirely sure what to make of this type of situation. Surely, Gaara was onto something with this, and Naruto was too much frightened to think his longtime friend might be setting up something between him and Gaara's sister. "Beats me, Gaara just asked me to assure you had a nice time in Suna. I didn't know what he is planning with this, but since he is the Kazekage, I guess I didn't have a say in the matter. Well, since you had your breakfast, Hunter-san, we should get moving fast. We are at the tempest week of the month, meaning that we'll have to avoid quite a lot of hurricanes before reaching the end of the desert," explained Tamari, to which Naruto nodded, before wondering why the girl said the part about leaving the desert. "Where is he located? I thought he was residing within Wind Country?" asked Naruto with clear annoyance as he crossed the forsaken desert needlessly. Sensing the man's frown, Tamari assumed he was rather angry from having to cross the desert without any need to it, but she explained that a recent recon mission returned with Mishimoto's real location and he is currently residing within a small village near River Country. "If we travel faster, we'll take a day and a half to cross the desert and one more day to reach his location. I don't think he would move from that position, as I'm sure he spotted our recon team, so he will logically assume we still didn't give up the chase. It will be up to you to face him and render him unconscious. Think you can live up to the task?" asked Tamari. Naruto for his part frowned, but his reaction remained the same. "In the end, it will all be decided on who has the stronger wind. I won't intend to give you an answer before I get to face the man in combat. Nevertheless, if Suna's best couldn't fight him, then I'll be hard-pressed not to believe his wind abilities to one of the best in all of the elemental nations. In the end, the battle will be decided on who got the stronger wind between both of us," explained Naruto, before seeing a nod from Tamari, who couldn't help but agree with the Hunter-Nin's words and be silently impressed. She knew a fair amount of her village's Hunter-Nins, going as far as to date one in the past. All of them, with close exceptions, became arrogant with their abilities, stating that no matter how much dangerous the enemy could be. This Hunter-Nin, though, gave her a realistic answer, while also telling her that he, also, possesses a wind affinity. A while later, Naruto and Tamari left the hotel and went directly towards the city gate. After presenting the documents of the Kazekage's mission, thus registering Tamari's exit towards a mission. The Kazekage created a system that would allow him to know who was inside the village and who was out, also pinpointing how much time it would take for the ones out on missions to return to the village. After clearing everything, Naruto and Temari stood towards the direction of river country through the desert, and Temari used her hand to point to a certain direction. When Naruto looked, he was surprised to see 3 hurricanes side by side as they danced along the desert in the northeast position. We need to feel when the wind shifts its direction. After it, we'll have close to 30 seconds to get as further away as possible from the place, before the hurricane is formed. We'll need a lot of chakra to travel as fast as we intend to, as well as dodge the hurricanes, explained Temari, to which Naruto nodded, before both of them charged towards river country. In Konoha . One of the deep and dark places of Konoha, where no man, in their sane mind, would want to be right now, was the Onbu torture and interrogation department led by Konoha's interrogator Morino Ibiki. There was a reason for this, because the man's methods rivaled no one. Brutal, but efficient, Ibiki could either make the interrogated spill all his life or drop dead from not being able to hold the pressure for long. Countless people came here and all of them ended up spilling their entire lives to the man. However, one man was different. Takara Shinobu was brought in for questioning by orders from the Hokage from suspicion of being a rat for Akatsuki. According to the man's file, Kakashi and a chunin named Sai followed him for a while, before discovering that the man was sending information to a man named Pain, which happened to be the Akatsuki's leader. The problem was linking this man to his leader, Dansu. Below a two-way mirror, 3 people laid there discussing the next course of action. Kakashi, Tsunade and Ibiki were trying to figure out what they could discover about this man and what information did he pass to the organization. I've encountered tough subjects to crack, Tsunade-sama, but none of them is anyway similar to this one. It's like Dansu transformed him into a mindless individual, said Ibiki, after explaining that methods that rely on emotion wouldn't be effective against someone emotionless. Both Kakashi and Tsunade nodded at the Tokubutsu interrogator. Indeed, when Sai first came to their lives, he was similar in every sort of way. Emotionless, just with the mission in mind and nothing else. It took Naruto's attitude to change Sai's behavior into turning friends with both him and Sakura. However, if this man truly has no emotions, then Ibiki wouldn't be the best candidate for this interrogation. His method relied on messing the man's mind, pretty much destroying them to get the information Konoha needs. Ibiki, who would you consider for replacing you with this guy? If your reports are true, then we would need a different approach, asked Tsunade, earning a nod from Ibiki, who in turn begun to think for a while. On the spot, I would consider my sensei Yamanaka Inoiki. He could get inside the man's mind without the need of torture/interrogation. However, I don't know if it would work, because the Yamanaka clan jutsus rely on a cooperative mind, and it might be dangerous if sensei were to try against a man trained by Dansu. I will regret to say this, but we are in need of a more physical approach, explained Ibiki, earning a look in wonder from both Kakashi and Tsunade, before Kakashi flinched instantly. Another interrogator in my department has a different kind of approach which relies on the body. While one without emotion, he is tact and is not immune to pain. The one I'm thinking about uses pain as a method for extracting the information she needs. Her range of options begins with kunais to poisons that could kill a man in seconds, stated Ibiki, earning a sigh in dismay from Kakashi, who in turn knew who said woman was. Tsunade, for her part, looked at the man and issued to call her, pretty much clueless as to the woman's identity. Ibiki nodded and vanished for a couple minutes, before bringing his companion. Tsunade-sama, I brought the interrogator as per your orders, said Ibiki before seeing Tsunade look at him, before her eyes were bigger than saucers. Anko. At Konoha's hospital . At the hospital, Hana was there visiting Kurenai. The woman was already 9 months pregnant and she felt something strange upon entering a market, so she rushed to the hospital, only to discover it was a false alarm. However, seeing as Kurenai could have the baby any day now, she chose to remain at the maternity section of the hospital for the duration of her little Asuma's birth. Linked with Kurenai's belly, was a tube that would send the signal for the doctors and tell them when the baby would be born. As for Hana's conversation, she was telling Kurenai everything about her date with Naruto and how wonderful it turned out to be. She told about how much he looks like the Yondaime added with some feral whisker marks, and she told about the conversation they had together. The juicy part of the whole thing was, of course, omitted from fear of increasing Kurenai's hormones, but she told her the rest of the little vacation. Kurenai was indeed happy for both Hana and Naruto, but slightly concerned for her once student Hinata. Even though her confidence risen a bit, when the topic of Naruto came, she would be that same academy student once again. However, seeing that neither Naruto saw this occurring nor Hinata reached him to say it, so it was like it never happened. I'm glad that you managed to find someone, Hana-chan. Before Naruto-kun, none of the men you dated turned out to be dating material, and I remembered you telling me that one even tried to harm your dogs, said Kurenai, expressing her concerns to Hana and be glad that Naruto treated her nicely. Yes, those were bastards, but not him. Naruto-kun has something with him that you can't help but fall for. You and I agree that his life growing up was horrible, and yet, seeing him that day showed me that, instead of taking revenge of the people who wronged him, he understood their pain. In his exact words, he said that his knowledge about hardships in life became subjective, even though no one had to deal with things they didn't cause, and that he knew for a fact that people have their own nightmare to think about, so it wouldn't do well for him to show everyone how it was for him growing up, explained Hana, at the same time, smiling at her friend from being able to meet the real Naruto. Kurenai and Hana remained talking about Naruto for a while, before the visiting hours were done and she had to go home. Kurenai appreciated Hana for taking her time to visit her, but the Inuzuka Chunin dismissed it by saying it is a pleasure to be of company, before issuing her a good night's sleep. Once outside, Hana headed towards her house to get her well-deserved sleep. She remembered sending that message to Naruto and leaving the house not wanting for the reply. She had to go to her office because of an early emergency. However, as he walked casually towards the Inuzuka compound, she remembered her conversation with her mother right after her date. To say Tsume was surprised it was an understatement. At the time when she saw Hana bouncing up and down in joy, she wondered about the date and what happened for her daughter to be so happy. It took Hana a couple of minutes to explain, and Tsume's smile was from ear to ear upon seeing this kind of happiness resurface once again. When Hana was only a Jinan, the girl was mostly hyperactive and happy while playing with her dogs. However, one event changed that, and Hana, after, changed. It was not a negative change, as ninja are required to face stressful situations and learn how to cope with it, but Hana's attitude towards things in general changed and she was now reserved. After that date with Naruto, Hana was happier than Tsume could remember, and it certainly brought a motherly smile from Tsume. Back to Hana, she just saw her house on the horizon and immediately began increasing her pace while being followed by her triplet huskies. At the Inuzuka compound . After arriving at the Inuzuka compound, she saw a note at the table from her mother saying that she had to leave for a mission with Kiba for a tracking mission towards Iwa and wouldn't arrive for another 3 days. Returning the note on the table, Hana got to feed her triplets before going to her room. Once inside, she saw the seal and was happy to see a scroll next to it. Upon opening it, she began to read Naruto's reply to her letter. Hello there, Hana-chan. I'm currently in Suna as a request from the Kazekage, hunting one of their missing nins. Don't ask me the reason for my presence here, I guess Suna's hunters aren't so good or something. Also, thanks for supplying me with material to tease Kiba in the future. I was able to picture his pissed-looking face, and I wanted to ask if you could supply me more of these type of situations. As to your mother, I'm afraid I've never met her before, but I've heard great things of her abilities as the top Inuzuka, as well as a great mother for raising both Kiba and you. Anyway, I hope to meet her in the future. I enjoyed our date a lot, and I also hope that you could get some getaways from Konoha for us to do it again, the date I mean. I look forward to meeting you once again, Hana-chan. Take care. Take care once again. Naruto. P.S. Oh, could you do me a favor? The messenger told you summon is quite a greedy bastard, so he will require a reward for the messages. Could you, perhaps, buy 4 chocolate bars to give to him? I don't know where to find them and I can't just go anywhere. After Hana read it all, she snickered a little bit and remembered that Naruto was born a prankster, hence why he enjoyed reading about Kiba being teased. The final part of the letter was a bit odd, but if Naruto asked her to buy some chocolate bars, it wasn't so hard. Hana didn't know much about toads, but seeing that Naruto knew them, Hana wouldn't question it. She was surprised at what he said about her mother, being the top Inuzuka and a great mother, and it only added to things she liked about him. She knew that Naruto was an orphan since birth and must, often, imagine what his life would be if his parents would be alive. At the Onbu Torture and Interrogation Department. Ibiki, Tsunade and Kakashi were watching Anko's method of torture, and Tsunade actually thought her hemophobia was resurfacing once again. Anko proved to be quite a vicious woman, as she injected Takara with enough poison that his skin was beginning to burn like acid, but yet the man was still holding his tongue. Blood was all over the man's body and a few drops fell on Anko's coat, but she wasn't one to lose to this guy. Back behind the windows, the 3 watchers were almost quitting their attempt on linking the man to Dansu. This Takara person wasn't human, he felt no pain. Nothing they attempted on him was enough for the man to stutter the information. Instead, the only sound that left his mouth were paining sounds and laughter as a way of mocking the interrogators. "I'll give one last shot before you'll meet the Shinigami, asshole. Tell me, who do you work for, you piece of shit," shouted Anko, before once again hearing the man laughing at her expense, angering the woman greatly. Grabbing a kunai, she charged at the man with the sole intention of stopping the weapon near the man's neck, and so she did, but with no avail. The man didn't show a hint of fear, just instead kept looking at her while laughing once more. Seeing this, Anko sighed in dismay. She knew of a rat inside the ranks that was working for Akatsuki, reporting to them about Naruto's position, so she wanted to help. Naruto was the one responsible for bringing the only family Anko still has, and she wanted to do something for him, but this man was hard to crack, make it impossible. "Well, you'll die in a couple of minutes, anyway. At least if we're not able to take any information out of you, we'll be satisfied to see you convulsing in pain, before falling limp on the floor. It'll be real nice, you know, all the blood spattered around, you limp body on the ground, bleeding," said Anko, before turning her back on him and headed back to the room. Once inside, she looked at those inside and sighed in dismay. She actually thought the man wouldn't be able to resist the n number of poisons she injected through his veins, but to her and everyone present's dismay, the Onbu-ni agent was tougher than all of them thought. "Ibiki, Anko, we need this man alive, give him the antidote and lock him up, we'll have to come up with different methods of persuasion," said Tsunade as she turned and left the premises. Anko and Ibiki nodded and went inside the room as Kakashi vanished with a sunshine. With Naruto . Naruto and Temari made a small camp, and Naruto was just observing a panting Temari as he pretty much swallowed her food without even wasting time in chewing. The two of them crossed the desert while escaping the hurricanes, but at the cost of terrible tiredness, at least on Temari's part. Naruto, though, was unscathed, and even his breathing was irritably normal. The woman thought about getting mad at him for not being at all tired while she was on the verge of collapsing from tiredness. The two of them crossed the entire desert in less than a day and managed to escape what Temari referred to be the worst hurricane week ever. While they managed to escape one that was forming, another one would form immediately at the place where they would soon be, obliging them to use chakra on their feet the whole time. In fact, the only reason Temari didn't collapse from lack of chakra was because of her rather large reserves, at least high enough for a Jounin kunoichi. After finishing her plate, she looked at the masked Hunter-Nin in front of him and tried to study him for a while. Along the way, he didn't show any hints of displeasure, which could be caused by either high chakra consumption or heavy strain in his leg muscles for using them so much as they did. He was just doing this as he was a highly experienced Sunin ninja who crossed the desert way too many times. She was also curious to the fact that her brother Gaara knew the man even though he was wearing the mask the entire time. Naruto for his turn certainly appreciated the trip. Wind was his element. After all, he used the already existing wind in the atmosphere to move faster, thus avoiding the hurricanes without resorting to using much chakra. He considered Temari's angry look at him and wondered if she thought of taking advantage of the wind force around the hurricanes, but seeing that she was deadly tired, Naruto guessed not. "Temari-san, I would advise you to get some rest for tomorrow." "Don't worry, I'll take the night's watch," said Naruto, before hearing a faint snort from the blonde Suna kunoichi. "Don't you dare think of me as weak, Hunter-san, you don't need to take the full night's watch. I'll rest for 4 hours and then I'll cover the area while you get to rest," explained Temari, before looking at Naruto as in daring him to say otherwise. Naruto for his part didn't mind it one bit, but also he would refuse to bring himself to argue with an angry kunoichi, especially seeing how much of a temper she has. So Naruto just nodded and sunshined within a small typhoon and instantly appeared on top of a tree nearby. Temari once again snorted at the guy before heading towards her tent. Once he saw Temari entering the tent, Naruto sighed in dismay upon seeing that he was stuck with this troublesome woman for the duration of his little mission. "You know, there are tons of things you could do to ease her up, I mean you, and I can feel the pent-up energy she was releasing. I bet she doesn't get any of it back home," said Kyubi, earning another sigh from Naruto. "I really thought you'd quiet down after what me and Hana did, but I was sadly mistaken. I guess once a pervert always a pervert," mumbled Naruto as he made a couple of cage bunshines and settled them towards key positions around the camp, so that they would be able to alert the real one in case of an enemy present. "Well, although Hana is one fine piece of meat, you'll have to admit that this Temari person is also just as nice. Plus, as to your thoughts, I'm pretty sure I explained to you already that monogamy is not my thing," stated Kyubi, before seeing Naruto agreeing with a nod. "Temari is the Kazekage's sister, and I know that any man who even looks at her the long way would have to face his sand. I guess he's overprotective," said Naruto, as the conversation continued for a while. When Naruto's time ended, he dropped of the tree and went to the tent to call Temari. He could simply forget about the plan and just remain watching, but he had a gut feeling that a proud and stubborn kunoichi would like this at all, so he went to wake her. After some time calling her name and no answer, he opened the tent in order to see if the woman was asleep or something. However, the sight was very funny as Temari was not only sleeping, but also drooling. Well, I guess she would be even angrier if woke her up, thought Naruto before going back to his tree to remain the night watch. The next day. Slowly opening her eyes, Temari found it strange that the first rays of sunlight reached the tent. The Hunter-Nin was supposed to wake her up for her time watch, but instead he never did. The nerve of that guy, she snarled in thought. Grabbing her fan, she stormed out of the tent, only to see the hunter there seating on top of a tree log making some morning stew. "Good morning, Temari-san, I hope you like stew for breakfast. It's the only thing I can do right now. Slept well?" Asked Naruto, though he knew that the woman would want some explaining as to why he didn't wake her in the first place. "Bastard, why didn't you wake me up? I thought we agreed to have shifts," asked Temari, though a part of her was thanking the man for not waking her. "I tried to, believe me. I called you up a few times and then when I saw you inside the tent, you're pretty much drooling in your sleep. I figured you're too tired from the trip, so I just returned and let you sleep. Besides, if I did wake you, you wouldn't be able to rest at all, thus being a hindrance when we find the missing nin," explained Naruto, though waiting for Temari to be pissed at his commentary, but then he saw her face expression becoming more relaxed, which meant he ended up doing her a favor. It was after she came willingly and sit next to him, that he realized that what he did, ended up being beneficial to her in the long run. Had she took her shift at night, she wouldn't be at her best against Mishimoto. Being a jounin at such an early age always spoke highly of Temari's skills both in Suna and Konoha. Her few Uten abilities rivaled only the elite and she was well in her way of becoming a master at her own element. Being that said, it would be quite a blow to her pride if she was beaten by Mishimoto because she wasn't able to have a full night rest. After picking a bowl that was offered by the Hunter-Nin, she drank it like a soup. While not as good as home-cooked meal, Temari found the stew to be quite tasty on his own right and asked the Hunter-Nin. Being on the streets for so much time pretty much forces you to depend on yourself. So, anything from supplies, food, water and the likes you have to gather on your own. I had to learn how to cook because if I were to eat at public places, I would draw too much unwanted attention for myself, plus the fact that if I were to eat in restaurants, I'd have to go after A to S ranked enemies and that is something I'm not prepared to do yet. Eat up and then we'll track Mishimoto, said Naruto, to which Temari nodded and drank the rest of the stew, before asking for more. A while later, Naruto and Temari arrived in River Country in hopes of finding the bastard. Naruto was cursing Temari's presence because he couldn't summon Gamakichi to aid him from fear of the girl discovering his identity and ruin everything. So, it ended being his Hunter-Nin tracking skills and Temari's information of Mishimoto to track the guy. According to Gaara, the guy urged for a challenge, so it was likely he wouldn't waste time in hiding or even using genjutsu to hide his presence from others. The village was sparse at best. Some local villagers were found taking care of their agriculture. It wasn't as crowded as in major villages, so both Temari and Naruto would be able to simply spot the man they are looking for. The description was easy to follow, just see a man with a giant iron fan on his back. Mishimoto's appearance didn't stand on the crowd, so it would be down to finding the big fan and hope for the best. It didn't take long and they reached the end of the village, although no sign of a man carrying a giant fan on his back. However, just before the two turned to get back and search for more, both of them sensed the shift in the air current and jumped on instinct. Their action proved to be the right one, as just after they jumped, a huge gust of wind passed through the area, sending everything in its path flying. Just as Naruto and Temari landed on top a little oak house, they heard the man's voice. "Ha, I'm honored to have your presence here with little old me, Temari-sama. I was hoping Suna sent someone more worthy of fighting me and they sent you. How disappointing. Maybe the Kazekage is being mad or something? That or he's too scared to come himself and deal with me, personally," said Mishimoto as he fully opened his fan and eyed Temari's companion. "Ah, look what we have here, a Hunter-Nin from Konoha. I've got to tell Temari, it seems the Kazekage is really desperate to plead help from Konoha with an intern affair. Doesn't matter, though, you two will add up with the number of fools that become victim of my battle fan. Man, this guy don't stop talking, my ears are hurting already, let's show what we're made of, Naruto," said Kyubi within Naruto's mind, earning a nod from Naruto, who in turn asked for Temari to stand aside. "What are you talking about? "You can't hope to beat him alone, I'll help," shouted Tamari, earning a nod in the negative from the hunter. "The Kazekage called me for a reason, Tamari. It's my mission to deal with him. I prefer to fight my enemies alone, so don't interfere unless I'm done for," said Naruto, before he took his sword and charged Mishimoto with speeds that astounded the Suna Jounin. Mishimoto, though, wasn't easily fooled by speed alone and did a strong swing of his battle fan, thus increasing the gust of wind and sending towards Naruto, who jumped out of the way, before looking at the man for a while. "Because of the battle fan, I'd assume he is a long-range fighter, so it wouldn't be wise for me to charge straight at him. My approach would have to be different, and I know just the way," thought Naruto as he channeled a bit of Kyuubi's chakra, before making the hand seals. Katen Karyu Enden, Fire Release, Fire Dragon Missile Jutsu. Instantly, Naruto expelled from his mouth a thin layer of white fire towards the enemy before the fire became stronger. Mishimoto cursed at the fire technique and used his battle fan to create a wind diversion to make contact with the fire attack and explode. After the contact was made, smoke filled the area and Mishimoto couldn't see a damn thing. Right now, he knew the Hunter-Nin's plan to come closer by creating some smoke, but he realized too late as Naruto was already on his side with his sword on his hands, attacking. The man wasn't known for his close-range skills so much, but a lot of enemies tried to take him from close-ranged, only to be killed afterwards, and the Hunter-Nin wouldn't be an exception. Mishimoto used his battle fan in order to block Naruto's sword swings to the best of his abilities, before doing a backflip and doing another swing with his battle fan for the technique Fuuten Dai Kamaitachi, Wind Release, Great Whirlwind Jutsu. Suddenly, Naruto saw in front of him a huge mass of small wind swords ready to cut all over his body. Molding his chakra fast, Naruto managed to make a barrier of wind around him, thus escaping from the incoming slice attacks that would kill him for sure. Immediately, Naruto made some hand seals for Fuuten Kaze no Yaiba, Wind Release, Wind Sword Jutsu, and threw it at Mishimoto, who did a backflip and avoided the attack. "I'm afraid I misjudged your abilities, Hunter-san. Not only do you possess a fire affinity, but you're also proficient in Fuuten Ninjutsu. That's quite rare to occur, since they are opposites," said Mishimoto as he remained with his battle fan prepared for a new swing, while watching Naruto's actions. The blonde, for his part, used his speed and within moments, was right in front of Mishimoto, not even giving time for the man to use his battle fan to keep the distance. Naruto figured that if he remained close enough, Mishimoto wouldn't be able to use the devastating Fuuten attacks. Using straight taijutsu this time, Naruto was able to land some blows to the man's stomach, before flipping in midair and landing a nice roundhouse kick on the man's face, thus sending him flying. Naruto was about to make the hand seals for a fire technique when he saw the man using the momentum and flipping his body in midair, before using Fuuten Daitapa, Wind Release, Great Breakthrough Jutsu, straight at Naruto. The blonde was taken by surprise and was hit dead on, before sent flying towards the trees. Mishimoto smiled at yet another ruined attempt of Suna to kill him and turned to Tamari now for the second round. The Hunter-Nin managed to inflict some damage to the man's muscles, but he was able to use his swing, since Tamari wouldn't come close-ranged from being the same type of fighter as him. "So Tamari-san, you and I have the same style of fighting, so it would only seem fair to settle this by seeing who's got the stronger wind, wouldn't you agree?" Asked Mishimoto, before seeing Tamari snarling in response. The woman was at awe from seeing the Hunter-Nin's abilities and actually hoped that he would take Mishimoto down, but when she saw the Daitapa sending him flying, her hopes were gone and now she had to fight this man. Just as Tamari was about to use her battle fan, she heard the hunter's voice. "I thought I made myself clear when I said that you're not to intervene unless I am done for Tamari-san. This man is my prey, so if you step away and let me handle him, I appreciate it," said Naruto as he appeared next to Tamari with his arms crossed. Mishimoto for his part wondered why the hunter was still alive after being sent flying with astonishing speed to the forest nearby. By looking at him, though, Mishimoto couldn't find a single wound on his body. "You're quite smart and took me by surprise, but I won't happen again, I assure you," said Naruto, before taking his sword once more and vanishing straight at the opponent, who pretty much dodged the sword swing by pure instinct. Mishimoto was astounded to see that the speed doubled and couldn't follow the Hunter-Nin. "This is bad. If I can't see him, that means he can sneak close and deliver the killing blow. I'll have to resort to using more chakra for my techniques and hope to keep him at a safe distance." Naruto didn't waste time and after the missing blow, he charged once more and attacked Mishimoto, who had to place his battle fan in front of the sword so as not to be sliced in half. However, he left his side open, which is why Naruto took the advantage and flipped his body, aiming a strong and chakra-channeled kick straight at the man's stomach, before sending him flying. Mishimoto struggled even to breathe as the air left him. Also, he could hear the sound of ribs breaking, hence how his body was aching now in numerous places. Naruto stood in front of the man as he was using his hands to hold his stomach in a failed attempt of stopping the pain. Naruto's kick injured him so badly, the man was struggling to even get up. "Don't bother trying to get up, Mishimoto. I ended up hitting one of your body's pressure points that happen to be located within the middle of the stomach, the abdomen. This sensitive area, when hit with chakra, sends immeasurable waves of pain through your whole body, thus hindering its movement from fear of overexerting your muscles. How does it feel to be like this, useless against an enemy? I'd gladly kill you now, but I'm not allowed to do so, hence why I'll send you to unconsciousness, sweet dreams," said Naruto, as he placed 2 fingers just below the man's right ear into a certain position on the man's neck. The man instantly closed his eyes and fell limp on the floor. Etsuna. Inside the Kazekage's office, 2 days later, both Naruto and Temari were in front of Gaara reporting the success of Mishimoto's capture, thus pleasing Gaara greatly. "Congratulations on a job well done, Temari. You're excused for the time being." "Hunter-san, I'd like to talk to you for a moment," asked Gaara, to which both nodded and Temari left. "Pressure points, Naruto? Please explain," asked Gaara, earning a nod from Naruto, who took his mask off and looked at his friend. "It was the only way to subdue the bastard without killing him, I'm afraid. I'm still learning the art, but I was already able to locate one and hit it." Mishimoto doubled in pain the second he landed on the ground, explained Naruto, earning a nod from Gaara, who in turn wrote the letter to Tsunade explaining the whole thing and sent it to Konoha via one of his personal messenger hawks. "So, where to now? Do you have a next target in mind?" asked Gaara, which Naruto nodded and showed Gaara the picture of his next target. The man's name is Hataro Matsuyama and was a Jounin-level ninja by the time he fled the village after stealing some money from Konoha's vaults. "I'm heading to Tea Country and look after him," said Naruto, earning a nod from Gaara, who handed him the bingo book. "Well, then, thanks once again for your help and I hope to hear from you again some other time," said Gaara, to which Naruto nodded and vanished, only to appear on top of the Kazekage's tower, looking towards his next destination as the sun was just setting for the day. Chapter 11, Pit Stop. It was a scorching hot day in bird country and nature was taking advantage of it. The plants used the energy of the sun for their feeding and animals would be at the river hunting for fish. It was a pretty quiet day, except for a few distant noises of metal clashing against metal. Suddenly, a small yet increasing in size fireball could be seen coming towards the once peaceful river. The animals scattered away as the little fireball pretty much tripled in size. One human wearing a mask looked at the attack's destruction before turning back to his opponent. It was now close to 6 months since Naruto managed to defeat Mishimoto, soon as missing Nin with the aid of Temari, and now here he was at the verge of eliminating the last one of the B-ranked list. The guy's name is Katsu, yes, a fitting name for the insane fire techniques he uses, and Naruto was cursing himself for not knowing any Suten jutsu to counter the damn imbecile. His few Uten jutsus were unusable as they were weak in comparison to Katen, and his own Katen techniques doesn't even come close to the man's ability with the element, so the only advantage Naruto had right now was the extra chakra capacity and his physical abilities, which were twice as better than 6 months before. "Well, Hunter-san, it appears we are at a stalemate. I can't hit you with my techniques and you can't come any closer. Now, I know better than to underestimate the Hunter Fox while in battle, as I know many did in the past and ended up in a body bag," said Katsu, to which Naruto looked at the man, trying to seize him up. The name Hunter Fox was earned after one of his prey that managed to escape from his clutches for a while. Naruto managed to capture him in the end, but not before he managed to spread the word that Konoha had a new Hunter-Nin that was slowly extinguishing the bingo book. "Naruto, I know you're just waiting for his chakra to vanish, but that won't happen, his control is very good for that. We will have to use that technique," said QB, earning a sigh in dismay from the blonde. He knew the fox was right, but the technique he referred to was never attempted before in the midst of battle. Not to mention that the technique's after effects would cause a lot of damage to Naruto's skin. However, since QB managed to heal him in the end, he guessed the worst it could happen is immeasurable pain. "I know I'll regret this later on, but here goes." Charging chakra to his feet once more, Naruto vanished in thin air and charged against Katsu with a direct attack. Katsu immediately began his share of hand seals before gathering as much air as he could before releasing the Katen Daryuka no Jutsu, Fire Release, Great Dragon Fire Jutsu. Immediately, a huge fire dragon appeared and charged against the Hunter-Nin, who breathed a little bit, before focusing on the Tiger Seal for his new technique called Katen Ku no Yoroi, Fire Release, Flame Armor Jutsu. Immediately, Naruto focused some of Kyuubi's chakra through his tenketsu and expelled it from every tenketsu, thus enveloping his body with flame, before facing the dragon head-on. Katsu couldn't believe what this Hunter-Nin did and believed for a second that he had a death wish. Didn't matter, though, as with the Hunter Fox now dead, not only himself but the rest of those who no longer belonged to Konoha could go on with their lives without being hunted. However, just as he turned his back to the onslaught, he suddenly felt something piercing his neck. It lasted only 1 second and Katsu was dead. Naruto's body was burned all over and his clothes had gone up in ashes. The pain slowly ebbed away, but the blonde couldn't help but grind his teeth in annoyance as Kyuubi was using his chakra to heal the burning. God, I hate this jutsu, remind me why I created it in the first place? Thought Naruto, earning a snicker from the fox living inside of him. For these type of situations, maybe? Or maybe, you became a sadist since you left that pitiful village, so you decided to harm your body at the worst way possible? Either way, you finally managed to finish the B-ranked section of the book. The A-ranked ones will be much more powerful than those you fought thus far. I'd suggest you take a little time to train and maybe even acquire a third element to use in case we run into someone with a stronger element than yours, like either Suiten, water, or Doden, earth. I happen to know more about Doden techniques, so after you're able to manipulate the element, I could teach you, explained Kyuubi, earning a sigh in dismay from the blonde. Naruto took a scroll from his holster and summoned some clothing for him along with a new mask. Naruto, at one point, thought best to order an extra set of clothes and one new mask in case he ran into situations like this one. I have to thank Hana-chan for purchasing another outfit for me, without it I'd be naked and resort to use a henge until I reached a store that sold leather jackets. Thought Naruto as he remembered Hana. They had spent some time together and slowly but surely they had gotten to know each other very well. In 6 months, though a long-distance relationship, Naruto and Hana managed to improve their relationship greatly. They were now secret boyfriend and girlfriend with a handful of people knowing about it. Tsunade, Jiraiya and Kakashi from his part knew of the relationship and on Hana's part, Sume and Kurenai also knew. They chose to keep it a secret since apart from those mentioned before, no one except for the Jounin knew where Naruto was and what he was doing. Also, the Hunter Fox earned quite the reputation in 6 months and Hana would be top on the list for his enemies. Even if Hana was now stronger than before, since she started training under her mother again, there was no reason to advertise their relationship and endanger her. Also, Hana would on occasions, request some sea-level recon mission towards somewhere so that she could meet with Naruto from time to time in order to catch up and do stuff. I remembered the last time Naruto. You were quite the animal back then, I seriously thought she would pass out from her orgasms. Said Kyuubi, once again being a pervert making Naruto snort. In 6 months' time, the Kyuubi proved himself even a bigger pervert than Jiraiya and that was almost impossible, Naruto thought. The blonde decided to ignore the fox since if he acknowledged him the fox would find a way to transform his answer into something perverted. Looking at the corpse of the last B-ranked member, Naruto did the old ritual of severing the man's head and sealing it into a scroll along with a message to either the Hunter-Nin commander or the Hokage, before summoning Gamakichi and asking for the head to be sent with Naruto's regards. After so much time killing, the act itself no longer affected Naruto that much. Of course, the bad feeling was still there, but it didn't stop him from doing it for the sake of duty. Thinking of the word duty, Naruto wondered about his life. Truth be told, Naruto only killed those who deserved it, but that didn't diminish the blonde's feeling that perhaps all that he knows to do, now, is how to kill. Other missions like escorting someone, protecting a caravan, sending a document, became somewhat of a strange concept for the blonde. The blonde remembered sharing his thoughts with his girlfriend once and even remembered her concern. She was worried that in time, Naruto would get used to killing. That he wouldn't even feel the difference any longer. He even remembered reading a letter from the Hokage expressing the same concern, also offering a quick vacation for him if he so wished to. If you wish to continue this path without worrying about the consequences, then a vacation is not such a bad idea. You've been killing people for over a year now and while such number don't bother someone like me, you on the other hand, would snap in time. Stop for a while and return to Konoha. The missing nins won't simply vanish from this existence, there will be a lot of time to hunt them down, said Kyuubi, earning a nod from Naruto who, then, remembered the very reason he left his village in the first place. How can I come back with the Akatsuki coming after me? I'm much stronger than before, but I still can't face them in battle. Also, I would be jeopardizing the village's safety by doing so, thought Naruto, earning a sigh in dismay from the fox inside of him. Naruto, I don't know if you forgot about the fact that your weights were still on when you faced Katsu, meaning that without them, you could very well give one of the Akatsuki quite a run, said QB. The blonde was surprised upon hearing this since he admitted that he didn't remember wearing the weights. However, the thought of becoming that strong was hard to grasp. At Konoha . Tsunade was in her office writing up some paperwork regarding some orders to be sent to the Anbu Corps. It had been 6 months since Naruto's mission towards Suna and not a lot had changed since then. The prisoner didn't show signs of telling his connection with Dansu, but according to Jiraiya, the information was now worthless since the Akatsuki stopped following Naruto's false trails. At first, the blonde Hokage was worried for her surrogate little brother, but as Jiraiya and judging from the number of heads she received, she thought Naruto could give the organization quite a run. She was worried, though, about Naruto's welfare as a Hunter-Nin. The number of kills was astonishing and Naruto even surpassed the Hunter-Nin commander in eliminating a number of pages from the bingo book. However, it was the toad Gamakichi that warned her to Naruto's mood changes. The toad told her, once, that while Naruto's expression was visibly affected after killing someone, now he didn't even flinch and the killings were even more professional than before. 2 weeks ago she offered him some vacation, but Naruto insisted that he didn't need one. She knew he wouldn't like the idea of returning to the village and attracting unwanted attention from the Akatsuki. Honestly, I'd like him to come back now. Most of the Konoha 12 have become Jounin by now and would be a valuable aid against the enemy. Of course, by now, Naruto is as strong as them if not stronger. Thought Tsunade as suddenly the all-familiarized smoke filled her office, announcing the arrival of Gamakichi. Normally, the toad would arrive with a sour mood because of Naruto's behavior, but strangely, the toad was smiling. Tsunade-sama, Naruto brings the last of the B-rank section, said Gamakichi as he handed the scroll to the Hokage. Normally, finishing the entire B-rank section of the bingo book was a remarkable feat for a Hunter-Nin, but Tsunade didn't like to celebrate the fact that Naruto pretty much became a killer. Why are you smiling, Gamakichi? Asked Tsunade, now a little suspicious of the little toad. He left you a message, Tsunade-sama. Everything is right there. Smiled Gamakichi as he handed a letter to the Hokage, who opened up and began to read. Hello there, Ba-chan. It's been a while since we've got to talk about things other than me killing missing nins and I know you're worried about me. I guess I got a little too obsessed with getting stronger and ridding Konoha of its enemies. However, I'm afraid something is going to happen should I continue on this path. Chances are that I snap. I guess you were right in the end, Ba-chan. I was wondering, though, if that vacation offer was still up? After a 2-week vacation, I could perhaps return to run the A-rank section of the bingo book. I'm waiting for a response here, Ba-chan. Can I return to the village for 2 weeks? Love. Naruto. After reading it, Tsunade wrapped the scroll up and looked to the window of her office for a while. She couldn't take the smile off her face after what she read. She didn't have to force him to come back, instead he chose to do so. The blonde Hokage couldn't help but see wisdom in Naruto's words and wonder how much Naruto had changed since he left Konoha. Actually, she was relieved since a while ago, Naruto's fake mission came to an abrupt ending when Akatsuki stopped following their false leads and turned to look for Naruto on their own. If Akatsuki managed to find him, they would surely capture him and God knows what would happen to the blonde. Another advantage of Naruto's return would be that those damn brats from his graduation school would stop pissing her off with their never-ending questions about when he would return from his mission with Jiraiya. Tsunade remembered, one time, when she smashed her fist on her desk after both Sakura and Ino barged in demanding to know about Naruto. Surely, the two girls were now a bit reluctant to even talk to the blonde Hokage, but at least, she found some peace. Picking up an empty scroll, she wrote an authorization letter for Naruto to come home and take a full 2-week vacation, before handing it to Gamakichi who hadn't stopped smiling since he got here. Gamakichi-san, I guess we won't see each other for a while, so take care, okay? Smiled Tsunade, to which the toad nodded. You too, Tsunade-sama. Finally Naruto showed some senses. I was beginning to worry about him. All he ever thought about was to fight and kill. I'll deliver the message right away, said Gamakichi, before vanishing in a puff of smoke. Tsunade, afterwards, relaxed in her chair while drinking a cup of tea. Sure, Naruto's return managed to relax her and she was picturing the blonde just taking his mask off and greeting her Naruto style. Unfortunately, every time she tried to relax, someone would always come in and piss her off. Thinking about me, Tsunade-heim? Well, I'm sure you can't help it, though. No one can resist my charms. boasted Jiraiya as he entered through a window on the left corner. "What are you doing here, Jiraiya?" asked Tsunade, clearly not wanting to be bothered more than she already was. "Well, I saw Gamakichi here and thought that you had news on my student, but from your smile, I can see you got what you wanted him to do?" stated Jiraiya, earning a smile and a nod from the Hokage, who threw him Naruto's letter. The old pervert caught it and opened the scroll and turned to read it. Afterwards, he closed and looked at Tsunade with a smile on his face. "I'm sure that fool Geishi doesn't even realize that Naruto managed to beat his record twice in a row. Well then, since he's coming back, guess I'll stay and see him. I wonder if the bathhouse is already occupied." Wondered Jiraiya out loud, before seeing the incoming punch on his face. Sadly, though, Tsunade was far too fast and far too powerful for him to do anything, so he was sent flying throughout Konoha. Damn pervert. Thought Tsunade as she returned to her chair and took another sip of her tea. With Naruto . Naruto was walking towards an inn he found on his way back to Konoha. He received the message from Tsunade saying that she was glad he saw reason in stopping for a while and that she, happily, granted him his much-needed vacation. However, it was already getting dark and the blonde didn't see reason in speeding things up. That being said, he rented a room for the night, now under his real name as per Jiraiya's instructions. Since Akatsuki stopped following his false leads, Jiraiya communicated with him telling that they would be out looking for the blonde right now. The pervert advised Naruto on using both his name and the Hunter Fox name, since Akatsuki would follow him instead of the Hunter-Nin. If the Akatsuki were to find out about Naruto's new profession, the blonde would have to retire from said duty and return to being a Genin once more. Thinking about it actually made Naruto laugh. Because of his job, he had to kill a whole list of Jounin-level ninjas, and to think that his official rank is Genin, the blonde couldn't help but laugh out loud at the idiocy behind ranks. Nowadays, attaining a certain rank in a ninja's life was pointless to him. Of course, he would think like that, seeing that he was a Genin and yet, he managed to kill Jounin. Yeah, could you imagine where you might be if you didn't choose to become a Hunter-Nin? If there was one thing I truly detested, it was seeing you getting your ass kicked all the time. Thankfully you decided to put your chakra abundance to good use and train for real. Now, sign that damn registration book under your real name and let's get some sleep. I don't feel like looking at your face any longer than I need to," said Kyubi, before he saw Naruto smiling, thus sensing an imminent little funny remark from the blonde. "Love you too, furball," said Naruto, before smiling upon hearing the Kyubi's snort. A couple minutes later, he was laying on a comfy bed. He wondered what he would do once he arrived in Konoha. Visiting a few selected people was a must in his agenda. Hana wanted to get him to meet her mother, but because of his job, he was never around the village, and being a clan head, Sume wouldn't leave the village unless for diplomatic relations, and even so, Konoha wouldn't send any Nuzuka to negotiate. Although being rather level-headed, Sume did have a hot temper just like any Inuzuka and could say something that would cause quite a situation. So, instead, Naruto pictured that Tsunade would send someone who also came from a highly clan, but also had knowledge on how to be a politician. He continued to think about it and decided that he would of course visit his girlfriend and her mother. Hopefully, Kiba won't be there, as it could become a problem. His sense of smell could alert him to Naruto's presence and his plan would be shredded. Naruto remembered that Kurenai was expecting her son when he left, and he remembered Hana mentioning about little Asuma on one occasion, so he thought about visiting her as well. Others like Iruka, Kakashi and Tsunade were obvious since they were family to the blonde. He even remembered to pay a visit to Anko and Kira since it's been far too long since he saw them. Another thing that he wanted to do was to invest in real estate. With his money, he could afford to acquire a few houses in Konoha and then placing them out for rent. Apart from the Hunter-Nin income, he would have a second source of income to aid him in the future. Also, he would look for a nice new apartment for him to live, since the one the Sandaime Hokage gave him was becoming rather small for him. Now completely under covers, Naruto closed his eyes and let his dreams take over his wonderings. However, something would soon happen that wouldn't let him enjoy those dreams. A few miles away from the very hotel where he was staying, two men, one bigger than the other, wearing black cloaks with red clouds, were approaching the inn. Their source informed them that one Uzumaki Naruto just checked in a hotel in Fire Country, so they decided to follow the lead and see where it would lead them. When the rat inside Konoha stopped sending them information about Naruto's whereabouts, the group decided to pursue the last Baijuas on their own. Still, it was clear that the leader wasn't so fond of said information, as he chose to vent out his frustrations inside a cave that now is pretty much non-existent. Itachi, are you sure the brat is where he is supposed to be? I mean, we've been following him for some time but with no avail whatsoever, complained Kisame as he walked side by side with the Uchiha. I have a suspicion that Jiraiya of the Sannin aided Naruto in escaping from our clutches all those times. Now it appears that Konoha sent him on a solo mission. I wouldn't do such a foolish thing as to underestimate a Jinchuriki, even if said Jinchuriki is Uzumaki Naruto. After we arrive, be prepared for any eventual traps, advised Itachi, earning a snort from Kisame who, in turn, just replied saying that anyone who came after him would have to face his sword. It didn't take them too long to reach the hotel and they were already in front of the door room. However, this time it wouldn't be so easy. A few minutes ago, Naruto awoke because what he felt nearby. He didn't know who those presences were, but one possessed a large supply of chakra. Naruto could hear their steps as they stopped in front of his room, before knocking on the door. What do you think, Kyubi? Thought Naruto as he saw the fox deep in wonder for a while. It appears the pervert's plan worked. You don't have to be afraid of them knowing your Hunter-Nin identity. I'm afraid, though, that you must come up with a plan to escape, maybe stall them for a while, stated Kyubi, earning a sigh in dismay from Naruto who actually berated himself for missing the over-stoic Uchiha and the big sushi Kisame. Well, let's pack my stuff and get the hell out of here, thought Naruto as he dressed into another set of clothing, so as not to attract suspicion. Upon opening the door, Naruto fainted surprised and looked at the two with his eyebrows frowned. Uzumaki Naruto, you are to come with us right away. Willingly or not, that's your choice, said Itachi, before Kisame took his sword off and positioned to strike at moment notice. Naruto, though, smiled and made his most popular hand seal. Itachi sighed in dismay at the blonde's attempt of engaging them. I'm very disappointed in seeing that even after training under a Sannin, you still rely on such a pathetic battle technique, said Itachi, seriously wondering why Naruto's smile never left his face. You know Itachi, for an Uchiha you sure open your mouth a lot. And the interesting thing is that only dog shit comes out of it. Tajuu Kage Bunshin no Jutsu, multiple shadow clone jutsu, shouted Naruto and immediately, thousands of Narutos emerged around the three. Suddenly, all of them vanished, thus making Kisame and Itachi vanish as well, trying to follow the real one. Once outside, the duo looked at the extensive army of clones smiling at them. Just as Kisame was about to make fun of Naruto's abilities, the duo heard the word scatter and cursed the heavens for the blonde's inhuman chakra amount. Naruto devised this strategy to be able to escape without getting noticed by the organization, and truth be told, he didn't expect his plan to work. When the clones left the hotel, the real Naruto left as well, but in the direction of Konoha. The clones, though, created small groups and left in all directions at once. Kisame wanted to shred the brat to pieces. Itachi, on the other hand, was impressed at the boy's quick thinking. He used his chakra to create that many shadow clones. Then he told them to scatter to different directions, providing enough distraction for the real one to slip by and leave unnoticed. Very smart, Naruto. I must admit I underestimated you, but that won't happen again, thought Itachi as he went back to Naruto's room to see if he left something worthy of some information. Naruto, however, was long gone and headed straight to Konoha. Traveling at night was considered a risk for all those who had even one shinobi lesson for obvious reasons. For once, the visibility would be seriously reduced and the chances of falling into a hidden trap are very high. Naruto, though, didn't need to worry as when he uses the fox's chakra, his visions become enhanced, thus aiding him in his travel. Right now, Konoha would be 2 to 4 hours away from his distance, quite a long trip to do without resting, but Naruto didn't have such luxury as Itachi could follow his trail and end up capturing him in the long run. By the way, nice trick back there, it took quite a chunk of your chakra. But I guess those pompous bastards didn't see that coming. Head straight to Konoha and we'll be safe, advised Kyubi, earning a nod from Naruto as he maintained a steady pace towards the village that he left more than a year ago. I wonder how much Konoha changed since they no longer saw the demon lurking around their path. Maybe they created a new festival to celebrate some false rumor that I was killed somehow, thought Naruto, before he heard some snicker from the fox within him. I don't know why you take up with those damn idiots, but hey, just know that I would do things a little bit different, said Kyubi, before hearing Naruto laughing. Yeah, kill them. Laughed Naruto as he continued down the path towards the village. With Itachi and Kisame . Back with Itachi and Kisame, the sushi man was just dealing with the clones who surprisingly, at least to him, weren't putting much resistance to the Seimata swings, if not at all. However, Itachi knew better than their intention was only to provide distraction for the real one to leave unnoticed, so it wouldn't do well for them to risk being dispelled in accident and maybe prolong the time needed for Naruto to get away. Kisame, you needn't worry about the Bunshines, they won't attack you, his plan worked. We lost him because we underestimated his abilities, but it won't happen anymore, let's go, ordered Itachi, earning a snort from the shark man who strapped the sword on his back and followed Itachi. Do you think he was expecting us? Asked Kisame as he was walking alongside the older Uchiha. Something is odd about this whole event. Normally, Uzumaki Naruto is rather narrow-minded, thus acting with recklessness. His choice of words was surprisingly accurate and his face expression didn't change once. Something is different in him, I'm sure of it. Also, something only an Uchiha can know is that the blonde was looking at my feet at all times in the midst of our conversation as if he was aware that without eye contact, the Sharingan's abilities are seriously reduced. Perhaps, it would be best to not underestimate him in the future, Kisame, explained Itachi, earning a contemplative nod from his partner. It seems, also, that his chakra capacity has increased, otherwise he wouldn't be able to make such a high number of clones. He must have received some kind of training from that Sannin, wondered Kisame. Itachi, though, was wondering about the whole ordeal. It was too calculated to be one of Naruto's tactics. For someone once very readable, you've become yet a new mystery, Uzumaki Naruto, let's see if you manage to escape our clutches once more, thought Itachi. With Naruto . After 2 hours of travel, Naruto stopped for a while and looked backwards to see if either Itachi or Kisame were following him. To his surprise, though, he felt neither chakra signature approaching nor anyone nearby to suggest a trap. Naruto wondered if his plan worked, but by the looks of it, it seemed Itachi and Kisame didn't bother following him. Naruto wasn't stupid, though, and began to process the future from now on, regarding Akatsuki. He knew his identity couldn't be revealed, at least not outside the village, and certainly, he would only show where both him and the fox attested the safety. Naruto concluded that he would try to continue Jiraiya's counterintelligence by creating a cage Bunshine to wander around in a complete different direction than he is heading. This way, the Akatsuki would follow the clone once more, while he, dressed as the hunter fox, would go around and do what he does best, killing people. Can't the pervert do this for you? Although one cage Bunshine is not much, maintaining him for a couple of hours takes a lot of energy, advised Kyuubi, but Naruto dismissed the idea the same instant. Sure, I could ask him to do it, but what good this will do to me in the long run? Will I ever be able to fully protect myself without him? Snorted Naruto, earning a sigh in dismay from Kyuubi. While you're hunting A-ranked shinobi, those who wishes you dead are S-ranked, thus they are Jiraiya's level. I agree that depending on him is not a good thing in the long run, but at least with him, you could be better protected in case you face them, explained Kyuubi as he saw Naruto rest his hands on his chin in a thinking position. I'll talk with him, see what he thinks of the idea. I can't just simply ask for him to do it without at least explaining myself. Upon our arrival, we'll talk to him, said Naruto, before he focused some chakra and jumped high above the trees, before landing on a next set of logs which would propel him to another. It didn't take too long until Naruto was right in front the great walls that surrounded the village. Normally, a huge sense of nostalgia would hit him like a train in full speed, but this time it was different. Maybe, because truly he didn't want to come back, or maybe he felt that something would go wrong the minute he stepped inside the place he once called home. The spot he was in was secluded from any patrols that Konoha ninjas would make, so he could stare at the walls all day, without a single soul knowing he was there. However, signs of tiredness soon reached him and he needed to rest as soon as possible. Wondering about his tiny apartment, Naruto immediately jumped towards the wall, and within seconds, he was on top of the wall as he looked at the place he once called home. The village itself was dark as the night, but that wasn't surprising considering how late it was. He looked at the direction of his house and immediately jumped towards the next available rooftop. Even though Konoha was sound asleep, at night Onbu shinobi were responsible for guarding the village, so the chances of getting caught were high, even though his stealth improved greatly over the year. Jumping through rooftops, Naruto suddenly dashed to the ground and hid in a darkened corner, before looking up to see 3 Onbu members arriving at the very spot he would be in, if he hadn't dropped to the ground. Konoha is tougher to break in than Suna, I'm close to my house, now, thought Naruto as he saw the Anbus leave the place, before getting out of the darkened corner and using pure speed towards his home. He couldn't use chakra, seeing that the Onbu would be on high alert if he did so. After hiding once more, Naruto managed to reach his building and jump straight to his apartment. Looking at the door, though, he wasn't surprised as sweet messages were written there by a kunai. Glad that you're dead, demon, and you are where you belong, read Naruto, before chuckling a bit. In the past, he would squeeze his hands in fury and try to swallow the pain, before putting a false smile. Now, however, Naruto found it amusing that the civilian population in Konoha thought he was dead, because he simply disappeared from view. And you think it's a good thing, why? Asked Kyubi from within the blonde's consciousness. Not good, just amusing to think that if I decided to appear to them, their face would be as white as a ghost and probably believe I came from hell for revenge. However, as much as I appreciate a good prank, my presence here must remain a secret, until I manage to settle some matters. However, I will, first, get some rest, said Naruto, before picking his key below the carpet in front of the door and opening his apartment. Upon entering, he saw the room was dark, but he didn't need to switch the lights on to see that someone took care of his apartment for him. There were sheets covering his furniture in order to prevent the dust from accumulating, and Naruto's nose could pick the smell of soap, meaning that whoever did this did a complete service. Walking around a bit, he found his bed and took off his clothes, before getting to rest. He didn't have the luxury of sleeping for long, simply because of the fact that the one who cleaned his apartment could show up and see him inside, thus knowing he was back in Konoha. Kyubi, could you wake me up tomorrow at 8? I'll go find a new place to buy with the money from the Hunter-Nin business, and I have to leave the key where I found it, otherwise the person will know I'm here, said Naruto deep inside his mind, earning a grumbling nod from Kyubi. How can you be sure it's not your mate doing this? Asked Kyubi, before seeing Naruto thinking for a while. I don't think she would bother to do this, unless she knew I was coming to Konoha. I have another hunch, and if I'm right, then letting her know I'm back would be such a troublesome situation to deal with, and quite frankly, I don't want any more complications than having to explain to each person that I know the actual truth behind me leaving the village. Do you think they know of my reputation? Asked Naruto, earning a snort from the fox. The name Hunter Fox was given by someone who was killed by you a few hours after he managed to escape from our clutches. I doubt he managed to spread the word about you, stated Kyubi, to which Naruto smiled and nodded. Yeah, well, I'll go to sleep, remember to wake me up. The next day. Waking up at the designated time, Naruto left his place immediately and left the key where it belonged. He was curious as to who would go inside his house and clean up, so he left a single cage Bunshine and told him to hide in a place where he could see his apartment's front door. The Bunshine immediately vanished, before the real Naruto started walking towards some place to have breakfast. Usually, Ichiraku's would be his choice number one, but the fact is that he couldn't be there, unless he wanted to drop out of the Hunter-Nin program. So, he settled for entering in a bakery store and asking for some bread and butter served with coffee and milk. Afterwards, Naruto walked throughout Konoha, in order to find some place that sells newspapers. Naruto wanted to find a suitable new place for him to stay and maybe purchase another one and put it out to rent, thus having a second income. After walking for a while, Naruto found a few people he recognized, like Lee and Guy, doing their morning routine. No matter what horrors I see, those eyebrows scares the crap out of me, thought Naruto, earning an acknowledging nod from Kyubi, who also wondered why they have to be so damn big. A couple of Chunin and Jounin he came to know upon his stay in the village were conversing about some Suiten techniques, it seemed, and Naruto wondered about what Kyubi said about a third element to learn aside from Fuuten and Katen. If he could choose, Suiten, water, certainly wouldn't be his choice. It wasn't for the fact that he didn't see it as deadly or at least useful, it was just that its use was limited to having a nearby water supply in order to be used, and in Naruto's line of work and water couldn't be found so easy. Suiten ninjutsu is only strong against Katen, since it's dominant over fire, but that doesn't mean Doten techniques aren't useful against Katen ninjutsu. Not to mention, that the one dominant over Suiten techniques is Doten ninjutsu, advised Kyubi, earning a nod from Naruto, who thought about learning some Doten techniques, just in case neither his Fuuten nor Katen ninjutsu works. Walking around for a while, Naruto found the bookstore and purchased today's newspaper. Naruto had to admit he wasn't that much into reading at first, but when he managed to learn all those Fuuten techniques from the library, he began to see books in a new light. This was the first time he bought a newspaper, but the weird thing was that the vendor didn't snarl at him, called him demon. Oh yes, right. I'm wearing the Hunter-Nin mask. Of course, something was wrong with the man's attitude. Now let's see what we have here. Naruto flipped the newspaper and found a page reserved for ads. People wanted to sell their products to others, so they placed their offers at the newspaper simply because a great number of people would be able to see it. Naruto was searching for someone that happened to be selling some apartments, so that he could visit them. After looking for a while, he hit the jackpot. One ad showed that a businessman from Sea Country happened to leave the village and was in need of selling 3 apartments that he owed in Konoha. Looking at the address, Naruto immediately began walking towards the place, before he saw a woman using her hair like 2 buns and wearing some Chinese outfit. Naruto admitted he didn't know much about Neji and Lee's teammate Tenten. He knew she was a weapons specialist because of the mission to rescue Gaara from Akatsuki, but other than that, the woman was pretty much a stranger to the blonde. Shrugging it off as in not important, Naruto looked in front of him to see the building that the apartments were located. Seizing it up for a bit, Naruto appreciated its design and also the peaceful neighborhood. According to the ad, the man's offer was 350,000 ryo for the 3 apartments. Naruto knew he had this much to spend, but at least he would try to lower the price to the amount of 100,000 ryo each, totaling 300,000 ryo. Upon arriving, Naruto knocked on the man's door, before the door opened, showing a rather tall figure, wearing a black suit and smoking a cigarette. "Can I help you with anything?" asked the man, to which Naruto nodded. "Sorry to bother you, sir, but I happened to see the ad you left in the newspaper and I'm interested in making an offer for the 3 apartments, explained Naruto, earning a smile from the man. "Oh, why didn't you say so? Come in, I'll show you around, call me Rinji, please," said Rinji, before ushering Naruto inside. All 3 of them have 2 bedrooms, 1 bathroom, a nice kitchen and a living room to die for. Normally, I wouldn't be selling them, but due to some personal matters, I'm obliged to return to Sea Country. I see you are a masked mister. Are you one of those ambus that I happen to see roaming through the village? Asked Rinji, before seeing Naruto nodding in the negative. "No, my mask is different from those the ambus wear. I happen to be a Hunter-Nin, ever heard of said position?" Asked Naruto, to which Rinji nodded. "Sure, I had. You guys travel outside the village and hunt the respective village's missing nin, but I heard that is quite a lonely job. I mean, how do you cope with depending only with yourself? After a while doing it, you get accustomed to, I'm afraid. Well, regarding the apartments, all of them have decent pluming and illumination, correct?" Asked Naruto, before seeing the man nod his head, before continuing. "Great, I like this one, I can see you took good care of it," said Naruto, earning a smile from Rinji. "So do we have a deal? I believe I stipulated in my ad, the amount of 350,000 ryo for all 3 of them, do you accept?" Asked Rinji, before seeing Naruto looking at him. "I wish to close the deal with you, but I only have available with me 300,000 ryo and I'm ready to make a direct deposit to your bank account instead of trying to pay in parcels," offered Naruto, before he saw the man think for a while. It was a nice offer, he thought so himself. The market price for each of the apartment was slightly above what the masked one offered, and truth be told, the man would profit either way. "We have a deal, then. I purchased these apartments 4 maybe 5 years ago and I managed to get a good price on them at the time. I settled at 350,000 ryo at first, because it happens to be a business tactic. The more you ask, the more you can reduce and still be able to profit. I'll give you my bank account and all the property documentation regarding these 3 apartments. Wait right here while I'll go and get them," said Rinji, to which Naruto nodded, before he went to one of the rooms and grabbed the respective documentation. After he returned, he handed the document to Naruto, before giving his hand to Naruto as in wanting to close the deal by shaking heads. Naruto saw no harm done in all this and shook the man's head. "Great handshake, strong, powerful, it speaks highly of a man with these qualities. Here is the necessary documentation and the number of my bank account. Unfortunately, my bank is in Sea Country and tax laws states that after the wire transfer is complete, the one who received the income will have to pay a certain value, but don't worry, I've got credit with the bank for compensation purposes. Congratulations, you just purchased 3 nice apartments. How can I call you? I know you guys have a hidden identity," said Rinji, to which Naruto nodded. "Just call me Hunter Fox, that's the name I'm known for these days," said Naruto, earning a smile and a nod from Rinji. "Okay then, Hunter Fox, I'll have to go talk to Tsunade-sama and request some shinobi to protect me on my trip back to Sea Country. After all, security is a priority today," smiled Rinji as he opened the door to Naruto, after he locked from the outside, before giving the 3 keys to the blonde. "It was nice doing business with you, Hunter Fox, I hope you enjoy the apartments, see ya," said Rinji, before he turned and walked away. A few hours later, Naruto managed to get all the technicalities of the deal behind him as he made the wire transfer to Rinji's account. Upon looking at the bank document that contained the amount of money he had right now, Naruto began to do some calculus. The B-ranked section of the bingo book rendered a lot of income to Naruto and he was now considered a millionaire. The word was because he just purchased the apartments, so now he had 900,000 Ryo in his bank account. The next priority would be stopping by the place where he acquired his katana from. He needed to reload his supplies for the future, so he would go shopping. Immediately, arriving at the shop, he saw the man that sold his sword as he saw Naruto as well. "Greetings, customer, how can I be of service today?" asked Akito, slightly suspicious of the sword strapped on this customer's back. "Greetings, Akito-san, I'm back to have that repair on my sword, the Furizare, free spirit," said Naruto, waiting until realization struck the man. Well, Naruto-san, it's good to see you once more. I see you became a Hunter-Nin, that's great. Not many shinobi choose this line of profession. Why don't you show her to me and we'll see what we can do to restore her, said Akito, earning a nod from Naruto, who took off the sword from his back and gave to Akito. After the man took the sword off its holster, he smiled and admired the level of care Naruto showed for the sword. In over a year, the metal presented some small signs of cracks, but nothing that someone of Akito's abilities couldn't fix. "The sword has some fissures here and there, but I can fix it. It will take some time, though. I'm out of metal right now, but it will be arriving tomorrow morning. You can pick them up in 2 days from now. Are you in need of anything else?" asked Akito, to which Naruto nodded and picked a little notebook from his jacket. "I have a little list of things here, Akito-san. Can you write it down? It's kind of an extensive list," said Naruto as Akito, smiling, grabbed a notebook of his own, before Naruto began the list. 500 kunais, 500 shurikens, 100 windmill shurikens and 100 demon shurikens, 10 boxes of needles and a dozen storage scrolls. Also, I was hoping you had some exploding tags as well, if possible close to 50, said Naruto, before he heard Akito whistle in surprise at the amount of stuff. "Not that I'm complaining or anything, Naruto-san, but it's a very extensive list you have here. Why do you want so much?" asked Akito. "When you're out there alone, you create some vices that happen to be impossible to cure. For me to just buy ninja supplies outside Konoha makes me go edgy, and I expect a trap of some kind. By purchasing more in advance, I save both time and my neck in case of someone trapping me. Can you set all of what I asked for when I return to pick my sword?" asked Naruto, to which Akito smiled and nodded. "I see what you mean. These vices, as you called it, can save your life in the future. Now, as to the products, I'll have them ready for you when you return. Now wait right here while I'll settle the total price," said Akito, earning a nod from Naruto, who began to walk around a bit and once again admire the many weapons that were stored in Akito's store. The man had everything and more, and surprisingly enough, all weapons, both projectile or not, were shining, which meant that Akito took great care of the items. A few minutes later, Akito returned with the price. "So Naruto, it will be 35,000 Ryo for everything. You can pay me when you come back next time. I'll have everything ready for when you return," explained Akito, but Naruto said no and insisted on paying the man right away. Akito appreciated the money and placed the order on his list for 2 days withdraw, before ushering Naruto goodbye. Naruto greeted the man goodbye and turned his back ready to leave, before turning once more. "Akito-san, I'd like to ask a favor if I may?" asked Naruto, before Akito nodded and he continued. "Maybe this is another one of those vices, but until I come back, please do not mention to anyone that I'm in Konoha or that I'm a Hunter-Nin. I'm not talking about you, but rumors spread like crazy in this village and, then, my cover would be blown for sure. Could you do that for me?" asked Naruto. "Of course, my friend, you can count on me for that. You surely have your reasons, so I won't ask. Come back in 2 days and I'll have everything settled for you," said Akito, before Naruto smiled and nodded to the man. 2 days later. After picking up his order, Naruto stored everything in one of the storage scrolls and left the store, thanking Akito once again for everything. After that, he left towards the library where he would do some research concerning Doden manipulation. Naruto decided to give the ninjutsu a try, since it would come in handy against tougher opponents in the future. In minutes, he was already inside the place and searching for some books concerning the material. After looking for a while, Naruto managed to find them. Introduction to Doden Ninjutsu for those who don't have the necessary affinity. Low-level Doden techniques and mud manipulation. High-level Doden techniques. Naruto picked them from the shelves and went to one of the tables inside the library. Naruto's objective wasn't to leave the library already knowing everything there was to know about the subject. He would copy all the relevant information from the first book he picked and would choose 2 to 3 techniques from each one of the 2 last books in order to learn them. Naruto remembered the message he sent to Jiraiya, explaining that he was already inside Konoha, but wouldn't appear to anyone until he was ready to do so. Flashback on. Yesterday, after leaving his sword to be repaired, Naruto was standing on top of the Hokage monument, sharing the view that the past Hokages had of the village they sworn to protect. He knew he would have to inform the pervert that he was already inside Konoha, so he began to write a message to Jiraiya. Hi there, pervert. I'm writing this to inform you that I'm already within Konoha's walls. The reason as to why I didn't show my face to any of you yet was that I needed to handle some personal matters first. If you feel the need to tell Ba-chan about this, feel free to do so. However, if you see a vein popping on her forehead, explain that I'll appear in no time and for her not to worry about me. In case there is an emergency, you know how to reach me. See ya. Hunter Fox. After closing the scroll, Naruto summoned Gamakichi once more only to give the message to Jiraiya. Of course, the toad complained since he was on his vacation, but complied in the end. Flashback off. Immediately, Naruto used his pencil and began writing all the necessary information on another scroll. At the Hokage's office . Sitting behind the Hokage's mahogany desk, Tsunade was feeling the urge to tear the furniture into tiny little pieces. In front of her was Jiraiya with a serious expression on his face. So what, Jiraiya, are you telling me that he is suspicious of his own home? Of us as well? Is that why he is doing this? Shouted Tsunade, but Jiraiya could only nod. He developed some vices, I believe, while being a Hunter-Nin, Tsunade Heim. The message didn't say much about what he was up to, but you know as well as I do, that in time, Hunter-Nins become suspicious of their own shadow for Cry's sake. Don't worry, though, he'll come see you when he's ready to do so. It's not like he left the village for no reason, you know? Also, if Akatsuki was to learn that he's here, then they'll come and everything he did to keep them away from this village would have been for nothing. Explained Jiraiya, before seeing a sigh of dismay from Tsunade. I'm afraid you're right, Jiraiya. Damn, imagining Naruto being paranoid is as hard as seeing Orochimaru suddenly having a conscious crisis. Did Gamakichi say anything about him? Asked Tsunade, but Jiraiya nodded in negative, explaining that the toad merely handed him the message and left, while grumbling about stupid blonde ruining his vacation, earning a smile from Tsunade. He'll come see us in no time, Tsunade Heim, be sure of it, said Jiraiya, earning a nod in confidence from Tsunade. With Naruto . Soon the night approached and Naruto managed to finish everything he needed to learn about Doton manipulation. Of course, he knew that because Kyubi was telling him to write down what he thought was important to the blonde. The blonde even got to write down 5 techniques to learn regarding Doton manipulation. Doton Doryuki, Earth Release, Mud Wall Jutsu. Doton Doryudan, Earth Release, Mud Dragon Projectile Jutsu. Doton Ashasha, Earth Release, Stone Catapult Jutsu. Doton Tsuchi no Yoroi, Earth Release, Earth Armor Jutsu. Doton Jishin, Earth Release, Earthquake Jutsu. After grabbing everything he needed, he placed the books on the respective shelves once more and left the library towards his new apartment to sleep. Tomorrow, he would show up at the Hokage's office. Chapter 12, Hidden Intentions. It was yet another beautiful day in Konoha as the first rays of sunlight illuminated the village. Being located in fire country, Konoha was used to hot temperatures in the summer and normal temperatures in winter. Now, in the village there were those who appreciated waking up early for the sake of enjoying a full day and, of course, those who hated because they wanted to enjoy that extra 5 minutes to sleep, which actually becomes at least an hour and a half. However, for one person, having time to sleep meant lowering his defense and doing such would result in death, hence why Naruto was already up when the sunlight adjourned his features. Actually, Naruto was found on top of the Hokage's monument like he remembered doing the same thing a long time ago. It seems strange, but the only view he missed from the village he once called home was the one from the top of the Yondame's face. No matter what happened his life, just sitting on top of the Yondame calmed him down like no place would. Naruto was so hypnotized by said view of the village that he forgot to pay attention to the one living within him, who understood why Naruto's feeling of nostalgia manifested in the first place. The fox wouldn't speak to his jailer about it any time soon, since, to tell the truth, he didn't feel like it. Let the other monkeys do this when they as hell see reason in telling for the fox's sake. Back to Naruto, he got up and got to see his old house in the horizon, before remembering that it was Sakura who cleaned up every now and then. The memories assaulted him as he got take a look at his ex-teammate. She had grown, that's for sure, Her hair was a little bit longer and Naruto was surprised she was wearing a standard jounin attire. Hana once told him that most of his classmates became jounin nowadays and he was the only jounin left. Not that it mattered, though, as in the end it was all up to who would be holding the kunai straight through the other's heart. One of the things that occurred during his time outside the village was that Naruto would explain his reasons by using analogies related to killing the other. Looking around the village once more, Naruto recognized the Inuzuka compound and he couldn't help but smile upon thinking of Hana once more. Picking up a scroll, Naruto decided to alert Hana beforehand, not wanting the bloodhounds recognizing either his or Kyuubi's sent a mile away. If Naruto was to visit Hana and maybe her mother, he would need to tell her firsthand. After finishing the scroll, Naruto summoned Gamakichi, who in turn appeared with his belly up like he was resting in a swimming pool, thus falling on his back. "Oi Naruto, why the hell you summon me now? I'm on my vacation," shouted Gamakichi, but Naruto didn't even flinch as he was with his arms crossed. "My apologies Gamakichi and sorry to wake you from your vacation, it's just one more thing, I need you to deliver this scroll to Hana and then I promise that I won't bother you for the whole month," said Naruto, earning a snort from the toad who nodded and vanished instantly, before appearing at Hana's room, surprising the girl quite a bit. "Oi Hana, Naruto sent you a message, he doesn't expect reply, just this message," said Gamakichi before leaving the plan of existence and returning to his oil pool. Hana for her part was surprised to receive a message from her lover. Not because she wasn't happy to, but the fact that she was about to do it from missing him since last time they met. Taking the scroll, she opened and began reading. "Hana-chan, how have you been my love? I have some great news to you. Seeing as I managed to end the B-ranked list of the bingo book, I accepted the Hokage's vacation offer and guess where I am now? Yes, you're right, I'm back in the village and I want to visit you and maybe get to meet your mother if possible. Now, the problem is that my scent would be sensed a mile away from either one of your family, hence why I thought best by inform you of my arrival at your house in approximately an hour from now. I can't wait to see you. Love, Naruto." Hana didn't wait to close the scroll until she opened a big smile. Her boyfriend was finally home. Kiba was away in a mission with his old Jinan team, so he wouldn't be a problem. The girl went downstairs and saw her mother having some breakfast with her dog as well as Hana's triplets. "Wow, there Hana-chan, I see you slept well? I bet you dreamed of Naruto once more, haven't you?" smiled Tsume, before seeing her daughter blushing like crazy, before laughing her ass off. "Ka-san, he's here. I just received a message saying that he wanted to visit here in an hour," said Hana, to which Tsume displayed her surprised look at the news. Naruto has been a popular subject in her house ever since Hana began dating him and, even if Kiba wasn't familiar with his sister's relationship, often talked highly of the blonde. Kiba, at some point, displayed his disliking to this mission Naruto was on with the Sannin Jiraiya, since because of it, Naruto wasn't able to progress in rank while everyone was promoted to Jounin already. Tsume smiled at the thought, thinking about the effect of ranks for a Hunter-Nin. She thought that since Naruto was cleaning the B-ranked missing Nin section, he got to face Jounin in battle and won, hence why he was the only Jounin on par with a Jounin. "So, it's today that I'll finally meet the man of your dreams, Hana-chan? I admit that hearing you speak about him so much spiked my curiosity a bit. Do you think he'll stay for real this time or just plain vacation?" asked Tsume. "Sadly, just for vacation purposes, but that's better than him becoming a man whose only ability is to kill. He still has the A-ranked missing Nin to deal with, but I hope that he sees reason and revoke his Hunter-Nin status. I can't help but worry for him now that he will be facing enemies close to a Sannin's level of power. I know that he is indeed strong, but still," said Hana as she looked down at the thought of losing Naruto. Tsume very well knew that look since she shared that fate with her husband, but it wouldn't do Hana good if she remembered of Hana's deceased father dying on a mission. She needed to better Hana's mood. So, she just played the part of the mother and only smiled to her daughter, before explaining that if Naruto managed to overcome B-level shinobis with ease, then he could very well cope against A-ranked missing Nins. "Also, my lovely daughter, if Naruto comes here and see this worried face, he'll be worried in return. You don't want that, do you?" asked Tsume, before seeing Hana smile all of a sudden, thus earning a smile in return from the elder woman. "You're right, Mom, and besides, Tsunade-sama is going to try as well to convince him to stay, so the odds are in our favor. Naruto is still a ninja and therefore subjected to the Hokage's orders," explained Hana, before reaching the fridge for some breakfast, before hearing some light giggling from her mother. Tsume realized that Naruto would have people getting on his very nerve while trying to convince him not to return to being a Hunter-Nin. And if she knew her daughter like he did, then Hana would stick to convincing him until he left once more. The fact was that Tsume wouldn't stop her daughter from doing so. Even if the elder Inuzuka understood and respected Naruto's decisions to leave the village, he couldn't deny that not only he will be facing elite enemies, but also escape Akatsuki's grasp at the same time. With Naruto . After sending Gamakichi to deliver the message, Naruto vanished from the Hokage mountain back to a place where he knew he would find him. It was amusing, at least for Naruto, to know that no matter which country or city this guy was in, there would be one place that he could possibly be, the public onsen. Actually, Naruto didn't even know that Jiraiya was in Konoha, but the fact was that if he was, then definitely the place to look for him would be the public onsen. In 5 minutes, Naruto reached the bushes near such a place, before he began to look for him. It didn't take 1 minute of searching before Naruto heard the distinguished sound that could only have left from his mouth. He, giggled the casual observer known as Jiraiya of the Sannin, not even aware that Naruto was already behind him. Seriously, not even Orochimaru here in person would take his attention away from peeping at the girls. You should have learned said trait from him, brat. Imagine, all those ladies, giggled Kyuubi inside his head as pictures immediately appeared of Anko, Kira, Kurenai, and Hana. Upon seeing them, Naruto couldn't help but snort at having perverts for companionship. Actually, Naruto really enjoyed them, especially the last picture of Hana naked in bed, but that's not the case right now. Excuse me, Jiraiya-sama? Asked Naruto, being polite so that Jiraiya wouldn't know it was him for a future prank. The pervert waved his hands, telling the strange man to go away and stop bothering him. Naruto smiled and this time poked the Sannin on his shoulders, receiving, once again, the hand waving Naruto off. Naruto, then, poked again, this time on his head. Eventually, the pervert was fed up with this imbecile and turned his head, snarling. However, when he was about to scream at the man for being a nuisance, he saw Naruto's attire and frightening mask, before jumping scared. The bad part of this was that he was only a few feet away from the female part of the onsen, thus falling right inside and causing quite the commotion. All that Naruto could hear was the man screaming for help and the ladies shouting war screams towards Jiraiya. After almost getting killed, Jiraiya managed to escape, of course with women in tow, but one of them, actually the only kunoichi, stayed at the onsen, since the one who was peeping actually left as long with everyone on the onsen. Kurenai was just enjoying the few peaceful moments a mother kunoichi could have. Little Asuma was a handful, and even though the Hokage suspended her ninja license until Asuma's 2nd birthday, it was almost impossible to calm the little infant enough to warrant her some sleeping. However, her kunoichi senses didn't fade and she could very well sense a strong chakra within the area. Quickly, she went back to the restroom and placed her normal clothes before going to investigate the surroundings. This chakra was familiar, but she couldn't just grasp as to whom it belonged to, until she saw him standing on top of a 20-foot tree, supposedly waiting for something or someone to show up. Instantly, memories flooded her mind as to a confrontation she had with him prior to him becoming what he is now and the horrible accusations she made. Kurenai did everything against what she was trained for. It was common knowledge that the job of a ninja is risky and that death is a part of it. No matter the circumstances, the ninja must always be prepared to deal with the situation accordingly. Of course, there was always the fact that ninjas are humans and that humans can't handle the emotional strain of losing someone you love and get to think rationally in response. Asuma's death at the hands of Akatsuki shocked and angered Kurenai simply because of the existence of the tailed demons. Said organization's objective was to capture the 9-tailed beasts at all costs, and in the end, Kurenai ended up blaming her lover's death on a person that houses the very being the organization is after, one Uzumaki Naruto. Naruto never asked to house a demon such as the Kyuubi, and Kurenai knew that. The fact was that she was short on finding a scapegoat to blame for what happened to her, and Naruto wore the glove. And even after blaming everything on him, Naruto just confirmed everything and accepted the guilt, saying that he was to be held responsible for the Kyuubi inside of him and that if she wanted, she could kill him in order to avenge her beloved. She did regret thinking like that one day before he left, when he was picking this black outfit, and even when Hana couldn't stop talking about him, Kurenai couldn't feel guiltier for doing what she did, for blaming Naruto for what happened. She wanted, then, to apologize to the blonde once more, even if Naruto himself said she didn't have to. As Kurenai approached the tree Naruto was standing, she just looked up and was surprised to see that Naruto was already looking at her. "Hello there, Kurenai-san," said Naruto as he dropped to the ground in order to meet the kunoichi face to face. The mask sure was frightening, Kurenai thought. And while unaware of his reputation as the Hunter Fox, She had heard some rumors related to a new Hunter-Nin that is diminishing the bingo book greatly. Also, now that Naruto was right in front of her, the difference was plainly visible. His muscles were more refined, even though she couldn't see much from the leather jacket, and regarding his height, Kurenai assumed him to be close to 6 feet tall. "Naruto, how long have you been in Konoha?" asked Kurenai, not really wanting to remember old discussions. "I just arrived. I asked for a little vacation and Tsunade-sama granted me 2 weeks. I heard little Asuma was born. How is he?" asked Naruto, earning a smile from Kurenai, who in turn remembered about the little typhoon breaking everything. "A handful, but he looks like his father so much that is kind of scary. He can be a bit destructive at times, so I decided to rest a little bit and hired a Jinan team to take care of him just for today." "So, I understand that you and Hana are seeing each other?" asked Kurenai, earning a suspicious look at the possibility of his girlfriend opening her mouth to the entire village about it. Sensing his preoccupation, Kurenai waved it off, explaining that Hana is one of her best friends and confidant and that few people know about the hidden relationship. "I'm actually scheduled to make a visit at her house in half an hour," said Naruto, earning a nod from Kurenai, before silence reigned the conversation. That discussion created awkward silence between Kurenai and Naruto. Kurenai not wanting to talk about it and Naruto don't seeing relevance in bringing something like that on a normal conversation. His opinion didn't change, though, in all this time. Asuma's death at the hands of those who were after him was uncontroversial to the blonde, and saying that it wasn't his fault, it would be a lie. Kurenai, for instance, wanted to say that she was sorry for what she said to the Hunter-Nin that time, and she gathered courage in her brain to do so. However, when her brain would give the order for the mouth to open and speak, said order was overruled and thoughts of worry filled her head. "How pathetic, I'm a jounin for cry's sake and I can take care of a son that is better described as a maniac back at my house. Why can't I talk to him what needs to be said?" "Okay, I'll talk, I've been training what do say ever since he left."
"Naruto, I wanted to apologize for what happened between us," said Kurenai, earning a surprised look from Naruto, even though because of the mask, no one could see.
"For what reason, Kurenai-san, you're apologizing?" "What happened with Asuma was my fault entirely. It showed me that the longer I stay in Konoha, the more chances are for another one to die because of who I am," explained Naruto, but Kurenai negated with her head, seeing how stubborn the blonde was to settle this once and for all. This wasn't healthy for him. "Hear me out, okay? I want to explain," said Kurenai, until Naruto nodded, before she continued.
"I'll admit that when it happened, my entire life shattered in million pieces. I didn't know what to do. I mean, Asuma-kun was the man I loved.
Needless to say, every ninja training I had thus far was swallowed by the pain in my heart. I wanted revenge more than anything. I wanted Akatsuki to pay for what they did to my husband. In the end, I blamed you since you are who they want. I was wrong, though, to do that to you, Naruto. How could I blame you when you never asked to be in this situation? You faced so much hate and anger from everyone and you didn't need another one throwing you hated glances. I just wanted you to know that what happened to my Asuma was because of Akatsuki and them alone," explained Kurenai, before closing her eyes in effort, so as not to shed a tear for her beloved Asuma. Naruto kept watching the woman in front of him, opening her heart for him, and found some level of wisdom in her words. However, he knew that deep down inside, nothing would have happened if he never existed in the first place. Perhaps, the Yondaime wouldn't be able to stop the Kyuubi and the village would be decimated, but Naruto very well knew the pain of being alone in life, not having someone to depend on, instead only relying on yourself for survival. In a sense of the word, Naruto never changed. Being out there as a Hunter-Nin meant taking care of yourself while at the same time, dealing with missing nins. Nevertheless, with all Naruto's experience in dealing with the past, something are better off forgotten. Kurenai-san, what happened between us is in the past right now and it should remain in the past. Sometimes, it's best to forget the minor conflicts for what's really worth our time. You have little Asuma and Hana to look forward to and I as well have those who I care deeply for. Now, though, I'm afraid that the pervert won't return, so I'll go to Hana's," said Naruto before he turned and began walking towards Hana's house, before he heard Kurenai call to him, before walking right next to him. Those were wise words, Kurenai thought. As she looked at Naruto's mask, she couldn't help but see a much respectful figure than a 17-year-old guy who didn't pass the rank of Jinan should be. Kurenai knew most of Naruto's peer from the academy, and while some of them like Shino and Shikamaru displayed a certain level of maturity, Naruto probably became the most mature of them all. Despite facing such a dangerous and lonely profession, it appeared that it transformed Naruto into a stronger being, someone not afraid of stepping up to himself even if against the strongest adversaries. Kurenai-san, why are you following me? Asked Naruto, not at all bothered by the company but rather curious to the woman's intentions. I happen to appreciate a little visit to Hana-chan, and since you're going there, I might as well go with you. Unless you don't feel comfortable around me, then I can leave, said Kurenai, with a normal smile on her face while Naruto was looking at her. I was just curious, that's all. Besides, better in company with you than with someone wanting to kill me, joked Naruto, earning a contained laughter from Kurenai, who in turn understood what Naruto meant. So, tell me, what's like being alone out there facing missing nins? Weren't you lonely? Asked Kurenai, to which Naruto negated with his head. After a while, you get used to depending on your own. As to the whole part of facing missing nins, there isn't much to say. You fight and kill most of the time, and be aware for one of them sneaking on you when your guard is down. The problem, though, is learning how to cope with the difference between doing a job and being a murderer. I actually requested the vacation from fear of becoming something I know I'd regret for my entire life, said Naruto as he lost the focus in his eyes and pictured every killing he ever did as a Hunter-Nin. I could only half understand what you're saying because of some kills of my own, but getting gratification for those I managed to save in the end managed loosen my heart. You, on the other hand, does not receive any gratification. I wonder if I could ever take up what you take and come out unscathed, stated Kurenai, earning a nod from Naruto, who was still remembering every damn kill he ever did, until one person came to mind, Misao, the only missing nin that didn't lose his or her life because of Naruto. In the end, the Hunter-Nin let her go and sent information to Konoha that she was killed by a mob of bandits. Misao was the only proof that Naruto was not the cold-hearted assassin. Seeing that Naruto didn't say anything, she gave him some space. One aspect that Kurenai managed to feel from Naruto's expression was someone who felt every drop of blood that he took away. Naruto, I can very well see how you're feeling right now. You can't do this your entire life, it will consume you, said Kurenai, and the truth was that Naruto knew that. It's not a matter of choice, Kurenai-san. If I chose to stay, then Akatsuki would barge through Konoha's walls and kill everyone here if it means they'll get me in the end, said Naruto before silence once more reigned the conversation. Kurenai didn't like to hear such words coming from Naruto, even though the kunoichi side of her found wisdom in them. She knew that Naruto was suffering from doing this, so maybe she could do something to convince Naruto to stay. She would have to talk to Hana in order to arrange something. With Jiraiya . Hiding in a hidden alley, Jiraiya managed to escape the barrage of women after him. He couldn't help but curse the brat for what he had done. Nevertheless, now that he appeared, Jiraiya was certain that sooner or later he would appear at the Hokage's office, which meant that he was supposed to be there as well. Jiraiya was worried about the blonde since Akatsuki stopped following his false leads to Naruto's position and would be now hunting him down themselves. He even found an alternative plan to fool Akatsuki by appearing as Naruto somewhere and as the Hunter-Nin in another place, thus confusing their track. Of course, that was just a temporary plan since Akatsuki is composed by S-ranked missing nins and there isn't so much you could keep from them before they retaliated. The pervert just wished he could reason with Naruto about aborting the Hunter-Nin program for the meantime, in order for them to prepare a more suitable counterintelligence plan. However, he knew it wouldn't be easy to convince Naruto to stay and become a regular ninja. At the Inuzuka compound . It took a little while for Naruto and Kurenai to reach the Inuzuka compound, and they were in front of the door before Naruto knocked the door, only to be tackled on the ground by the very same dog he petted during his dates with Hana. The husky was so happy to find Naruto once more that she was already at the door the moment she sensed his smell. Hana was already at his side, sharing the husky's enthusiasm. "It's good to see you once more, Naruto-kun, I missed you," said Hana while smiling at seeing Naruto play with the husky. "I missed you as well, Hana-chan, and you little girl, how have you been?" Stated Naruto as he played with the husky's ear a little bit, receiving a bark in response to the appraisal. "Come on inside, Naruto-kun, there you can take off your mask and also you could meet my mother," invited Hana, before Naruto nodded and got up from the ground before walking next to his girlfriend and pet inside the house. After coming inside, Naruto began to scout the compound a little bit and offer nice comments to Hana for the nice house. However, he didn't manage to walk far before he was tackled on the ground once more, but this time was the pups he retrieved close to a year before. Normally, Naruto wouldn't worry much about it, but seeing the size of the dogs now, their tackles were more of a hit than anything else. Hana and Kurenai laughed as Naruto was actually adored by the Inuzuka dogs, while Hana invited both Naruto and Kurenai for a cup of tea, to which they accepted, but not before the twins let him leave the ground once more. Naruto was about to do something when he heard a strange voice talking to him. "Play with their ears and they'll stop," said Tsume until she saw Naruto nodding and using his hands to grab their ears and began the nice massage, before seeing the pups suddenly sit and show signs of appreciating the gesture. With that, Naruto managed to get up while he continued to pet the pups, until Tsume appeared next to him. "I can see why my daughter likes you, Naruto-kun. You clearly have a way with animals. It's a pleasure to meet you. I'm Hana's mother Tsume," said Tsume as she extended her hand for Naruto to get up before they shook hands. "The pleasure is all mine, Inuzuka-sama. Hana-chan told me a lot about you and it's an honor to meet you," said Naruto as formal as possible, but little did he know that the Inuzuka matriarch didn't care at all about formalities. "You don't need to be all formal with me, Naruto, but I request that you take off your mask once inside my house." "I want to meet Hana's boyfriend," smiled Tsume, earning a nod from Naruto as he unstrapped the mask lock and took it off, thus showing his golden locks and dark blue eyes. Upon looking, Tsume had the decency to gasp at the amazing similarity that Naruto shared with the late Yondaime Hokage. She actually heard from Hana that Naruto was the exact copy of Namikaze Minato, but Hana never told that Naruto was Minato reincarnated. "Is there something wrong, Inuzuka-sama?" asked Naruto, not sure of what was going on, thus waking Tsume from her wonderings, before smiling. "It's nothing, Naruto, and please do not call me Sama, it makes me look old. Just Inuzuka-san will do. Now, I believe my daughter is making us some tea, so how about we join them?" invited Tsume, to which Naruto nodded and went ahead while Tsume was studying her daughter's boyfriend. Actually, she was checking him out from head to toe, not with second intentions, but rather to see more similarities between Naruto and Minato. Naruto was definitely taller and stronger build than Minato, plus the face was identical. If Tsume didn't know better, she would think that they were related or something among those lines. As mother and perhaps son-in-law appeared at the kitchen, they saw both Hana and Kurenai discussing about something in particular. However, upon seeing Naruto, they had different reactions. Hana of course was already used to his gorgeous face, but she stopped what she was talking from fear of Naruto discovering their intentions. Kurenai, though, had the decency to blush. She had already seen his face before he left to become a Hunter-Nin, but now that he grew up once more, she couldn't help but stare dumbfounded. Naruto's blue eyes and golden locks were already breathtaking, but now his face was more angular and thus his features were now more pronounced. Kurenai was glad, though, that no one was looking at her because she would be in big trouble for checking her friend's boyfriend out. Immediately, Tsume and Naruto joined the two girls at the table before the husky appeared once more next to Naruto and just used his feet for a nice and comfy pillow, earning a smile from Naruto before he turned his head to hear Tsume speaking. "So tell us, Naruto, something about you," asked Tsume, wanting to know something about her daughter's boyfriend. Naruto, for his part, found this to be a bit awkward since he didn't know Tsume's thoughts on him. He didn't know if the Kyuubi did something to her side of the family. "Well, there isn't much to say really, Inuzuka-san. I don't see anything relevant in my life that is different than any other orphan shinobi. I have few personal vices, concerning one special type of food, and I don't have a hobby per se. During my trips, I found some interest in swimming in lakes and rivers. It somehow relaxes me to just be on water and look to the sky. My life as Hunter-Nin is very demanding, and sometimes, doing nothing makes up for the heavy strain I set my body either training or fighting missing nins," explained Naruto, earning an interesting nod from Tsume, who actually considered Naruto's hobby original. According to Tsume, what differs people's personalities are the activities they choose for relaxation, and she never heard someone saying that they like swimming. "It's very interesting, indeed. I know some aspects of a Hunter-Nin's job, but I can't grasp the entire thing. Some Inuzukas were Hunter-Nin because of our tracking skills. I also noticed that you happen to enjoy being around our dogs, Naruto," smiled Tsume as she saw Hana's husky sleeping next to Naruto, also remembering the pups jumping on him. Naruto for his turn smiled at his mother-in-law and looked at the husky using his feet as a pillow. "I can't answer that really. Before Akamaru and Hana-chan's huskies, I never had interaction with them. It seems, though, that they like staying around me. I'm curious, though, about their ability to speak our language. Neither Kiba's dog Akamaru nor Hana's triplets can talk," asked Naruto, earning a smile from Tsume at the display of interest in knowing about the family, before she explained. "It takes a while for a pup to learn the human language. The only one so far to reach it was Kudomaru, and he's been with me since I was 6 years old. Actually, there is no certain amount of time needed for a pup to learn how to speak. For instance, Kudomaru learned when I became a jounin, which was 20 years ago. Hana's triplets are closer than Akamaru to learn how to speak, said Tsume, earning a nod from Naruto who, then, used his hand and scratched the husky's ear, before seeing the animal get up from the floor and tackle Naruto to the ground once more, before licking him on the face. Hana smiled at her boyfriend and looked at her mother to see that she was smiling as well. To Hana, it meant the world that her mother approved Naruto, and her smile very well indicated that. She would just have to speak with her regarding what she'd spoken with Kurenai earlier. As the time passed, Tsume asked some aspects of Naruto's work, which included evasion methods that missing nin does to avoid being found, methods used for tracking purposes, during which Tsume was impressed upon knowing that Naruto is able to summon toads just like Minato and Jiraiya, and then from knowing that they could natural energy to feel the enemy's chakra from afar. Along the discussion, Tsume couldn't help but be amazed at Naruto's mastery of the subject of hunting. The explanation was spoken with advanced vocabulary and even advanced terms regarding some of the ninja arts, to which Tsume confessed not knowing much about, like pressure points and how to better disable the opponent by hitting specific points of the human body. Naruto also explained to the elder woman some anatomy lessons where a shinobi could learn how to send the opponent into a near-death state by hitting senbone needles at a specific point of the neck. You sure did your research, Naruto? Where did you learn all this anyway? No offense, but I remember my son saying you wasn't that bright at the academy, asked Tsume, to which Naruto nodded with his head. Whereas I cannot be considered a genius by any means, nor do I want to be called like that. Indeed, takes longer for me to learn something than others. However, whereas time is needed for someone to learn ninjutsu, for instance, I can use time at my disposal, thus severely reducing the actual period needed for me to learn something, explained Naruto, but for those present, it didn't make much sense, so Naruto offered himself to explain once more. By using the Kage Bunshin, I can reduce the time needed to learn something, since in the end, it will be 2 heads instead of 1. The clone memories will simply transfer to my own, making it look like I took half the time needed if I were to do it alone, explained Naruto, this time, earning a smile from Tsume and the rest, until Kurenai decided to ask a question. How many can you do nowadays? I remembered hearing about your high chakra reserves, but that was a long time ago, asked Kurenai, earning Naruto's attention as he turned to face the crimson-eyed woman. I stopped counting actually. Actually, when training, I simply make a certain number of clones in order to assemble them in different groups. For instance, if I were to master a certain element plus get some training in another element, I can just create 20 Kage Bunshins and set each 10 for each element, and I can even practice some physical exercises on my own, which in reality, I would be training for both elements as well in the end, explained Naruto, before seeing those in the table open their eyes in utter realization at Naruto's explanation. They continued the conversation for a few more minutes before the group separated. Actually, Naruto wanted to wander around the compound for a second while the women got to chat, and the subject was entirely about the blonde enigma. Back to Naruto, he was at the window that leads to the main garden where he could very well see the extensive property owned by the Inuzukas. The main garden could be better described as an open field with gigantic pathways and wild vegetation. Also, Naruto got to see many dogs wandering around, sniffing the flowers, playing around, swimming at the lake in the middle of the property, among other things. Never was much fan of dogs myself. They smell bad and are a constant pain in the ass, snorted Kyubi inside Naruto's mind, alerting the blonde to his presence. And you telling me that you liked other animals, besides foxes? It's kind of difficult imagining you being fan of any type of animal aside from your kind, thought Naruto, before hearing another from the fox. Even though we are the same family, sort of saying together with the wolves, dogs are not considered animals, instead being known for being a man's best companion. A dog is raised in captivity while the rest of us have to hunt to be able to eat. Their path is laid before them in a silver platter, said Kyubi before hearing Naruto laughing for a while. Changing the subject, I already got to read some of the material regarding Doden Ninjutsu. I should finish reading the rest of it tonight and then we can begin to practice the element, thought Naruto. You still have 10 more days to rest. I suggest you stop using your chakra for at least 5 more days. Learn the theory first and if possible, memorize the hand seals for the techniques. In 5 days, your chakra will be less strained for the activities, thus more relaxed. Meanwhile, there are a lot of nice activities to do, and happily, all they includes the women you've met so far, said Kyubi, before showing hot images in Naruto's head, until one of them appeared that made Naruto choke. Kyubi, that's Tsume naked. She is Hana-chan's mother, for Christ's sake. I knew that you're a pervert, but to even suggest of having sex with my girlfriend's mother, that's beyond sick, thought Naruto, before hearing Kyubi laughing once more, enjoying himself to share Naruto's life experiences. The boy was simply very entertaining to see. Hey, ever heard of the saying like mother like daughter? He, said Kyubi as he placed another picture inside Naruto's mind, this time placing the two side by side in comparison. While Kyubi was taunting Naruto in regards to his mother-in-law naked, the women were discussing some evil plan that Hana suggested. At night . Later, Naruto had some dinner at the Inuzuka household and then went to his new home to take a long bath and then go visit one last person for the day. Naruto wondered about the 5 days he had to just do nothing, and for someone who was on active duty non-stop for a whole year, doing nothing seems more pleasurable than doing something you like to do. Also, Naruto had his scrolls in Doden Ninjutsu, so he would study his scroll for the duration of his vacation and hope to learn at least the necessary theory in order to begin earth manipulation. Just as he entered one of the apartments he chose to live in, Naruto took off his mask and clothes, before entering the shower. As he let the running water clean his body, Naruto began to wonder about Hana's family. Kiba, he already knew as being annoying, but Tsume surprised him. The elder woman had a bit of both Kiba and Hana, and that what was astonishing. As every Inuzuka, she could be wild and fierce, but like his precious Hana, she could as well be gentle and kind. One of the things Naruto first noticed was that Tsume didn't hate him because of the Kyubi. It was hard, nowadays, to see someone that doesn't resent the fox, and Naruto found himself hard to believe that the Inuzuka matriarch would be so lenient over who killed either her husband, friend, aunt, father, mother, among others. Also, if Naruto interpreted correctly, she was testing him to see if he was the right one for her daughter from the many questions and the constant checkups she did with both the eyes and the nose. Tsume was unaware, but being a Hunter-Nin, Naruto could sense when he was being watched from a mile away, since in some level the watcher's chakra always flares no matter his or her intention. As to Hana, Naruto couldn't help but smile upon seeing her smile. Naruto could tell Hana wanted her mother's approval, and from the conversations they spent together, Naruto knew how much Tsume's opinion mattered to the girl. The blonde wondered about Tsume's thoughts on him, though. Actually, it was kind of strange to be thinking about the almost mother-in-law in said light. Naruto believed that Hana meant so much to him that if she needed her mother's approval, then Naruto would work hard to earn Tsume's approval. Look at yourself, saying such things. You've been together for less than a year and you already falling for her madly. What's next? Snorted Kyubi, but Naruto could only smile as the words kicked in. Of course, Naruto wasn't thinking of proposing, not yet anyway. He just found out that the more he knew Hana, the more he would realize that he enjoyed being with her. As he left the shower, he put his clothes on and left the apartment straight for the Hokage's office. At the Hokage's office . Tsunade was looking from her window after a long and stressful day of work. She wanted to have some sake, but Shizune managed to hide it well this time, so she settled for a cup of tea. One subject plagued her mind, though, and it was Naruto. Knowing that he was within the village walls somewhat eased her mind, but the fact that it's been almost 4 days and not once did he appear to see her. It was unnerving to know how much Naruto changed, and it was even more unnerving to realize that Naruto no longer saw Tsunade in the same light. Just as she was about to turn and leave her office, though, she heard a voice that she longed for. "Hello Ba-chan, it's been a while?" asked Naruto, with the Hunter-Nin mask on his hand and using the other one to greet the blonde Hokage. The response he got was weird, since Tsunade just stood there unmoving for a while. Suddenly, though, she moved faster than Naruto could predict and enveloped him in a tight hug, or at least tried to anyway. Naruto had grown so much that Tsunade couldn't reach him entirely. After she broke free from the hug, she just grabbed his collar and began shaking the Hunter-Nin. "What took you so long to get here, brat? I was beginning to believe that you didn't miss me," snarled Tsunade, but Naruto couldn't answer from the incessant shaking. Only after she stopped that he recollected himself and spoke. "Sorry about not visiting you right away, it's just that I've been on the run so much hunting and being hunted that I thought about controlling information. The only ones who knew I'm in Konoha are you, the pervert, Kurenai-san, Hana-chan and Tsume-san. Also, I had a little run with Itachi and Kisame near the village, so if words got out that I was in Konoha, then they'll come and get me," explained Naruto before hearing Tsunade snort and then hug him once more. "I'm glad that you're okay, though. How did you escape the Akatsuki?" asked Tsunade, to which Naruto placed his mask on the table and then explained. "They underestimated me, so I used a cage bunshine diversion to escape. It was good that I didn't meet them as a Hunter-Nin, or else they would be looking for me, instead of just looking for Uzumaki Naruto. So, by the looks of it, Konoha didn't change much? Asked Naruto, to which Tsunade smiled, but negated said information. Of course, it looks the same, but what changed were your academy peers. All of them became Jounin now. Hinata was the last one and she managed to attain the rank. You, now are the only one who's still a Genin, taunted Tsunade, but surprisingly, Naruto didn't open his mouth, instead only smiled at Tsunade's attempt. Yes, I'm also the only Genin in all the elemental nations who was able to take on the entire C and B ranked section of the bingo book and also able to escape from S-ranked criminals such as the Akatsuki all this time. I guess ranks don't mean much for me, nowadays. Well, what else changed around here? What about the Uchiha? Any news about him? Asked Naruto, before seeing Tsunade's serious face. No word on him whatsoever, and that's what concerns me. Ever since that mission you took with Sakura and Yamato, no word was brought to me regarding the Uchiha. I fear that Orochimaru is just counting the seconds left to take his body. The problem is that we cannot find information about it. Did you hear anything? Asked Tsunade, to which Naruto negated with his head, saying that he didn't focus much on A-ranked missing nins, but rather the C and B ranked. When I return out there, Sasuke will be on my list and then I'll look after him. It seems Kabuto is an A-ranked as well, but Orochimaru will be a problem, though, said Naruto as he rested his chin on top of his hand in deep thought. Well, we'll worry about that later. The good thing is that you're back safe and sound. So, what you plan to do for vacation? Asked Tsunade, earning a nod from Naruto. Well, Furball believes that doing anything besides training is preferable. I don't know, something about easing the flow of chakra. So, I chose to just relax at home and spend some time at the Hokage mountain. Anywhere where people can't see me, you know how it works, said Naruto, earning a nod from Tsunade, who even though didn't agree with Naruto, found that she was happy he was here and not out there. Okay brat, you were late and I can't stand being inside this office any longer. Enjoy your vacation and we'll talk once more when the 2 weeks are over, said Tsunade, to which Naruto nodded and left the place before Tsunade locking the office. The next day. After getting some good sleep, because of seeing her little brother, Tsunade appeared at her office once more. She thought that nothing could ruin the day, even with the huge piles of work threatening to fall and make a huge mess. Suddenly, though, just as she sat on her desk, 3 people entered and somehow, Tsunade imagined it has something to do with Naruto. Sume, Hana and Kurenai stood before her and Tsunade very well knew she didn't call these 3 for a mission. Good morning Tsunade-sama, said Tsume, to which Tsunade nodded, before Tsume began to speak. Tsunade-sama, my daughter has a plan for Naruto to stay in the village and I believe you'd like to hear it, since you wished for him to stay. Said Tsume, before looking at Hana for an explanation. Tsunade, for her part, really wished for him to stay, but she chose not to force him on the matter and yet accepted the fact that he returned even if for only 2 weeks. Tsunade-sama, as much as I care for Naruto-kun, I don't want to see him get hurt out there. So, I thought about using his rank as an imperative to proceed as Hunter-Nin. You could assemble a new rule that stand that Hunter-Nins must be either Jounin or special Jounin. This way, Naruto wouldn't be able to be one at least until he progressed to Jounin, explained Hana, earning a smile from Tsunade. That's a good plan, except that for Naruto, the ranks between ninjas are no longer taken into consideration. That's only logical, at least to me, since being a Genin, he managed to take on Jounin and won. Also, I don't believe he'll appreciate the idea much, even though I know Hana-san, where it comes from. The fact remains that Akatsuki is on the run and Naruto may very well be in danger. The last time, Itachi underestimated him so he escaped, but next time, he may not be so lucky. I'll figure out on how to approach him with this, but not now as I'm way too busy and I can very well see that convincing him will take time, but I'll call you all here first to aid me in talking to him. Deal, said Tsunade, earning a nod from those present before they excused themselves. I wonder how he will react once I tell him, thought Tsunade in regards to her decision regarding Naruto's requirement to pass the incoming Chunin exams that will happen in 2 weeks.